the right thing for them to do is to have a free and fair primaries. And then whoever emerges, the rest should now come and support
again, the convergence of blockchain
the way
and AI.
it happened
now, with
20...
AI, you can expect within this year, we're going to see deep fake so real, you cannot tell the difference. People watching this on live stream, they will not know what's in here.
We're not here.
We're having dinner somewhere else. So to counter that, you need some form of digital watermark. That is actually a cryptographic evidence
that
this is real.
Yeah.
It's my signature, his signature.
Who puts that? The tech companies? By the way, they're so excited at the back. They're trading crypto on the back of these comments.
It's all your fault. No, we control our private key. It's going to be public
It'll
key.
be personal.
We'll have control.
It's going to be like your irises, your fingerprints. It'll be a digital.
But it's stored on blockchain, witnessed by the global population.
Everybody knows.
Cannot be faked.
Yeah. But does this change everything for just capital markets?
It will. Yeah, I mean, my gosh, if we could tokenize bonds and stocks tomorrow, one of the great things that BlackRock is being accused of is how much vote we have. I wouldn't vote anymore because we would be able, through tokenization, to know the owner of record instantaneous, and each owner of record will do their proxy voting. I would love that outcome. No, but it would democratize investing in all ways that we can't imagine.
Even political systems, how you vote in a country, can be changed by that.
And do you think that, again, the Trump administration will accelerate that?
I think they're moving that direction. How far they actually will go remains to be seen.
But if you do have a digital validator, like your fingerprints or your irises, I mean, you could tokenize voting. You could do everything. And so it will change how we think and how we live and what we do. And
we've been talking to some Southeast Asian governments, including Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia. All of them historically have the populations who are trading black market, bitcoins and what have you. But now the governments are realizing U.S. is driving a global policy shift. So they're now doing something very clever. They're saying, you know what, we're going to issue a new form of digital ID to every single citizen. Along with that is a digital wallet.
Which Brazil and India has already done.
There are two questions, and I have a third issue that I think, Ruben, you need to address. But let me start with the questions you have raised. I think first the issue of INEC. I think everybody is fairly aware that INEC, as presently constituted, has lost a lot of credibility. And it is very important that the institution gains this credibility. Otherwise, the stability of the country is going to be threatened, because when you have institutions that are not delivering, and especially a key institution like INEC, and if this failure continues, then it will erode not only, confidence in INEC, but confidence in democracy itself. And when that happens, you know the consequences. So let me come back to INEC. I think there are amendments that the whole country is waiting for. For example, that amendment, which I think late President Buhari refused to give assent to, which mandates INEC to use electronic tools and to use technology in delivering the result, is still pending. But more importantly, why should the president, whoever is the president of the country, who is an interested party in the election, be the one to propose the head of INEC? I think late Uwais committee has made very good recommendations, which have been blocked by those who are interested in manipulating INEC. I think we have to rescue INEC by making sure that the head of INEC is not appointed by a sitting president who is going to be interested in an election. So there are a number of things that needs to be done. I'm not sure there is sufficient time for us to raise that, but I think the key issues are two. One, that INEC's credibility is at stake, and two, we have got to insulate INEC from political interference. If that doesn't happen, then it is the democracy that is holding the country that's being actually run down. And when that happens, there are consequences. The second question, if I remember correctly, which you raised, is where do we go from here? I mean, considering what former President Jonathan said. And I think it ties down with the issue that I really think you should be raising, because the whole gathering in Accra is around the crisis of democracy, that democracy is not delivering the expectations of the people. And in Nigeria, if you take the statistics from 1999 to date, that's about 25 years. If you take the indices of development, whether you are taking the paternal and maternal mortality rates, or if you are taking the GDP, the growth in the economy, if you are taking all the indices of development that you take, you will see that from 1999 to date, we have been going down the drain. In fact, the GDP for this year is said to be much lower, actually about less than half of what it was in 1960. In other words, this country, under this democracy, is actually going down the drain. And it is time to really ask, of what use, of what benefit is democracy if it cannot really deliver? Is democracy made for the people or people for democracy? If democracy is supposed to serve society, then it has failed in Nigeria. And it is time to start thinking of how do we really bring about a system that can work for us. I watched the debate from beginning to the end, and I was saddened by the fact that the elite that gathered there could not think out of the a box of Western frame of thinking. In other words, they were all, and especially the guest speaker himself, he was going round and round while admitting the failure of democracy. He was still saying that we should stick to democracy. And that doesn't make sense. I mean, you have admitted that this system has failed to deliver. And you are saying that we should still hang on to it.
That is our job. We don't run government, we don't run policies, but we have the intellectual capacity to frame a conversation. You understand? Let me now conclude by making you sad. The Nigerian Civil War was planned on the campus of the University of Ibadan. Somebody has to write a book on that, in which the Vice Chancellor, a prominent historian, you already know who I'm talking about, was also using his house to frame the project of the Civil War. You understand? And I'm not criticizing him, because when you cut segments of a conversation, it becomes a problem to those who are interpreting it. I'm not criticizing him. The Nigerian Civil War was led by an educated person who trained in England, one of the very first to have a degree to join the Nigerian army. The debates about Ironsi was framed for him by those who went to school on a unitary government. You understand? It is not that these intellectuals have not been talking, but they are also embedded in this very project you want to solve. So in the final analysis, you see how interest governs politics. And as interest drives politics, The very fact that you have a PhD doesn't mean you will think the way you are talking about. And let
Why did I get this share? This is not how. Nanjaman. Sorry, I recall. Something is now. Adding up. I can't. Nope. It's not what I'm begging for. Hmm. Damn. That's not good. Anyway, Nigerian say, let's see, what are you talking about? Konkoso, Peter will be Konkoso for 2027 is a goal. But not forget that ticket. That ticket will not work. Nigerian, that ticket is not a real. It's not realistic. The ticket of Peter Obi Konkoso is not a realistic one. It's pretty much a one-way ticket. And in a competition whereby Konkoso is looking forward to 2031, how can Obi help him? So this ticket as it currently is favor more Obi. And if they don't win? Because that's the only way Konkoso can benefit if they eventually win. But the possibility of them winning is more narrow than them winning. Now, if they lose, what is the possibility that Obi go fit still coordinate the obedience as it is now behind Konkoso from 2031? So these are all things people need to put into consideration. Not just because you want Obi, then automatically Konkoso don't have a choice. Konkoso is screaming for 2031. Anyway, so I believe more on if there's anything, any surprise that is likely to spring up come 2031, it's going to be Tinubu and Konkoso. Because Konko will be he go dey very stupid. Well, I don't know. I Konkoso cannot afford to lose, not be on the 2021 ticket at the same time lose his Kano State. Yeah, he cannot afford that. So the Tinubu Konkoso under the APC ticket, it's feasible more than any other ticket so far. I will convince you why. So think about it. So if President Tinubu already hold the Southwest, there's no gainsaying, right? If he successfully bring about Rabi Okonkoso and his loyal Konkosia movement into what APC is currently, you're looking at mathematically they don't lock everywhere down, lock the Southwest and Northwest down. That alone will give the majority. It will put him in position of having the majority's votes. But now, when we argue about the 25% that need to be spread around, that's that one money will take care of that. Because what Kokoso is asking for is a road to 2023 ticket. Where can he get, not just where he can get a ticket, which party or which platform we position him among the favorites that the northern power brokers will eventually settle on what we call consensus. Say it go shock me. Well, I don't know. I don't know how you want to shock me, but we will see. The Kokoso only make 3 demands, and 2 was granted. 1 is pending. What are these? What's the other one? Well, what are his demands? One, he wants to be either the number one on the ticket or a running mate, Abi, vice president or presidential candidate, Abi. So what you are banking on right now is that the OB will grant him the second request, which is to be a vice president on a ticket. I agree, but what is the reality of that ticket? Because don't forget, as I said, now two-way streets, right? Yes, you go give Obi the vice presidential slot on because now obedient platform, regardless of what party they eventually join, which I am looking at NDC, right? So the question is, if they don't win, Niger man, if they no win, can you guarantee the Conco so that yes, the obedience as we currently have it, you can mobilize the obedient for him? The question is no. It is no because as obedient as it constantly constituted, it is heavily financed. Not from the inside. When I mean from this, I know be saying that then they raise money, they do whatever they are doing. It's heavily financed from outside. And that is those who are putting their money to finance the obedient movement are doing it because of Obi. They believe that Obi is electable. Obi has whatever it takes to represent their interests. Right? So, in other words, if Obi is no longer on the ticket, it's no longer in the pursuit of presidency come 2031, those donors will disappear. They will look for other interests. So that's the angle the Konkoso himself is looking at it from. Yes, it's all noisy, it's all sounds and good right now. But what happened if the dream did not come to pass? If there no win? Because whatever you are promising are all predicated on you winning. So it's a big risk. I'm not saying it's not possible, but the question would not be what are the other options, right? What are the other options? Again, Konkozo is risking everything by taking that. When I mean everything, including kind of state that they currently control. Don't be deceived that the shenanigan that is going on between and so I'm talking about the current governor of Kano State. No, they are still very much together. Now, one of his leg be that end on the APC. So, right? So you are now asking him to withdraw all his baskets and put it on obedient. Obedient don't get mad for Kano now. So what Konkuzo cannot afford is to lose two, is to one, not to stand to a chance of being a major contestant in 2031. And most importantly, lives in the Kano State. That's not going to happen. That would be a suicide on his own political career. Somebody who sees he get like maybe like 20 years more to keep going. So there are more to it than the beauty of it. Say it sounds very beautiful if you want to paint the story of how the ticket will come to be. Yes, that's Obi's story. Favors will be right. Favors will be heavily. But there is a but. What are you giving? What can you afford to give in return? Remember, Obi no get political party. Obi is heavily working on his, banking on his movements, the obedient movements. And arguably, I think it's the best route for him to take at this point. It's working for him. And as I said, the financial aspect of the obedient is not coming from the obedient members themselves, but it's coming from outside. Outside, not just in America or India, no. It's coming from individuals who their interest is on the man himself. If the man the people are not investing their resources on the obedient because they believe in the movement as a different entity. No, they are putting in their resources because of Obi. So in other words, once Obi is no longer in the picture, right? And I'm putting that under question mark because I still believe Obi will run in 2031. Right? Of course, the elephant in the room is the gentleman agreement between them, down at them, right? But if you cannot guarantee Kwankwaso, not just even guarantee, if you cannot make it very feasible for him to see that come rain, come shine, if we no win 2027, the numbers, the followership in which you are bringing to negotiate now will it still be there? That's the ultimate question. All right. The same thing also goes into the go APC angle too. The question that Kwankwaso will be asking, right? If I join you guys under, because the idea that he must be a running mate to Tinubu, it's not just, of course, that's the ultimate goal. In order for him to be in a position to build a structure within that party to run for 2031, right? But what is the guarantee? It's a little bit higher than that of the what Obidien can offer. One, because his son, being the governor of Kano State, will still be there, even if he no successfully gets the vice presidential slot from APC, but is still a member. That Kano State will still give him a mouthpiece at any point in the future. We'll still be in bargaining chips, bargaining power. So Obi running mate is likely to be Tambawa or El-Rufai. Because these are the only people that can actually, okay, even if they're not going to get the can numbers that Kwankwaso would have given him, they will come close. And the offset, what you are offering those two people is not as impossible like what you will be promising Kwankwaso. Tambawa is still very young, right? The possibility is rather make Tambawa Day come 2031 on one angle fighting for the loyalty of the Northwest with Kwankwaso than them be on the same side. The same thing El-Rufai. El-Rufai is becoming notoriously popular because of what Tinubu is doing to him. And at this point, I could say, okay, maybe there's a reason why Tinubu is doing that. He really wants to push them towards that, because the only way to El-Rufai can be relevant after 2027 is him being at least one of the most talked about person come 2027. In other words, even if he no stand a chance of being in any of the tickets, he will have a very important role to play. Either being campaign director or whatever, things that will give him leverage to build his own, network ahead of 2031. Because a lot of people who are envisioning Obi and Kwankwaso cannot see beyond 2031. And that is because they are heavily in favor of Obi, right? But the politicians don't think like that. The politicians think they put all their cards on the table, analyze them one at a time, because it's not necessarily what you want now you go get, right? But you should be in a position, be prepared to get whatever you can. So I think one will understand that. Yes, he come out and scream, "I want to be president on the presidency as a presidential ticket holder or the running mate." That's the height. That's what he wants. Is he going to get that? It's not a guarantee. But even those two positions is a bargaining mechanism, right? The ultimate goal is for him to see a very clear road to 2031. Not that he's going to win 2031, but he should be a major contestant. And I don't think Obidien can guarantee him that. because you are not going to the obedient, the Nigerian man, the ticket that you are envisioning to be Obi and Atiku, Obi and Konkoso, it's not going to be on ADC. What are you going to give Atiku? What are you going to give Amechi? Which position are you promising? Because all these are based on promise. Atiku, Amechi is fighting to be a vice president up to 2031, if that time comes, because as I said, the underlining the elephant in the room is the gentleman agreement. So all these characters outside Tinubu, they are locked on 2031. Every one of them, even Atiku himself. People believe that Atiku go down to old by that time. I don't believe. If you see the breed, he go run. So by as time goes on, things go begin to begin to appear serious. Because right now they see the back door, they run, they negotiate. For power at this point is about negotiation. You negotiate, then you now go look for the numbers. Since however you are going to emerge as a front runner, is either going to be through three ways: consensus, direct and indirect. Either way, heavily marginalize the majority, which democracy is centered about. That's why they thought the presidency is all about selection. If the process that breeds the person before you are not involved, how you call that democracy? That's why those people with the verse about Edo governorship race that probably rightfully won, and they turned their torchlight on we the supporters of the government that we are the problem. No, don't be we nominate those two people. We have no, they are the same, as powerless as you are. So are those who are following probably too. So when the process is rigged from the onset, the people don't really matter. The people now come second. Because right now, that is the negotiation that is going on. Atiku still represents the old gods, right? Not indirectly, directly. Just like Tinubu is also a representative of the old guard directly. Indirectly are people like Obi, Kwonkoso, and the rest, because they are being heavily influenced by people like Obasanjo and what have you. So within come 2027, we are still going to have the same establishment, and the cabal dominates the presidential side, the presidential tickets. Only Showore seems to be an outsider, but again, if you look at it deeply, it's also an insider who is just being groomed into that same position of either entitled people. So even though the noise right now is not in favor of Atiku, it's being sidelined in the sense that the energy is built around the youth, right? The obedience, the concusia, so that the men will have clear mind to actually negotiate within themselves. And the fact that Atiku was not in Kano to welcome Kwankwaso should also speak volume. So Atiku is still very formidable nationwide. He has a nationwide structure. And the guy get bar. Person to the run presidential election for Nigeria for 30 years. He has a war chest. Hence, you can't write him out. So now pairing with Rotimi Amechi, that's an interesting dynamic we've not seen, because if we go back to leading to 2023, Atiku was Amechi a very prominent name in terms of conversation, right? They put them, especially leading to the primaries, with his relationship with the North west via the CPC angle, Buhari and the rest. So it's not somebody who it's not a novice, it's not a JJC, it's somebody who understands the presidential check board, even though he has not been successful so far. But it's not somebody to write out. So pairing with Rochimi would be a direct attempt to bridge the north and southwest. And this is where things become very tricky for him, the Arctic, because Wike is growing stronger by the day. Everybody believe that. Me, for once, I believe by now, but don't they talk about Wike in past tense, but God damn it, guy, they run things. So the idea of Amechi having his way within the South is, I don't know if it's a good choice, but I think it's still better than Ifeanyi Okowa, who, when within the South angle, it's not really, it's not really known. I mean, it's known among the big wigs, but how many followers Ifeanyi Okowa gets? But he has the money to able to make his arguments to be running me to Atiku. And that's now Atiku, Amechi. If you had Amechi, obviously he had money to throw around. That is why he's still very involved. But Amechi has a kind of street credibility. He has this notoriety. Stand for. He made a decision that eventually favored him. But even though it puts Goodluck Jonathan under the bus during the mergers of APC. So it's not somebody that is coming from a boardroom or no. He's been elected twice. So in a way, he can say, I know my way around the South. Let me put it that way. He knows his way around. Is that enough to say, okay, that ticket can beat, the article can pull off a winning streak within the South state? No. Obi is still very much popular within the South. That's another angle to look at it, even though we came muscular amounts. But these three people are still in, although even though Atiku was not, Amechi was not in the equation 2023 among the people that control the South. But at this point, Wike is not a pushover within the South. Yeah, Amechi will have a say. Is he going to have his way within the South? No. But we have definitely have a say. And depends on how he's going to phrase that say, or what may come out, that say might resonate. Well, the obedience, I don't know. I feel kind of sad for the obedient with the emotional trauma that they are going through. Right? It was wicked. It was an article about a month ago, right? We touch article, we touch them, right? When Obi first appear within that cycle. Then the shift now to Konko. So who is next? Because Konko so soon they go see him begin bombarding as soon as it become clear that the possibility of Obi and Konko's ticket is not visible, they will begin antagonize him again. Then they will move to the next person, which I believe is going to be El-Rufai or Tambawa. I don't know. I just think I seems to get over these two people. I don't see Dirty Ahmed coming back to the ticket. He's not going to be anything. And because between 2023 and now, Nigeria has changed pretty much 360 degrees. There's a lot of things that happened within the last 3 years that no Nigeria imagined would happen in his or her lifetime, that shifted Nigeria from where it was to a different spectrum entirely. And that is the narrative of Nigeria as a country of a particular concern, and the success that the Christian movement is achieving over the Muslim Brotherhood. For the sake of conversation, make a phrase that like that, right? Sokoto was struck with missile bombs, bombs not from a non-state actor. Nobody saying that terrorist bomb also was we were bombed in the name of destroying terrorists, in the name of protecting Christians. We are bombed by another sovereign nation. That is something monumental that even the founders, quote unquote, of Nigeria could not even have imagined that will happen within the first 100 years. We are not being bombarded because we are growing a world economy or we are discovering something. I mean, or we are doing something special as a people. That happened because some group of Nigeria felt that they are being overrun by some other people, and therefore we have to seek an intervention. And that's the narrative, right? But deep down, if you can plug yourself into the psyches of the Nigerian elders, the Nigerian planner, the elders, you understand that they were in shock. They don't even know how to respond to that because they never imagined. Contrary to the popular opinion that Bola Tinubu trying to turn Nigeria to one country, one party system is coercing people, is forcing people, blackmailing, I don't think that is the only reason why every governor is moving to APC. As I said, there you are seeing a group of elites who are able to visualize that this is not a normal situation. This is not a normal era. How do we come out of this in peace, if not in pieces? Is to come together as one. So you are seeing a country whereby the opinion molders, the elders of the country, are carefully and calculatively moving to form a resistance to the outside power. That's what I'm saying. Not necessarily because Bola Tinubu is genius, is so powerful, is luring everybody, is bribing everybody, is forcing everybody to join. No. No. The Nigeria that was before 2023, it's a different Nigeria that we have now in 2026. Americans have stepped up their game. They move on from soft power to what? Hard power and influence. They are not ready to either cajole you, deceive you, manipulate you, bribe you, work with you. No, those eras are gone. Now, direct negotiation that they do with guns on the table. So it's a new Nigeria that we are living today in a new world. So if people are still thinking that the power brokers in the north, the power brokers in the south, the power brokers in the west are still in the same framework they were 2023, they're making a great mistake. If there's anything that is so pronounced, is that we are in a religious war era. Point blank. There's no way to sugarcoat it. In the 60s or 50 years ago, it used to be tribal at the top of the chain. I tribe, I take get power. Now we know pass, now we plenty pass, now we do this, blah, 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 blah. And eventually we carry on against ourselves in 1966 or 67. The opposite is the case now. It's about religion. It's about God that we hold yet so much. And God bless us. 3, at least 4 out of every 5 Nigeria wants to go to heaven via Jesus Christ or via Prophet Muhammad. Abi? And the outside power is using that to assert his own power of negotiation. It is when it was about tribe, on a 3-tribe day. So you need to find a way to bring 2 in one obot in order to get advantage of that one. And in doing so, you also cut your own deal. In other words, you have to constantly working within the 3 big groups. But at the same time, you also put some resources aside to make sure the minority work with your own side of the games that you are trying to pull off. That's a very complicated way to do it in so many ways. So, hence, you have to use the soft power, education system, churches, NGOs, you name it. But now, they have successfully narrowed that, they have suddenly annihilated that tripartite way of negotiation into 2 ways: the North, the South, or Christian or Muslim. The North, the South not really makes sense because it still fall along those tribes. We have intermarriage, we have kids everywhere. So the idea that you can actually split Nigeria to get the ultimate benefit out of them, but much they were collating tribes into is out of the table. That's the difference between 2023 and 2027. Yes, even though the APC capitalized on that, they see ahead that we are going to a world whereby the local war will be along tribal line, while the geopolitical war will be a religious line. And they know that the geopolitical angle is more heavy than that of the local guys. And you can move around within the north. They very hard. Maybe the northern people can guarantee to kill a southern leader in order for them to get advantage. Vice versa, the southern people know with the plan. So how do we kill Atiku or kill Konkoso so that we no those areas are gone, right? But it's about how do we kill the religious ideology that influence the minority against these people, and that's what we are seeing. And it's going to play out in 2023, 2027. So imagine if the people that were accused of being extremists, especially from the north, the likes of Erufai, Konkoso, John those ranks a couple of months ago, maybe weeks ago, these are names that over time are synonymous with terrorism, with Islamism, and all that kind of thing. But guess what? They are the front runners. Let's sit down and think about that for a minute. The world, in and out, makes a majority of Nigerians to see El-Rufai as a terrorist sympathizer. And we can argue that, yes, 1 or 2, 3 of his actions speak to that. The same thing with Konkoso. But guess what? Now, them be the front runner. Tells you a lot. So they are trying to awaken every Nigerian with what he or she hold dear, which is religion. Let me make myself some tea. Test. Then I will be back.
In Kwankwaso. Now, what are the likely implications, though, of all of this, of Rabiu Kwankwaso's defection from NNPP to ADC, and how will it shape the 2027 political race? Political analyst and lecturer at the Bayero University in Kano, Professor Kamilu Fage, joins us now for an analysis on all of this. Thank you for joining me, Professor. It's good to be with you.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So I'm not sure if we have the videos, but I think, videos essentially took over social media of the crowds, the crowds that came out to support Peter Obi and Kwankwaso together, the crowds that followed him when he announced his defection. How optimistic should Kwankwaso's supporters be that he will actually be the one to get either the presidential ticket or the vice presidential ticket through the ADC?
Yeah, they are optimistic that he will get the ticket. But if one takes a little bit of political calculation, I think he is not likely going to get the presidential ticket because already there are big shots like Atiku, like Obi, who come out earlier and they show their interest in that on that position. So I think he may not likely get that one. And if also one looks at the possibility that assuming Atiku get the ticket, which means Kwankwaso will not get even the vice presidential ticket because it is almost impossible. You have two northern candidates, vice presidential candidate and the presidential candidate, all from the north. So I think his chances are, if they can pair with Obi, which is another talk of the town.
But so in terms of that, because you've named all of the key figures in all of this. You have Atiku, you have Kwankwaso, you have Obi. So now that we have these three major figures in this potential race, what does all of them working together look like? Does someone have to essentially take a step back in order for someone to step forward, or how do you see this playing out?
Yeah, you see, the right thing for them to do is to have a free and fair primaries, and then whoever emerges, the rest should now come and support him. Like the way it happened in 2014, when APC rallied around Buhari, and that helped him. But if each and every one of them is to stand on his own, I don't think they will be able to unite the party, and I don't think they will be able to make any good show in 2027. So their best bet is let them have free and fair election or whatever, whether it is consensus or election, direct election or whatever. Once somebody emerges, then the rest should rally around him.
And, we finally have those videos of the crowds, but I'm curious to know your read on what led to this moment. What do you think the factors were that people don't realize maybe that led to Kwankwaso deciding to defect to the ADC? What went into this decision?
Yeah, you see, Kwankwaso has grassroots support. But if you look at what happened within NNPP, I don't think it is not surprising for one to see Kwankwaso leaving NNPP. For one thing, there is dispute, contestation as to which one is the actual NNPP, whether it is the one with pen and a book, or whether the one with fruits. You see, the court has decided that the original one, that is the one with fruit, is the one that is the real NNPP. So that is one thing. Secondly, Kwankwaso has problem within NNPP. The main NPP, disciplined him. I think they told him that he is not a member. I don't know what kind of action they took, but I think they suspended him or even dismissed him from the party. So I think if he were to stay there, he will not make the show that he expects to make. So that is one thing. The other thing is that beside the crisis within NNPP, some of his followers, like the governor, have moved out of NNPP. So which means he has to have a new political alliance, a new base, which he can, make a show if at all he wants to do it.
But if he has this new base, like you just mentioned, is there any kind of aversion, or why essentially should voters trust him for having moved from NNPP to the ADC?
You see, his followers are diehard followers. When he lost the election for the second bid as a governor, he stayed out for 80 years, but he was able to maintain his followership. And that is why when he came back again for the second time, he was able to win the governorship. So their own is more or less like an ideological followership of him. So that is why he has the guts. He has the, heart that...
And that's the difference between the Konkosia followers and that of the obedient followership. Yes, on paper, obedient follower is larger. It represents pretty much a region. It's a nationwide spread. But how organic is that followership? What would be the end, or what would be the aftermath of Obi retire from politics? I think that's the problem here. All right. Again, the elephant in the room is the turn-by-turn agreement. All right. Which is why Obi came out to say, I will only do 4 terms. I will only do 4 years. So let's look at it from that angle. If Konkoso joined Obi now, he will benefit 100% immensely from obedience or Konkosoya followership in Kano, right? Since he is being projected to be the leading man on that ticket. Now, what if they don't win? Because your point of them trying to come together is one will take advantage of the relationship now, and the other, Konkoso, will be looking forward to get the same benefit from it from 2031. And the question now remains that will Obi still be around, politically speaking, or in a position to mobilize, to influence the obedient followership for Konkoso come 2031? If he is not, it's not going to be on the ticket, of course. So that is the comparison between the obedient and the Konkosia movement. Konkoso was out of the picture for 8 years, but the movement was still going strong. So if Obi is no longer the subject of a presidential candidate come after 2027, will the obedience still be there for Konkoso as it is now? I think that is the question that the obedience or people who are rooting for that ticket are not asking themselves.
He has a base that he will be able to make a show. But actually, if you look at it, his base are localized within Kano and maybe some neighboring states. But he doesn't have such a wide cloud, nationally, like people like Atiku, maybe like Obi. So that is why I think he has to be thinking of pairing with any one of them. There's also Amechi there, but Amechi, among the contestants is a little bit lower, but I think you cannot discard anybody. So I think these are some of the reasons which make Konkoso, to be so determined. The other thing is actually Kano politics has now been polarized between Konkoso and Ganduje. So each one is trying to outdo the other. Each one is trying to bring down the other, like what they call PhD, pull him down. So each one of them, both of them are trying to do that. So I think that is why Konkoso has to look for new alliance. These are some of the factors that push him to look for new alliance. Otherwise, he knows if he remains within NNPP, there is that challenge within the crisis in the NPP, and that is also the fact that now his arch rival, Ganduje, is having the backing of the federal government. So I think, sadly, also.
Ganduje is inconsequential at this point. He has no leverage of whatever. He has no electoral. He's not electable because of the corruption that is still wrangle over his neck. So he can't even vote to say, I want to be vice president, to be president, maybe senator. I think, well, I won't say he's too old or he's too big for that. Two, he no get any political capital as it is. Well, maybe he has one or two people in the Senate and House of Rep, but that's not enough. Kunkoso has a governor. Kunkoso has the ears of the Emir of Kano. So the idea that they are still comparing these two people, that they are controlling Kano, is ridiculous. But again, I get it, right? With the only leverage Ganguje has is Tinubu, right? But again, the question Tinubu will be asking himself, who is more valuable between these two people? So you are not going to chase Kunkoso away because of Ganguje. That doesn't make sense, any political sense. So that's why I said people should still watch out of Kunkoso coming back to APC because he has one leg in there already. His son, the governor, he's there. They are not fighting. Nobody can tell me now what it make them separate with this. So people should not let go of that yet. It's still very much in picture. There's no way Tinubu will say, "Oh, I'll pick Ganguje over Kunkoso," as it stands now. So that's why I fought this analysis. They should stop putting Kunkoso and Ganguje on the same pedestal. No, the difference is clear. Ganguje has no electoral position, is not electable, he has no the influence compared to that of Kunkoso is nothing. So their bargaining power is it's not on the same level.
Ganduje has been able to break some the ranks of Konkosia by pulling the governor onto their own side. So all these factors, I think, are what motivate Konkoso to try to seek for a new alliance and what motivated him to go into ADC, because the fact is that ADC now, among all the opposition, is the one that is gaining more popularity among the politicians. So that is why he has to join the bandwagon.
Yes, very, very quickly, because I know we're running out of time. Just based on what you last said, this, the way that ADC is kind of gaining ground, what kind of conversations do you think are being had right now amongst APC leadership, seeing the opposition essentially grow in robustness? What kinds of conversations, or where's their mind right now on the APC side?
You see, openly, they wouldn't show any concern with ADC, but underground, I think they have to, because they know that the policies of the government has angered, annoyed the electorate, and anything can happen. So that is why they have to have, certain worries about or concern about the growing influence of ADC.
Political analyst and lecturer, Professor Kamilu Fage, thank you very much for joining me on Newsday.
Now, the mainstream media and even the obedient content creators missed one thing that happened in Kano. They missed one thing that happened in Kano. And what is that? Three political party went to Kano when Obi first visited Kano during the Salah break, not this Konkoso not the same, not this the camp of Konkoso this past 2 days. No, the first visit that went viral, there were three political parties that were present. But as I said, the obedient content creator missed it, and the mainstream media they refuse to focus on that. During that visit, Obi Obi led ADC, quote unquote. Okay, come on, this. Obi led ADC. Why? I don't know why this shit they come out like this. It's not. I may make mistake. Anyway, Obi led ADC. Saraki and the governor of Oyo, Makinde, were there with the PDP, but NDC, that's what a lot of people missed. NDC was also on ground, led by Saraki. What's be that name? This is Saraki Dixon, or Saraki Dixon, former governor of Bayelsa, which many people are seeing as the alternative party to ADC. Should Obi no get the ticket, which he has come out to pretty much verbally say, come, this is an article house. This is article house. So when you look at it from that angle, as soon as Obi lost the ticket of ADC, they will all move to ADC, NDC. You see the game there? And that's where either El-Rufai or Tambawa will follow Obi to the angle. So the break that is going to happen when the two factions break out from ADC, the other one is going to be NDC. And that's where Obi, I am predicting Obi ticket lies. Then Kwankwaso will now leave. Because Kwankwaso, I don't know what article won't give him. Or what won't promise him. Or maybe he go promise and say, I will step away and you come in. I don't know. I don't know if there's enough leverage on ground, both sides for them to make that bargain. I'm not going to go that. But I strongly believe that in the next couple of days or weeks, there will be a fracas within the ADC, and that's where you will now see the NDC will come out from.
And immediately register.
The residence of Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso on Miller Road in Kano is packed with supporters as members of the Kwankwasia movement gather to show solidarity. Top leaders of the African Democratic Congress, led by National Chairman David Mark, arrived alongside Rauf Aregbesola, Peter Obi, Aminu Tambua, Rotimi Amechi, John Oyegun, and Emeka Ihedioha to formally receive the former governor. Addressing the crowd, David Mark says Kwankwaso's entry would deepen the party's national reach and reinforce its position as a credible opposition force, adding that the party will resist any drift toward a one-party system.
The African Democratic Congress now stands as the rallying point of a new national movement, a movement of inclusion, a movement of competence, a movement of integrity and progress, a movement not powered by coercion, but by ordinary Nigerians determined to reclaim their country. This is a movement whose time has come.
After receiving his membership card, Kwankwaso pledges full commitment to the party's ideas while urging his supporters across the country to join the ADC.
I have collected my membership card, the ADC. And by taking this card, I am advising all of you to go back and immediately register.
Registration don't mean anything.
I am aware that
Right, all you need is your
you,
voter's card. You can register
from
as
the
anything a
celebration,
voter as we want.
you have decided to go and start registration.
Kwankwaso's defection ends weeks of speculation about his political future, marking a significant shift in Nigeria's evolving political landscape. Ayo Adenaye, Arise News Kanu.
Voter registration don't mean anything. You can register as anything and vote as how you want.
Amid growing political
If the rumor that is flying is to be take into consideration as true, that Obasanjo is responsible for the new ticket that I mean, I don't think it's a rumor at this point because Obasanjo worked full time for Obi ticket in 2023. So that's why I believe that last na Tambawa na him go follow Obi run his mate. You people should let me bring this Tambawa's what did they call that here? Colloquium, I mean symposium. Imagine I find birthday, so I don't know get colloquium. Fuck. Yeah, and I remember this birthday. Yeah, that pretty much every Tom, Dick, and Harry was present. Who remember this?
Announcing the celebrant for today.
Let's see what how many months ago? Yeah, 2 months ago.
Please join me in welcoming
This was Tambawa's birthday 2 months ago. And then who the fuck is Tambawa that will put this kind of crowd? If not that something is off their slave, that they are up to no good. If not, father, they are planning something. When was the last time you saw a crowd like this? For say one man it's not in here. It's a senator now, still. And there are more Obasanjo political children here. And if you can see, the members of the ruling party are not well represented. It's a birthday. Somebody should explain it to me. If not that, they are up to no good. They are up to something. They are preparing Tambawa for something. Is either going to be an vice presidential position? I see. And the only person he can depute that is Obi. Abamoro, Abi. This is Senator Abamoro, I think. All right. The crowd that gathered for Tambawa's birthday is something to spend time on. And but there's so many things here. See, Ibukulea Musudem. These are all generals, be member of the military community.
To recognize the presence
Babashiri
of
Lawale.
Dr. Umar Abdullahi Ganduje would like to welcome you, sir. We recognize the presence of distinguished Senator Mohammed Ogoshi Haliru Jika, distinguished Senator Excellency.
Are we going to see Amechi Tambawa together? That would be something else. Amechi Tambawa. Wow. Nah. That doesn't make sense. But Atiku was there. Well, it's not man, Atiku boy. Bastard Jordan. Barry Bay. So there's something that's unusual about this gathering. Said something very unusual.
Our distinguished invitees, please, can you take your seats?
The program
is running live now. That things are done rightly and positively. He's not very extrovertive, but you know he's a great connector. And you know that Aminu is a man you can ask, what can he do? Senator David Mark lectured him very, very well, so he has an idea of what he does. And so we took excuse from his wife and said to her, we'll celebrate our friend and we want the family to be on the same page with us. So I must say that everything we did, all we needed was his nod. And we have brought him here to see how nice it can be to be celebrated for a man that's given so much to a country. I'm sure you know.
What has he given? What the heck has he given to the country other than being a speaker?
Which he dearly loves. You only know Aminu again as a politician, and he's extremely good at what he does. Aminu was a legislative staff, just like me. When he got to the House of Reps in 2003, he was a member, he was deputy chairman, Rules and Business Committee, and before you need, Aminu had done what they needed to do, and Aminu became the minority leader of the House of Reps. At that time, I didn't know how important minority that was. But a very close friend of mine who was in my committee at the time, Kabiru Omar, kept telling me about Tambua. Of course, the 360-member house. I was considered on my Marine Transport Committee. So he said to me, you need to know this, need to know him close. So I got to know him, and I saw he was all over the place. When in 2007, we began to do a few things in the house. Aminu was by Madam Ete consistently. But we said, okay, we have to do a few things. But we knew the man we had to contend with was Aminu. But after that, at that time, he had become, from minority leader to deputy whip of the house. From minority leader on this side to the deputy whip on this side, representing the largest cause of the House of Reps. And from there, that time he was my deputy. Well, today is my boss. President Jonathan, I'm sure he would have loved this part. When the House took a decision as to where to go. Jonathan had other ideas with President Obasanjo, and we told them that we also have some ideas. So to make that idea work, we had to put forward Aminu as Gambuwa. And once we put him forward, the House, with the cooperation of my sister, the House came to one page. And Aminu did what he knows how best to do and became a very, very stable speaker for 4 years. The people of Sokoto wanted him more than we wanted him. And he went to Sokoto on sabbatical. He's back here as a national player. Ladies and gentlemen, we decided for a man that has done so much, the only presiding officer I know, and Governor Murray will attend to that, to have traveled through the 360 federal constituencies, visiting his members while he was speaker in office. Such a man deserves to be celebrated. That is why we had to go the extra mile to celebrate it.
Gentlemen, Mr. Chair.
Please be seated.
Big man.
If I can quote that former governor of Kano State, he's still running after me. And of course, I must especially recognize, and I will be talking a little bit about him, especially recognize the celebrant and his dear wife. Senator Aminu Waziri Tambuwal. Happy birthday and many happy returns. I will just mention Bishop Kuka because he came late. And Bishop Kuka, you should remember this. Rapture. When God has come to take all of us to heaven, if you are not present, we will all leave you behind. You know, this occasion, now, before I talk about this occasion, you don't mind me mentioning my daughter, my first daughter, and if I just introduce her or mention her as my first daughter, I will get a bollocking when I get back home. I must introduce her as my first daughter and my first child, Senator Yabo Obasanjo. Because he said if I just introduce her as my first daughter, they may think that there's a son who is senior to her in the family. I have a nostalgic feeling here. And the thing is that when I came in and I look around and I walk around, it gives me good memories of the past. Good memories of the past. And I feel as if we were playing back the past. Somebody like Senator David Mark Only 3 days ago or thereabout, I was talking to him, and I said, you know, I've known you for a while. When you were a major, and I identified you and singled you out for a difficult task, even as a major. That time, they were colonels, they were generals. I made you the chairman of the Abandoned Properties Committee, and you did a good job of it. Since then, your path has been crossing mine has been crossing yours, until now that I am going old and I have stopped having paths crossing. From what we have heard and from what we have seen of the documentary, and from particularly the points made by your boss and your junior, Governor Emeka Ihedioha, your life has been a monumental life of service. Not only in your community, not only at the political level, but at every level, your life has touched other lives for good. And we thank God for that. You know, the governor, Ihedioha, mentioned, and I must make the point, that when you are going to become Speaker, the then President and myself, as member of the party, didn't quite agree with what you are trying to do. Not because of anything, it's because we felt that if for the first time a woman became the Speaker of the House, we should encourage her to remain as Speaker of the House. But you members thought otherwise, and you took your decision, and we supported your decision. And initially, even you yourself, you were not sure of where we will stand, but we stand with you, and we supported you. One thing that I saw in you and had made me admire you very well, not one thing, two things. One is your humility. I believe that greatness in any human being that does not include humility is greatness that is hollow. Your greatness is not hollow, because your greatness is greatness based on humility. The second thing was
what you have seen and which I have seen. When you were living as the Speaker, you came to me to seek advice what you should do next. And I said to you that having been the Speaker in the House and maybe looking ahead, you should try and do something at the gubernatorial level. I didn't know that you went to another friend of mine to seek the same advice. You went to Amejoda, may his soul rest in peace. And I didn't know, he didn't know, and you asked him to advise you. And he gave you the same piece of advice that I gave you. And you followed it up. You know, they say wise men think alike. Fools too think alike. So, Amejoda and I, without consulting, without knowing, thought alike. And you follow the piece of advice that we separately gave you. And here we are today. For me, I am happy to be here. I am happy to be your colleague in PDP, colleague in the service of Nigeria, and colleague in service of humanity. And I will say at this point, from what I have seen of you, from what I have heard of you, from what I know of you, the sky is the limit. Maybe if I just say the sky is the limit nowadays, because they say sometime in the past, when you are trying to do something that people regard as impossible, they say you are asking for the moon. But now, people have gone to the moon, they have brought us this soil from the moon. So if you ask for the moon now, it's there. The moon is not just the limit. The moon is the beginning. The Mars is the limit. May God continue to be with you.
Please, can we have yet a bigger resounding applause for the former president and distinguished chairman of this occasion, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo.
On his 60th birthday, I knew Tambuwal, one of us became politicians. And as a politician, he has done well. He was a member of the National Assembly, became the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and became a governor, and now a senator. To pass through all this shows that he is appreciated by his people who have been voting for him. When he was a speaker, I was the president. And I know the time he was to be elected speaker, we had some issues. We had disagreement. But one thing I must give to Tambuwal is that the parliamentarians, members of the House of Representatives, believed so much in him, supported him very well. So it shows that he has leadership attributes that are lacking in most of us who are politicians. He's done well. He held the House of Representatives. Within that period, his fellow members, his colleagues, always believed in him. They admired his leadership. And I appreciate that so much. As a president then, I appreciate that so much, even though we used to disagree in some of these areas, but I appreciated the quality of his leadership. So for today, all what I can say is that I wish him well, and I want him to grow from strength to strength. He's been a member of the House of Representatives. He's been a governor. He's a senator. He'll have a lot of opportunities. And he should continue to relate well with his people so that they will continue to believe in him.
Very few words, but full of action.
Aminu Waziri Tambuwal. Our path crossed in the 7th House of Representatives 2011 to 2015 when Right Honorable Aminu Waziri Tambuwal was overwhelming with overwhelming support of the House membership pull a smart one against forces bent on influencing the House on who to choose as our Speaker. The rest of the drama that followed is history. During his tenure as our Speaker, Honorable Tambuwal of the 7th Assembly ensured that all the women were assigned prominent roles and positions of either as chairperson of committees or deputies. We were fully engaged with my humble self serving as the chairperson of Constituency Outreach Committee, even though as a first-time member of the House. After serving as a Speaker and having performed spectacularly well, Right Honorable Aminu Waziri Tambuwal was elected Governor of Sokoto State 2015 to 2023. Excellency Tambuwal's administration in Sokoto State represents a turning point in the history of Sokoto State through deliberate policies, landmark legislation, bold appointments, etc. His government entrenched women inclusion in government, public administration, education, and legal protection. We've just heard in the documentary that for the first time in the history of Sokoto State, the Tambuwal administration appointed 3 women simultaneously as commissioners, and not only that, 4 women as key special advisors. Within the state civil service, the administration significantly elevated women to position as permanent secretaries and director generals across MSs. And at the grassroots level, Right Honorable Waziri Aminu Tambuwal positioned 97 women councillors across the state. This level of inclusion in policy and governance achieved during his tenure, the tenure of Governor Aminu Waziri Tambuwal, have never been done from the creation of Sokoto State till date, period of 50 years. Kudos to you, sir. In conclusion, Mr. President and Chairman of the occasion, let me remind us with what 2 prominent elder statesmen said about Excellency Right Honorable Aminu Waziri Tambuwal. The first one is the chairman himself, President Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, said this to Senator Tambuwal 4 years ago. He said, and I quote, Governor Aminu Tambuwal of Sokoto, as a dynamic, talented, and visionary leader with so many opportunities of doing much at a higher level. The second one was earlier in 2018, President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida IBB said, I am very proud of you. Tambuwal, you belong to a generation that want to keep Nigeria as one. You have a good team.
What are they preparing Tambawa for?
And I have no doubt Nigeria will give you the
That's
opportunity
the
to put
question
your
for the day.
ideas for the
They're
good of the
preparing him for
country.
Obi.
You are a seasoned politician who understands the challenges of the country and has
Obedience
the
will
potential to
focus
fix
on
them.
that ticket more.
I
Obi
will be happy to
Tambawa
leave Nigeria
than
in
Obi
your
Konkoso.
hands. He ended by saying, I will keep monitoring to ensure you do not deviate. At this junction, I would like to say, on behalf of myself, my dear husband, Professor Ahmed Mohamed Modibo, and Nigerian girl child, Your Excellency, Right Honorable Amin Waziri Tambuwal, congratulations and happy 60th birthday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The former Vice President, I've been advised, the former President, I've been advised to skip all protocols. I will stand the established protocol. Amin Waziri Tamba, my boss, congratulations. I want to say that for me, I see him in many lights, some of which have been spoken to, and some of which I would like to speak to. Aminu has been probably the most humble of politicians that I've met in recent times, and his humility is over me. And I'd like to emphasize that point, because I think that humility has taken him to where he has gotten to, and that will take him to greater heights. But Amir is also a strong family man. He's very concerned and has time, even in the midst of everything, for his family and his politics, in spite of his politics. And I appreciate that about him. He's always looking out for his family and his children. But beyond that, I'd like to say that when I call him boss, it's because, for me, Aminu represents a leadership that Nigeria deserves and has not yet had. And I believe that that leadership is ingrained in him. A few of us have spoken, or a few people have spoken to his leadership style. And for me, I admire that very much about him. Even though he's my younger brother, I believe that he has the potential in him because of his commitment to Nigeria to provide much needed direction and leadership. I know that from time to time, when we interact and talk about his life and about his future, Aminu represents what I think is not just the humility which we've spoken to, but represents a commitment to the nation, Nigeria. And his commitment to Nigeria can never be doubted. He's as patriotic a Nigerian as I've ever met. And his patriotism is what takes him around the world and, in fact, Nigeria. As Emeka said, he's as nomadic as you can find. Not for any other purpose, but just the fact that he believes in Nigeria, he believes in this one country, and of course, sometimes that may be good, other times that may be not so good. Your Excellency, sir, Bossman, happy 60th birthday. Thank you.
This resounding applause for an English statesman and an icon.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Discussing Amin Waziri Tambuwal and discovering him with the potential of leadership. If I am not number one, I shouldn't be more than number two. In 2003, when we won election to the House of Representatives, I was seeking the office of the Speaker. Himself, Balana Allah is there, Senator Balana Allah. They came together. Since then, to cut a long story short, we have been working with Aminu Waziri Tambol up to the time he became the leader, minority leader of the opposition. And he knows how it was done, why it was done. Since then, we have been together with Aminu Tambol. Our relationship has grown beyond politics, beyond partisan politics. We have become family friends. He has honored me specifically when his daughter got married in Katsina. In our tradition, when your daughter is getting married somewhere, in that town, you have to identify somebody you trust and make him her guardian. I am the guardian of his daughter who married our son in Katsina. I followed Aminu since that time. I was not surprised when he became Speaker in 2011. You know, we in the House as members, we have a common platform. We know how it was done, the Ogalas and the others, how they schemed and how it was done. Aminu, I will pray for you. Certainly you have a good heart. And you know what I mean. There are certain things are not for this audience. They are not for this audience. But you have a good heart. Keep it up. May Allah, in His infinite mercy, continue to guide you, protect you, and promote you for the good of Nigeria and Nigerians. Assalamu alaikum.
2 minutes of his goodwill remarks. Your Excellency, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. That is you right there.
TV stations.
That's the ticket.
Thank you.
Obi Tambawa.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, the celebrants, and the Senate President, let me stand on all due and existing protocols. Mine is a very simple one, just to wish my dear junior brother a big and sincere congratulations for joining this age. This is an age you cannot afford. You cannot afford, but to always do the right thing. I know it's 2 minutes. I'll just give mine in 2 minutes. When I had a partner who was 60 years old, and I was 40, and I advised him how to invest his money to be able to make more money, because he was earning 2% in the UK, and I told him where to earn 10%. He said to me, Peter, the normal life of a human being is 80. When you reach 60, you don't take risk again. It's time to reconcile with your enemies, do the right thing, because you don't have room to make amends. Haven't known Tambawal, haven't seen this unity, and what can do for development is a man I can tell that is committed to the unity of this country, to building consensus that we need for national development, for justice, and always preaching it. And I wish you well, and I urge all of us to always continue to remember him in our prayers. Thank you, and God bless you. Change the glasses.
There will be plenty of time to talk about him when the tickets come together.
Thank you very much, Eugenia. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol, but I need to acknowledge the celebrant and his wife, and also the women constituency in the hall. You are all welcome. Today, we celebrate a remarkable milestone, and that is the 60th birthday celebration of Senator Aminu Waziri Tambuwal. As we honor him today, we acknowledge his vision, resilience, and commitment to public service, which is what everybody has been, talking about. As a former Speaker of the House of Representatives, he exemplifies excellence in leadership, bridging diverse communities, and fostering unity amongst all the people he comes across. His legacy has continued to inspire many of our colleagues and even upcoming youths in Nigeria who are also planning to serve, within the political space. Senator Tambuwal is a detribalized Nigerian, and because of this, he has continued to keep and maintain quality relationship with people from all regions of the country. He has no bias for ethnicity or religious beliefs. You can see him in church, you see him in the mosque. I've never seen him in any Babalawo events, but when you're talking of Muslim and Christian, he's always there. Senator Tambuwal is a family man. Right from when we were in the house, I visit his wife a lot, and I see the way he, deals with his family. He does not joke with his children at all, and you heard that from the son when he was speaking. Finally, because we're given 2 minutes, everybody has come up here to talk about how people in the house manipulated or went against the government during the speaker. One thing that surprises me is that people keep talking about this event. Only what God wills comes to pass. And I've said this so many times.
Let me join to congratulate my dear friend, former governor, former speaker, and my comrade, Aminu Tambuwal, the occasion of your 60th birthday. I realize you are such a young man. And may God continue to bless you and bless your wife. When I listen to everything, there is one thing I think nobody has mentioned. That no matter what anybody will say, you are also a radical in your own right. I witnessed on national television, then Speaker Tambuwal, when the police block access to the chambers, you as a colleague determined to do what you had to do. You scale the wall so that your intention cannot be aborted by the forces of state. That shows courage, that shows militancy, that shows determination. The other point that has been very well made is that the way you manage the House of Representatives at that time, when the leadership turnover was so huge, and you had a diverse house with people with different political parties, and yet you managed it so skillfully that we didn't hear of attempt to impeach Tambuwal. That shows skill, that shows large heart, that shows capacity in leadership to translate into action the diversity of Nigeria as represented in the most populous parliament in Africa, which the House of Representatives represent. The last one, sir, is a personal one. When they speak to your humility, I said, even me as a worker, Mr. Speaker, then, I lost my wife 3 days after you had become a speaker. And I was shocked that the speaker, number 5 or number 4, came to the house of the worker to commiserate with me over the passage of my wife. I don't know how many people will do that. May the good Lord grant you long life, prosperity. But you know there is a matter we were discussing when I was national chairman. We haven't finished it. We must finish it. Otherwise, the matter will go to Alikali court. Thank you very much. Sorry, sir.
Applause one more time for distinguished Senator David Alejandro Benaventure Mac, National Chairman ABC and President of the 6th and 7th Senate. Your Excellency, sir.
Your Excellency, sir, my boss, the former President General Olusegun Obasanjo, my son, celebrant, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Aminu Waziri Tambuwa is a very trusting person. I'll make just one confession and that will end my own statement here. When Aminu and Emeka were struggling to become Speaker and Deputy Speaker, they came to me and they said, sir, whether you like it or not, you are adopting us as your sons. PDP was a very united party, and I was already the president of the Senate. And they said, we were confiding in you that whether the president and his team want us to be Speaker and Deputy Speaker or not, we will be, and you will sponsor us. So I said to myself, how can these two young men put an old man like me in this type of position? Now here is loyalty between Aminu Tambuwa and his team and PDP as a party. And they were briefing me on occasion. They will come to me, they say, want to brief you, sir. I say, I'm going to play golf. Say, no. Well, whether you are going to play golf or not, we still brief you. We want you to sponsor us. I said, so, say, well, encourage us, as it were. So the night before the election, they came to me and they said, well, this is what we're going to do. But before that time, Dr. Bello was chairman of PDP. We were in a meeting, and President Jonathan said, where is Tambuwa? So Bello said, Senate President, go and get him. So I said to Bello, he's from your constituency. What is my own? I'm from Benue. He said, well, they are the one who knows how to locate them, and they are the one controlling them. Well, sir, for once, I disobeyed you, sir. Mr. President, I'm making that confession. And to tell you, Aminu is a very trusting person. For me, he's my son who is celebrating his 60th birthday. I wish you a blessed 60th birthday, and I wish you God's guidance and protection. Thank you.
No, take it away. Yeah. Your Excellency, my president and former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, Your Excellency, the former Senate president, and also the chairman.
Tunanja.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry, you couldn't hear me. Yeah, hi. Thank you for hosting this one. What's going on in this one where they are talking about Obasanjo and all?
No, this is Tambawa's 60th birthday that is celebrated 2 months ago. And I was wondering why Tambawa birthday we pretty much bring everyone who are always in Nigeria out aside the people in government. So I'm just trying to put one or two together. I think they are preparing him for something. And if that is the case, what could possibly be? Maybe Nai go run with Obi in case the Kwankwaso plot didn't work out.
If Kwankwaso has joined ADC and Tamboa is endorsed by, if Tamboa is going to run, then Atiku will bless the ticket. If that happens, this is one of the worst outcome again for the current. But remember, though, I came one of the reasons why I came here also. It kind of remind you that how many weeks ago or so, I was telling you that this was possible. No, a few months ago, you were saying, "Oh no, that Kwankwaso is going to go to APC," and all the rest. You were telling me he's going to go to APC. That Tinubu is already. I'm like, this could happen. It's not like impossible for it to happen. And the fact that it's as a matter of fact, it seems to be even happening more than I expected. You always saying, "No, I think he's going to run. I think he's going to."
Hold on. So never celebrate now. Time never reach. Why are you celebrating as if this gathering you are seeing, this AC? Hold on. Before you begin to celebrate, just know that this ADC gathering, they will go their separate way within the next couple of days or week. Now only one person will get the ticket now. So what happened to the rest?
The rest, you see, it depends on how strongly they feel about Tinubu. That's my point. I'm beginning to feel they feel very strongly against Tinubu because that is what is motivating them.
Yeah, but I don't see that.
How is it Kwankwaso and Peter Obi will come together? If Obi is going forward and Kwankwaso is willing to follow like Tinubu.
Can I ask you one question? What is the problem between Kwankwaso and his governor?
I'm not exactly sure actually what their issue is. No. What is it?
Exactly. So that should tell you that in the movement is a go and secure that space for me first. There's no way Kwankwaso and Kwankwaso will lose Kano.
That's irrelevant about the governor. Kwankwaso will never lose Kano now.
Is he relevant?
That's my point.
What do you mean we never lose Kano?
The governor is irrelevant. No, I said if Kwankwaso
what do you mean?
Kano will never be lost. Yeah, if Kwankwaso is, let's say,
he will never fall.
The VP to Peter Obi, consider Kano lost by APC. Consider Kano lost to APC.
You are your question. You are. See, that's when I say don't celebrate it. Eh? Now look at another possibility. What if the Obi Kwankwaso ticket did not succeed?
Obi Kwankwaso ticket did not succeed. Then is Tamboa or an Obi?
No. When I mean succeed, if they go into the competition and they lost.
Okay. If they lose now. That isn't that.
That's okay. No. Now you see the problem there. You are seeing that ticket from one angle, from Obi angle. The question is that what are you giving Kwankwaso in return? Because Kwankwaso ambition is 2031. What are you going to give him?
Kwankwaso being part of the ticket is already put him on the map again as a national figure.
Being on the map is not. The question is that can you sustain the obedience that it is right?
Point. Listen to me.
No, without Obi on the ticket in 2031, can you still mobilize the same force to support Kwankwaso?
Yes.
No, you can't.
Can't see. Let me explain what I'm describing. Because Kwankwaso is part of the ticket, let's say as VP for Peter Obi, the Southeasterners will see him. They will now know him. That this man was willing to be VP for our guy. Just like black people were willing to give Joe Biden the benefit of that because he was VP to Obama. And I believe the Southeast will vote for, except there's a Southeasterner on the ticket, the Southeasterners will vote for Kwankwaso whenever he runs.
Again. See, okay, now you are not. I like the way you are saying it. Now, look at you now have to factor in who are going to be the potential opposition.
To Kwankwaso or
yes, Kwankwaso in 2031 now.
Okay, see,
from what you are saying,
I don't want to go that far.
But that's what they are talking. It's not, this permutation is not about 2027 now.
Oh, no. This permutation is about 2027. If you are thinking that it's not, then you are mistaken. Be careful.
Okay, but that is
Elections
because you still
come
believe,
in a month.
you still believe that this opposition will be together within the next 1 or 2 months.
See, I'm not guaranteeing that because their behavior
Then if you
before
are
now.
not guaranteeing that, how do you
Hold
think
on,
Tinubu
calm
is
down
going
now,
to lose?
calm down. Let me finish what I'm saying. Their behavior
Okay.
before now, I'm lending credence to what you are saying, is not very encouraging, their behavior before now. But their behavior in the last 2 weeks is showing a level of clarity and desperation in their eyes, that in the sense that they are beginning to realize that people are even abusing them. Maybe they are beginning to sense that people are insulting them and saying that they are the problem in the country because they are not behaving like opposition. They are not even
No. Now, if it is you that is saying it like that, that's because you are not following their timetable. That's why
This is why I'm saying that. Think about it now. For me, Kwankwaso and P2B have been far apart for a very, very long time. The fact that they chose to now come together tells you that they are feeling something, not just by their own volition. They are feeling something is pushing them together.
Yeah, but you are not going to go by what you are saying. You have to go by the realistic of it. What is the real realistic of these people coming together? And I'm asking you, what Konkoso stand to gain? It's not going to contribute to what he wants. Because Konkoso have to put himself in a position whereby he is going to be considered as a consensus candidate. You keep forgetting how the North will arrive at their candidate. It's by consensus.
I think if Kwankwaso runs with P2B, I think he's almost guaranteed to win 2031. If he runs with P2B,
that is because that is if they run, if the whole opposition are together on that ticket.
That's what I mean. Because sometimes when you run with somebody, people will feel like you are nice to the person sometimes. But if he runs with P2B, good fight for P2B, the South is completely his own to take. And
hold on first. Hold on to Nigeria. Before you begin bringing the people's vote into it, are you saying that based on the fact that every other opposition candidate will back up the tickets? Is that what you are putting that on? Yes.
From what I'm gathering right now, PDP is already joining APC. So that is done. So if that is the case, Kwankwaso and P2B with Atiku's blessing will be the most formidable because 3 of them put together won, I think, about 40 million votes. They are the most formidable challenge.
I agree with you that they will have a competitive, they will compete fairly if Atiku decided not to run, because I am not taking Atiku out of the equation. I'm not taking him out.
The way what you are hearing about Tamboa now, the movement on the Kwankwaso end is beginning to give me the impression that it's not entirely, you shouldn't see it as a shock if Atiku decides to back off. I won't be too shocked now because the signs are beginning to show now.
No, they're not the shock person. You have to be able to paint the realistic of that happening. Why would the guy drop out?
Atiku is a very, very stubborn presidential candidate. He never gives up.
So
the signs are pointing in the right direction. Look at, we're talking about Tamboa. Tamboa is one of the people that is a loyalist to Atiku, isn't it? So if Tamboa is being celebrated right now, it's a sign that maybe, just maybe, they are all going to align to the signs. The noise you are hearing from ADC is towards P2B. Otherwise, you think Atiku would like this sort of noise to be happening if he really wanted a ticket? And they're going to
Atiku, Atiku game. Atiku na veteran. That's why I say you have to be able to follow their timetable, right? Until next month be the primaries. Until that time comes.
I don't get the feeling that he wants to. I don't. Maybe you're right. But I don't get the feeling that he truly wants to. Because
you don't expect him to be making us like every other person. He's too experienced. This has been his career. It's like 30 years experience running for presidency. You don't expect him to be running around like every other person.
But
he knows where he's.
See, if you look at the way the image of the party is being portrayed for the last 2 weeks, and you don't see him coming out to try to break the momentum in any way.
He doesn't need to. His running mate is there. Amechi is there doing it.
I agree. Amechi is there. But it's a problem. It's going to be a problem for him towards the end, he comes and just breaks this thing and everybody will see clearly that because he has the machine of the party.
Yeah, but that has been his game now. That has been his game. So if you pull it off, it's up to you to work against that. But another thing I want you to factor into the permutation is the new political party that was flaunted in Bayelsa. Because if you pay attention to the visit of Obi to Kanu, not this Konkozo Johnny ADC, the first visit that went viral. If you remember, during the Salah, there were 3 political parties that were together at that day, but people did not pay attention. There is Obi, who led the ADC gang. There is Makinde, who led the PDP gang. And there is Saraki Dixon, who led the NMPP. That is rumored to be the alternative party, right? Should Atiku refuse to step down and he got the ADC ticket, they will all go. Obi will now go to NDC. That is the new party that was registered in Bayelsa. So that's why I said, now, if that is the case, you see why Konkoso should not be only obedient projection. They should project Tambawa, and they should pay attention to Tambawa, Ango, and El-Rufai. Because Obasanjo is still at the background doing all these things. So Obasanjo has more power in all these guys than Atiku.
From what you are saying, I actually think that P2B and Kwankwaso tickets could force Atiku to think twice. I get a feeling if anything is going to force Atiku to think twice about his running, because he will know there's no way he's going to win the election. He will be stupid to even go in.
That's what I thought.
He's going to make sure that P2B doesn't win, but Tinubu will win the election. If Atiku goes into the election and P2B and Kwankwaso goes into the election, Tinubu is likely to win.
My grand conspiracy theory is that the goal for the northern big wig is to kill Obi presidential ambition, even before 2031 comes.
I think you're overthinking it. If anything, right now,
okay.
I think you're overthinking it, because if you look at the way Federer reacted to Obi's presidency, you will see that I actually think, and I actually believe that the Northerners are even fairer people. We don't like to believe that, but they're actually a fairer people than even the Southwest. If you look at what they did with Tinubu, it's because they want to be fair. That's why they did it. Even El-Rufai came out and said it. So they are not entirely stupid. When they look at P2B, they know that this guy is not there to ruffle their feather. That's not what P2B is.
But that's not the point, though. You are, because that's why I say you have to look beyond 2027. Peter Obi at this point, right? Come in, say, okay, the North, we support him over Tinubu. It's a more higher risk to take, because the guarantee, yes, Obi come as a good do 4 years, right? Let's even put it in that perspective. Say, okay, Obi will come and win. That's a higher risk to take.
I think you're overthinking that part. I think that part of it, if you look at the way Nigerians behave in politics, it doesn't always carry. People, you think people to overthink these things? They don't overthink it.
It's not about people. I don't see it from the people's angle. I don't care about the people. The people don't count. I'm talking about people that want power, the real players angle. What do you concern me at the people?
Those who wanted power when Jonathan was in office, they should never have even come close to allowing Jonathan to win this thing at all. Yeah, Jonathan got enough votes in the North to be able to win.
Yeah, but no, he had. That is because they believe he's going to do 1 term. Again, they still the arrangement. They believe he's going to do 1 term, and at the tail end,
but they shouldn't have voted for him. See, hold on. No, don't. You are saying that they wanted power. They should not have voted for him even in the first time he ran by himself, because it was their turn. Remember?
Hold on now. Hold on. You are rushing it, right? He was a sitting president during the first time that he ran.
Yes,
he was a sitting president.
It wasn't his turn to be a president. It wasn't his turn to out. They should not have voted him once at all.
It is not about his turn. The momentum. If you look at the crisis, what happened before they even allowed him to take over as a president, it was a fight between the North and the South.
That's my point. What that tells you is that they are not very rigid.
Hold on now. No, they were. It took the whole country coming out. before they agreed to even Goodluck to come into power. Now that popularity, it's not just 2 years now. It was 2 years to the next election. The popularity is already there. There's no game the North is going to play that will defeat that popularity of Goodluck Jonathan. Because they cost it. They make him popular.
Making my point. The popularity of
Hold on now.
and P2B is already there.
But the problem came when Goodluck Jonathan refused to say he's not going to run again for the third time and second time. That's where the problem is. They say, come.
And that was very, very bad behavior.
Exactly. So you think the Northern, that's why I said Obi chance is a very higher risk based on that. What just happened yesterday, right?
Okay. I hear what you mean.
So it is
also saying, I hear what you are saying in terms of the elites, but I'm also saying that the way these things tend to work out is not necessarily that way in reality. Like you said, there was an anomaly that happened and Jonathan betrayed them, but they don't think like that. The way this works is about
who doesn't think like that?
Remember, because the way the equation works is in reality is one, they don't like Tinubu as much. Secondly, they may not trust P2B that much, but they like Kwakwaso and they know P2B could win. Because, like you said, you may be right. You may be right that they're calculating that they'll be looking at 2031, 31, I mean. But in reality, they'll also be looking at maybe by 2031, this Tinubu guy would have destroyed them completely.
That's not. Hold on. You are worried about performance, right? Which I understand as being
also the fact that Tinubu could destroy all their power.
Hold on now. If we destroy them, finish, they will come the following election, Abi. That's not the problem.
It doesn't mean that they will come. There's no guarantee because the parties choose presidential candidate differently. It doesn't mean they will just
hold on now. To Nigeria. Again, hold on. Again, you know, we are just building, theories here, right? Until after the primaries, right? Yeah. Before we can start talking about the possibility of this ticket winning or not, right? Mm-hmm. So that's why I say we should counterfeit, because you have to. This is when you start forget the general feeling of the people, because the people don't really have. They are not in position to vote for primary election. Who choose the presidency? That's why I always say that presidency is by selection, right? So forget about the mood of the people now, because they are bargaining within themselves. The people are easily to bring along, right? Just carry Two-Face and Davido and Whiskey full street for 2 weeks. Everybody will begin happy, right? that's a different case. So, but you have to now look at it from individual angle. Kwankwaso is not there's no possibility Kwankwaso can become president in 2027. It's not going to happen, right? Hold on. So
vice president.
Good. So what he wants is to be in a position to be able to be considered come 2031 by his people as a consensus candidate. That is where he wants to put himself. That is his own goal. Wherever that place is going to come from, that is where it's going to go. The same thing with
doesn't necessarily follow. Okay.
Hold on. I'm just saying the same thing with El-Rufai, the same thing with Tambawa, the same thing with all the 19 governors. Because we don't talk about those people, right? And I include Atiku there too, because I see him running again in 2031. So
hold on. See, on the scenario you should be trying to paint, because in my mind, I try to be optimistic that Kwankwaso, P2B, let's say they make it into defeating Tinubu. And I actually believe that the only way they can defeat Tinubu successfully is if Atiku falls in line. If Atiku doesn't fall in line, they all lose to Tinubu. But if he does, like as it stands right now, Tinubu stands 70% chance that he's going to win the election. Easy. But if the moment Atiku, one day, you see Atiku on the news, says he's backing and know that, I will tell you this, know that Tinubu is in big trouble, and he will know that too.
No, that is a formidable ticket. If these people can be on one side, nobody will doubt that. Nobody will doubt you, right? If they can be on one side.
Let me play it out. Let's say P2B betrayed them and still run for 2 terms. Kwankwaso is still the VP. If they did well, Kwankwaso will go on to be the president easily. Because
No, they know. You see, this is why
if they do
if
well,
Obi betray them, they no go win. That's the problem.
Nigerians don't care if you are performing well.
Why are you worried about Nigerians?
I'm telling you that from the point of view of Nigerians, you have to understand that the people that you are talking about, those power brokers, they will see that the power will come to them too. It will come.
I don't worry about Nigerians. Nigerians are too poor. This is a 2023 Financial Times rates Nigerian presidency to be $2 billion raise. $2 billion. You are thinking about Nigerians. Forget Nigerians first.
That's why I said so I'm telling you, Tinubu is in big trouble. He's in big trouble. How Tinubu cannot even campaign? He can't even campaign. But helping to campaign is this in the wiki, because even Shetima can't campaign. They are done.
I agree. See what you are saying. It's a scenario. I know if it happened like that, of course we have a fight at hand. But
it's funny,
for me,
because the way we are talking right now is very funny, because 2 months ago or so when we had this conversation, you were like, ah.
No, I am saying no. Hold on. Hold on now. Don't be. Hold on. Don't get carried away. I am my position have not shifted until after the primaries. If you look at the poster I put, it's still Tinubu Kwankwaso on one side, Atiku Amechi on one side, and Obi or El-Rufai or Tamba on one side. That's my ticket until otherwise. So my position has not changed.
Obi and who? On your ticket,
Obi with Tambawa or with El-Rufai. One of these people will be on this ticket. That's what that's my calculation.
Now, then did you say Atiku and Amechi?
Amechi, yes, that's the ticket. I never doubt that.
They're not going to fight each other. You see, what you are saying, there's a contradiction. Even the video you are playing right now shows the contradiction. Tambowa, even if I don't know Tambowa, I hardly know Nigerian politics. But one thing I remember about Tambowa is he was the one that ensured that Atiku won the last presidential
Hold
ticket.
on now. Yes, but
so
yeah, but what was
running opposite this guy?
What was the? Hold on now. You see, that's another thing. If you are using 2023 calculation, this you missed it. Nigeria don't change. What was the calculation?
Not much.
What was it? No, Ibado. Guy, we were
people that are on the same side are now against themselves. No, not
my
that
guy.
much.
That's why I say, all these things, leave all this one at theatrics. Forget until after each primaries.
No, another position I will make to you here.
Oh God.
You will never see Amechi and Atiku against Tambowa ticket and P2B. Maybe against El-Rufai and P2B, but not against. See, these two candidates. Do you remember?
Hold on now.
Hold on. P2B was a VP of Atiku. Tambowa was a great supporter of Atiku, and he will go against them. No, I don't see that.
Hold on now. Again, you don't understand. That's why I said you have to be able to picture 2031. Obi no deputize Atiku 2019. The following year, they no become rivalry. They no contest against each other.
I think you are looking too far. You think politicians look that far?
Yes, hold on now. You know what I'm looking. Hold on. I am looking too far. I am looking too far because of the elephant in the room. The idea of turn by turn, I have not put that out of my permutation. It's still on the table.
Don't think like that. Politicians don't think like that. The way they
think is survival. The turn by turn is me and you agreement. No be the agreement.
No.
It's not between me and you.
Turn by turn. Oh no. See, if it was
hold
turn
on
by turn,
now,
Anibuma would be president right now. It's not that kind of turn by turn that you are thinking.
The turn by turn is between north and south.
Yes,
north and south, exactly.
To a southeasterner, even in PDP, they knew that, and yet they gave it to Atiku. They broke it. I'm telling
you are not. Hold on now. I'm not saying it is cast in stone. It is that. It's not cast in stone. I am only telling you that you have to all these individuals they are mentioning, right? Now they see now 2027. They look beyond that because now only one person will be president 2027. Then what next?
See, your thing is you are not understanding. You understand politics to an extent, but you are not understanding the real-time behavior of politicians. The real-time behavior of politicians is that they don't want one person to become too strong to prevent their future from emerging. If they fear Tinubu is going to be too powerful to ensure that them running in 2031 is going to totally be destroyed, they're
hold
going to
on
stop
now.
him now instead. They're going to stop him now instead.
Tinubu power stop immediately he win again. Nobody listen to him again after he win.
No, it doesn't stop.
I know. Now the problem why they tell you be
You're
that.
not understanding. You're not understanding
So
me.
if
This is how
Tinubu, hold on
presidents
now,
work.
hold on. If Tinubu win 2027, who won't listen to them again among the politicians? Why you won't listen to them?
No. It's not about then. It's about now what he's already got under his belt. He's already got a lot of governance. He's already got a lot of structure under his belt. What do you think
influenced that? Because that's another side I don't think you are factoring into the conversation.
Because
When I say
the power he's got of the state, from ability to prosecute, from ability to control the court, all those things, and not to mention
no. Okay. You okay? When I say Nigeria don't change from 2023 to 20 for now, I mean it literally. Waiting happened between. Hold on now. Let me tell you. Waiting happened between 2023 and now. Nigeria has been classified as a country of concern. Bombs were dropped from outside that. Hold on. Now you know they understand the men that actually. Now when they say people know they.
It didn't change the way politicians think that if they fear that Tinubu will become too powerful for them to be able to stop that Tinubu's guy is going to go and win. They are not going to let that happen. They are going to find a way to stop it because they fear that Tinubu is becoming too powerful.
To Nigeria, this is a competition. It is not about waiting you. Hold on now.
If I was the one, that's how I'm going to react. That's why I know. If I was the one, that's how I'm going to react.
Do you think the Tinubu is not thinking? Now only the opposition they think.
That's
it's a competition.
Point, you are behaving as if the opposition is not thinking. That's what I'm telling you.
Hold on now. Hold on. I am trying to tell you one extra factor that is underpinning this migration under one umbrella. It is not because Tinubu is genius. It is not because he's bribing them. It is not because he's blackmailing them. I am telling you, the Nigerian, the thinking conscious of this country, for the very first time in their life, they are seeing real threats. The United States of America is no longer using soft power, now hard power. And you think that doesn't have an effect on the way they think? Then, man, you don't understand the country you call your own.
Tinubu has already said before he came into
office. It has nothing to do with Tinubu.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay. Go ahead.
You know that they are all linked, of course. If anybody is aware of foreign interests,
Christian genocide, the lobby in America. Do you think they will not have a candidate?
It started before that. Ahead. Tinubu's acquisition of power started before that. He used to say that Buhari didn't know how to wield power. So the moment he got into office, one of the first things he saw after a while was what he did to Fubara. And remember, the moment he did that to Fubara, within weeks, how many governors defected to APC? When I went to Nigeria, I spoke to somebody that is involved in government, like local government and all those things. He said the only reason why, and many of them have testified to it, you know it, the only reason why they joined the party is because they fear that they're going to be prosecuted or they're going to be frustrated into
I don't know why you the reason along which they tell you on TV. Leave this man.
Oh my God.
Prosecute who? You already prosecuted.
They will be dragged. They will be frustrated when they are in office because Tinubu has captured all those institutions.
The only forget prosecution. We're only prosecuted if you step on toes. It doesn't matter which party you belong. Once you step on the big toes, you'll be prosecuted.
If you don't join his clan, you have stepped on his toe. That's his own attitude. If you don't join his clan, you step on his toes.
To Nigeria. That's why I say you need to see.
I'm telling you from the horse's mouth, and you are telling me that you know better. I'm telling you from somebody that is involved in government, and this guy is not just like another person that is involved within government. He's actually the kind of person that is in government, but he's not just an ordinary person involved in government. He knows how the system works. Because everything I've seen this guy do in life, he always knows how to survive the system.
There is nothing that Tinubu. Hold on. There is nothing that Tinubu is doing that every successful president from Obasanjo did not do. I don't know why when they shout.
No, but Tinubu's one is the most kind of.
I am telling you other factor that is hold on now.
No, Obasanjo had opposition.
I am telling you other factor that is responsible for the migration you are seeing under one party.
No, but the migration, hold on. That is not accurate. Most of the migration occurred before these factors started showing. That's something you are not taking on board. Most of the migration occurred before Trump said what he said.
Trump, see, that when Trump says something, that is when me and you get to know of it. Abi, do you understand when the negotiation has been going on background between these people? It is when the negotiation failed that Trump reacted. That's why I say, see, you need to able to go to the background
I knew already from when
so
Tinubu
why
was spending so much time in France, when he was spending so much time in the UK, when you hear about them canoodling with the Israelis and all that, the moment you start working with the Israelis, one thing you have to know is that surveillance is on everybody. They are monitoring everybody.
what
And
do you mean working with Israeli? See, to Nigeria, just what he
hold
first.
on.
See,
The moment you can see the
Mm.
fingerprint of these people whenever you see when they start operating, because that's how all the dictators in Africa stay in office.
They
When
have been operating in
they started
Nigeria.
operating
Hold
like that.
on now, hold on. They've been operating in Nigeria. It's just that as the world they change, some people they lose, some people they gain, and that's what you are seeing playing out. Israeli has been in Nigeria since 1960. I don't know why when they say Israeli. They've been handling our security surveillance since surveillance beginning in this
Northern
country.
leaders are not always very comfortable with them. Northern leaders are not always very comfortable with them, but Southern leaders are fine with them.
That is where I see a company they change now. When that's why I say company changes. When this president come, in go one bring company where go they favor to and come. So that doesn't mean that the Israeli just this is the first time dealing with Nigeria. So you guys they read everything to the surface.
If you look at the way Tinubu is he's behaving like somebody that doesn't care. And if you look at the way he's acting, he went for the southern state governors first. And if you look at the trip he went to the UK, barely
But
anything
that
for any other
no,
part of the country other than
if you are a sitting, hold on now. If you are a president under the way this system operates, you will do the same thing. I don't understand why
What
one
are
are the same.
you talking about? I won't do the same thing. What are you talking about? I'm not like them.
It's not even up to you. See, that's another thing. It is not up to you because
Why
we
would I
always
get
see the.
why would I go and sit in that chair if it's not going to be up to me? I'm not going to sit in that chair if it's not up to me now. What is the point? You're useless. Why do you sit on a chair when you don't you might as well be a dead body?
Do you guys understand how party politics work?
Actually, I do. I
So
actually do understand how it works. Some presidents are powerful while others are not. It's just how it works.
show me one president that is powerful and one that is not, and I will tell you the reason.
The first George Bush was a powerful president.
Okay, the America I did okay.
Yeah, if you look at that in Nigeria, of course, Obasanjo was quite powerful as a president.
Why did they see Obasanjo as a powerful president as at that time?
Compared to the others, because he was a former military guy.
No, because before that time the country was closed to a lot of international players. So one of the agreement is that as soon as we hand over to the democratically elected president, everything will come into play. So people seems to forget the way the country were 1998 and 1999. They are two different things. So Obasanjo, because the country was open to the rest of the world, they break into their fold, they gotta and go UN. You know how they do now, gotta and go UN, gotta and this. So everybody begins to see it's powerful, but people fail to ask question, at what cost?
No, okay, it's power. But
so those are not power.
Hold on. I think you are mistaken. The power I meant has nothing to do with international recognition. The way he wielded it within the country is what I'm talking about. Yes,
we are saying the same thing. Where he has that much influence because they see it came at the time where the whole country is open. And that is why it was even at that.
Like that. You see,
even at that, hold on. Even at that,
like that, then
he manipulated.
Who needed them? That's when.
Hold on. Even at that, he used carrots more than Tinubu is doing. That time, if you know join PDP, you will come out. Go and ask the Obi them. Go ask Anambra State people. Now only Tinubu. In fact, during election, he relocated from Abuja to come and live in Lagos because they wanted to flip Lagos. Obasanjo was worse. You know how many Senate president the guy carry come out just because you know to his line?
See, Obasanjo was worse. You have to remember the context. Obasanjo was worse after Abacha and after
exactly. So the country they changed.
When Nigeria has not had Jonathan that was very civil, or even Buhari that was relatively civil. So
exactly
to
my
see what
point.
Tinubu is doing now, people feel like, okay, this guy's wielding a lot of power, and the Northerners don't like it. I'm telling you, many Northerners, if they
Two
if they
Naija,
have
two
one on
Naija, two Naija, two
another one
Naija, two
again, then they are
Naija,
going to
two
applaud
Naija,
him
two
heavily.
Naija, two Naija, two Naija.
They really don't like it.
For the sake of conversation, fuck the Northerners. They had their 8 years. What if you say the Northern no like it, they no
They
like
don't
it? What
care.
choice do
It
they
doesn't
have?
matter. See, that doesn't
Exactly.
matter. When they vote,
Hold on.
that's my point.
Hold
When they are
on.
voting for a Southeasterner, you'll be there saying they have their 8 years. They don't care. They are not voting for a Northerner. They are voting for a Southeasterner.
Hold on. To Naija, they no get choice. They have to deal with it. It doesn't matter how Tinubu run now in turn. That's how they started it. May they no vote for her now. He's in power now and see what is going to happen. They talk as if say you were not here 8 years for the last 8 years. When them they run things. Now they are Yoruba. It's all boiled down to it's a winner take all game. It's, if I become president today, I will move Asu Korokomososo if they allow me. That's the game we play. It's not doing anything different. It's just doing it. It's just that everything is happening in real time, right? And because you are paying more attention now than the way we pay attention 5 years ago or 10 years ago, that's why we the city say, nothing the man is doing that is strange. As far as I'm concerned, when it comes to people that came before him. In fact, why do you think we always insult Good Luck as a weak president? He has the opportunity to also do the same thing, but because he's a JJC, it's not from the street. When I mean the street, politically, it's not from the street. You don't know how power they work. They just give them so that they will use them. So Tinubu is not that kind of person. He's using power. It is because those that came before him did it.
Okay, one thing for sure is that the moment I saw that video with P2B and Kwakwanso, most people just before then had resigned their faith that most people have resigned their faith that Tinubu was going to be elected.
Most people resign after 2023. So why are we going to listen to most people?
I actually think that even within obedience circle, in the last 1 month or two, many of them were becoming resigned to it. And
that is why I said you are not following the timetable.
What I'm saying now, I always said, even when we're having that conversation, that politics is a very fickle thing. That we didn't know that P2B was going to run the last time too when he got 16.
No. See, that's where I get you wrong. You didn't know. No, they thought that we did it. Not everybody. Now, when I say go run.
Even when P2B got into the race, you were one of those people that were saying, it's a joke. He's not going to be nobody.
When was that? Wait, are you talking about? Hold on. Are you talking about 2027? I mean 2023. Which one are you talking about?
2023. You thought?
No, 2023. I say no. Yeah, at the beginning, I say no go get any. At most, you go get to the million.
I'm the only person, even including one man. I'm the only person that said keep saying that because what I noticed is that people don't want this in article that is P2B that they are going to go for. People were saying it's a joke. I said no.
No, but who did I support first?
I think I'm not.
I supported Konko, so I wasn't because I resigned. Said it is either going to be between Tinubu or Atiku because those are the established politicians. That's why I did not factor Obi in, right? So exactly. I didn't go with all those two guys. I know.
The moment he left,
so I said Konkoso will be likely. We are working towards 2031. That was why I chose Konkoso. I wasn't choosing Konkoso because he's going to win 2023. I know it's not going to happen, but I have to sell him like that.
See, the dynamics is very simple. As a matter of fact, if you can even argue that in the last election, maybe Tinubu actually won it legitimately, even without rigging. He probably won the election legitimately.
Now, I'm not saying
that. No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
no. When I say I'm talking about the obedience in general.
I'm looking at it from the point of view of dynamics. If you are looking from the point of view of dynamics, you can argue that he won it because how can an opposition party split into four and win? That is crazy. You can't, especially when you split the vote quite significantly. You can't win. So
yes, again, this momentum we are seeing. Don't forget. This momentum we see in like 2023 too. You forget when Obi went to Port Harcourt and Wike. It was Obi. Wike, forget. It was huge. But what happened days after? So that's why I say everybody should calm down. All this not just this not just momentum. Everybody try to make statement. Everybody bargain. These are bargaining moves.
We'll see. This is a very, very, for me, this is most formidable ticket. If let's say something like Atiku endorses this type of ticket, oh my God, hey God.
Now we believe it Obi no go run again after he don't lose out. I think we no worry. So listen to us when we
I
tell
started
that.
giving up Peter B. I started giving up in the last 2
Why would
weeks.
you give us somebody that has 6 million in Nigeria? You can't do that.
No. I started giving up because I felt like, okay, the opposition is not serious. They are not serious. But the moment I saw him with Kwakwaso, and not just seeing him with Kwakwaso, then Kwakwaso too seems to be responding to it. That's why I said, okay, this is looks like this.
Because Konkoso, if you have to see at the end of it, you have to be able to sit down and now say, okay, what is the reality? What this man wants? What can he get? And what can I give him? What does this? Because that's at the end of it, that's what the point. So you have to say, okay, that's why I say Obi ticket, Obi and Konkoso ticket. No matter how people want throw out to another, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense because in reality, he only favor Obi. He only favor Obi. And that's not how this game works.
No. It doesn't favor Obi. See, that's the thing.
My God.
You don't understand. You see, you don't even understand what these people in the eyes of politics, what they represent. They represent generally, you see, when people see P2B, even if P2B's politics is actually conservative in terms of corporate, but he comes across as a man of the people. And that is exactly similar image that Kwankwaso has. Kwankwaso is from the Talakawa kind of man of the people kind of mentality. So they have the same kind of brand. So
that's on textbook.
Yes. If
now come to reality.
They get on when they are in office, so if they don't get on, that could be a problem. But if they get on, the P2B does well, just moderately better than this.
You see, now the roads to get on. That's the reality, right? If the roads to get on no make sense to you, then it's not feasible. That's what I'm saying. What can the obedient give the Konkoso in terms of what he wants in 2031? That's what you should be factoring it in.
They can give him 3 to 4 million votes.
Because why are you saying that?
Southeast alone, just from the Southeast alone.
Yes, because from the Southeast, let's assume
Kwakwaso will never get if he wasn't vice president.
Hold on first, because now you have to now factor it. Okay, in 2031, which are the potential opposition candidates that will run with Konkoso, right? Let's say, for instance, Tambawa or El-Rufai, any of those persons, right? And he decided to go and pick one popular person from Southeast as a running mate, knowing that Obi is not going to be on the ticket.
Yes.
So where do you get that 3 million from?
If it takes, are you saying, no, hold on. Who picks Southeasterner as a candidate?
Now, okay, let me put it again. Now, you are saying at least the obedient movement currently can guarantee Konkoso 3 million come 2031 from Southeast. Abi?
Yes.
That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Now, and I say, okay, let's put that aside. Konkoso is on the ticket. Now, let's say then another person from the north is on APC ticket, for instance, right? Let's say APC ticket. APC give their tickets to Ribadu, for the sake of conversation, right? And Ribadu go carry Soludo or go carry the current Abia governor. Go carry any popular person as his running mate to compete with Konkoso. Where is that 3 million going to come from the Southeast when their son is on the ticket?
Oh, that's what you are saying. Oh, you made my point for me then. There's a precedence for this already. See, it's not going to matter because when you run for office, like in the case of Kwankwaso, remember it's going to be a VP and it's probably going to be a powerful VP. So by the time he's ready to run for office...
wait. With them winning, is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Well, that's a different conversation now. If they win, they are on the ticket, then the permutation.
So okay. You're calculating that they're going to lose.
I don't see anybody. Yes, I still believe Tinubu will still continue as president. I'm just basing further permutation.
Still stands 70% chance.
So so my permutation is to I'm just visualizing the possible ticket that will come before us in the next couple of weeks.
Let me ask you then. What if Atiku aligns with Kwankwaso and P2B and supports them and says he's not going to run? and he encourages all the people in ADP to support them. What are the chances of Tinubu winning anymore? Is it 70, 80% or less than 50%?
You mean the way, like the way it stands now, like all these guys be on ADC tickets and Obi and Kwankwaso be the flag bearer and again,
all of them pull together. All the ADC will pull together again behind P2B and Kwankwaso. What chances do you give Tinubu then? Out of 100.
For 20, are you expecting me to just block out, every other?
Give me a number. No, I'm not blocking. That's why I gave you a number. Out of 100, is it 10%, 90% chance that Tinubu is going to win? What are your chances? What is the chance that Tinubu is going to win if Atiku, El Rufai, Tambawa, all of them line up behind Kwankwaso and P2B? What are the chances of Tinubu winning by your own estimate?
I will. You know why I said if I have to block all the power broker, I'll still give it to Tinubu. I'll still put my money on Tinubu's side.
But what in percentage term? What would you call it? 40%, 50%.
It would be a close. It would be a close race. I'm not.
55,
it would be a close race. 55 in the range of 55%.
Okay, 55%. Okay.
Yes.
So you see that now, that is a massive drop. That's a massive drop in your own estimation. That tells you what direction.
Massive drop as how? What do you mean massive drop?
Massive drop because without that stuff occurring that I just said just now, chances of Tinubu winning is 80%. You see what I mean?
Well, I'm not putting. No, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I don't know. I
support P2B and Atiku, or P2B Erofai, or P2B Tambowa, or P2B Kwankwaso Tige. If Atiku doesn't support it, in other words, I think he's going to go and run. Forget it. Tinubu has won the election. 80-90% is going. Except Tinubu fall down on stage and does something crazy. It's always possible.
Yeah, no, but see, to Nigeria, I said we should wait, until the primaries take place, because a lot of things are happening, from outside.
You're right about that.
Because if you look at this week, this week alone, this past week, right? Because me, when it comes to Nigerian presidential, I break it into two: the local power force and the foreign power force, right? That's the first you have to navigate. You have to be able to navigate this.
But what is the local power force? They're all compromised already. So what is your problem? They are all compromised. What is the foreign power?
No, hold on now. If me and you are compromised, that means we still need to play ourselves at that place now for we to get favor now. That's what I mean.
You don't need to do anything. All you have to do now, fight it out locally. Then all of you go and submit. Whoever wins, go and submit.
No, that's what I'm saying now. What I mean, you have to be able to understand what their own side of the game. Okay, you agree to everybody. Okay, yes, let's call that side. Then, as you said, the local force, you have to be able to navigate the local force, because now them go what able to now get you the votes, right? So I separate it like that. Now, this past week, the outside force, the America and the British people, I give me a mixed message that I'm still not being able to, analyze fully. Remember, after the visit of Tinubu to the king, right? Immediately, Chatham House put out an op-ed criticizing Bola Tinubu that this foreign policy trip, these glims and glams, all these pageantry is not trickling down to the ordinary Nigerians. Now, there is no difference between Chatham House and the Royal House. They are the same, right? Chatham House just represent the foreign policy of the Royal Home, right? Then, in the mix of that, Londoner, that's a magazine, that's a newspaper in London, the British newspaper, who's also a mouthpiece of the old British Empire, came out with the revolution of your uncle that has over 100 something $1 billion property, talking about Wigwe, right? Wigwe and the royal house is like Wigwe is like their adopted son. I don't know if you know that. You understand? And when Wigwe died, both from the royal family across the north, the business family elite, they were all crying publicly. And I began to ask question, come, what's the connection here? Apparently, Wigwe an asset manager. He managed all their assets. He helped them invest in the multinational company, helped them load their money offshore, both legally and illegally. And the man just suddenly give up like that. His wife is gone, his son is gone. So everybody's confused. Where is my investment? Right? Then, before the week runs out, your uncle, your people from America say, come, Bola Tinubu is not doing enough to protect the Christian. We are likely going to engineer violent breakup. So, and I began wonder as a come. That's why when you say, what is the possibility of Tinubu winning if all those men did one side, and I'm kind of hesitant to say, come, this is it, because I'm looking at it from that angle. Who are they going to favor? Because if Bola Tinubu is still struggling, right? That's when I say I am getting, and I know if you analyze them well, because I don't know the game they are playing. They're always like that, right? They will give Peter Obi money. They will give Showore money, and two of them will fight against themselves, right? But either way, they are for their own interest. Just for conversation, I use those two.
I think let's leave it at what you said, that politics is a very, very fickle beast. And in 5 weeks' time, we may be talking about totally something different.
Yes.
Something tells me that we are probably likely to be doing that.
Of
because
course,
it
I
changes
agree.
a lot. Look at the change that just happened in the last 2-3 weeks alone. So
Yeah.
it can change very, very rapidly. So, but regarding there was another point you made the other day about Christian and Muslim nations.
Yeah. You
Have
were giving
almost
me.
equal numbers. Yeah, what I noticed was, most of like the nations that tend to survive it, like the Herzegovina ones, they were practicing a system similar to that of the Swiss.
Sweet,
Funny,
yeah.
isn't it?
When I was reading it, I remember you always draw that conclusion. They are rotating their presidency.
You see that? That's why I kept saying that is the most stable system, because no side feels left out.
But do you think we can do that?
Why not?
Taking our reality into consideration.
I think, given how those ones hate each other, those ones, when we say Bosnia and Herzegovina,
Because
fought each other before, they really do hate each other, and yet they are able to get on. That tells you that that system is very, very formidable at bringing.
But the Nigerian elite will argue with you that that's the same system that they're practicing, which is the turn by turn, not
not turn by
turn
one is because that one. See, that system
but they should
is
do
that
it.
all of them are presidents at the same time. Just one person is representing them.
Okay,
theirs
now
is every 8 months, and that of Switzerland is every 1 year. One person represents them every year.
How do you want us to rotate in Nigeria between the three big tribes? Is that what you want to see? The religion?
The six regions. We
already have regions.
Yeah, we already have 6 geopolitical regions, which is one of the best. I think was it Babangida or Abacha that did it? That was the smart thing to do. So,
I think that is. If you read it, have you read Dele Farotimi's book, Do Not Die in Their War?
No.
He proposed a constitution like that, but he called it Council of Elders.
Exactly. You can call it any name. It makes sense.
Yes, they call it Council of Elders.
I like that too. I like that name. I see anybody that has common sense will know that's the most stable system. Anybody with common sense, because it means no area feels left out. And it forces them to work together because they're all sitting on the same desk.
That's why I will argue that it is the North that are making it difficult, because the phrase Hausa Fulani is an attempt to go against what we are proposing, because that's why they come as one region in terms of politics.
It's based on region. They don't care whether.
No, hold on now. That's why they always come as a region. They want to, anytime they want to pen that narrative, they say not as one region, right? So what you are prescribing, it literally killed that notion. Now we are going to have 3 presidents that will come from North rather than one. So I totally see what you are saying. I'm just saying these are the forces that are kind of indirectly working
It's quite
against.
interesting that you were reading when you were reading it, you were thinking that, oh, this guy has mentioned this to me. Because
No,
you
you
see,
always
this is
use
what I
phrase. Yeah, you
and
always
that
use
country that you
Switzerland,
see,
they
you
rotate.
want to see, hold on. See, this is my point. Yeah. I've always been in Switzerland. But what that tells you is that in a situation where you, based on your earlier analysis, says it's impossible for a nation to survive, then you see a nation that survived it, and you find out that the system that they're
No.
using is
I
similar
think
to that
you.
system.
No,
For a long time
you
like that together like
misunderstand me.
that.
I say no. I think you misunderstand me. What I said was,
You said one side
I've
has to
never
dominate the
seen
other.
any society. Yes, isn't that like, so? We are. Isn't that what we are trying to practice? Let's rotate the Christian, Muslim, not South, but yeah, all of them they stood your thing up.
Yeah, but
That's why I say
they
impossible.
do it so that
Hold on
everybody
now.
is sitting
No, but
on the chair. They will not need to dominate each other.
yeah, but the savior, the example you pull out wasn't based on they were not rotating based on religion. They were doing it based on tribe. You
Yes.
understand? So,
That's why I said our country is already divided like that anyway.
so how do we put religion behind us? That's the biggest problem we have in 21st
Religion will still
century.
be behind us because most of the northern states that are mostly Muslims, they will have about two different geopolitical zones at least. The northern region, the southern region, and the middle belt has another trade geopolitical zone. So they are all
Yeah,
going to
but
come together and
they,
govern according.
they are not even they don't even want to go that route. And guess what? The American angle not even helping that matter for us to rule like that. So they want us to have one federation, right?
Yeah.
Even if you look at the argument,
The Americans, we have to push
for their
Americans
own
out of
good,
the situation
for their
because
own good, of course.
if
So we have
you
to form out what to do for us. Yes.
yes, I think if you want to preserve the American system, it still doesn't mean you can change the top. Even if you want to keep because I actually think that top part is the part that implies that the nation needs to work together. Because that is a kind
Yeah,
of
but the problem
it
is the
forces them to work
power the
together.
center hold. That's where we are having problem with. We are not saying there's no center, it's just that they have too much power. And that's where you say we should dilute that by rotating it. Some are saying we should do regional. So the
If you do
conversation
regional
is there.
government in Africa, if you do regional government in Africa, like the way our systems are quite vulnerable, they can use that like just like they have the power over us now to use that to divide the country. But if you do it in a way that everybody works together and they all have a say in the center, and then you transfer the power to the people too. By the time you transfer the power to the people, that will force everybody to want to work together, and the people will be forcing them to even work together. You have to create a system that consciously says, hey, we are trying to force you all to work together. And that's once you do that, you are going to see that they're actually going to start working together, delivering for the people. Otherwise, if people have a power, like the way the Swiss are, they have the power to remove them from office, change the law, and do whatever they
Yeah,
like.
our one is just too money, it's too money oriented. That's why it's kind of difficult. Because that they will argue with you that that is the spirit behind the federation, so that the
There's
people will be
money,
forced to
there's
work
money in
together.
Switzerland now. But there's money in Switzerland. At the core of it,
No, when I
you
mean money involved,
actually think
money to get
it's
to
a real problem.
office, money to get elected. That's what I mean.
No,
Money.
no,
So they buy
maybe that's the point.
they buy the position
I
instead of
think at the core
actually
of
going to
it,
the people.
what you said is at the core of the problem. Because anybody that wants to take advantage of Nigeria will not want Nigeria to have such a system. And
Yep,
you mentioned America as one of them. So that is at the core of the
of
problem.
course.
Otherwise, that is can you imagine if Nigeria has such a system? If Nigeria has such a system, you have one of the
Well,
most populated countries in Africa be one of the
yeah,
most
but
stable ones because of it.
to Nigeria, see, this like the America, the core American system. American system want to prefer to do with a sovereign nation. They believe the American system believe that individual states should be in a stronger position. It will be better for them to actually relate with, to have their own sovereignty, right?
It
But
favors nations that are powerful. It
how
doesn't
that
favor nations that are
sovereignty should,
powerful.
yeah, but how that sovereignty should emerge, if they have their way, they will engineer it, which is what they are doing now. But if we strong on our own, we will define how our sovereignty should be. Then we will be forced to negotiate with them based on that. But for the fact that we don't have that sovereignty movement at all, they are in position to engineer how that our own government should operate. I think that's the difference between us, the China people who are free today, because you cannot penetrate Chinese government. If you cannot penetrate the government, so you don't even know what they are doing. In fact, the military department of the Chinese is different from their government. They do it purposely. They don't want the Americans to know how they operate.
The thing about penetrating government, if you say you penetrate 10% to your government, penetrate 10%, then you are all penetrated, but not totally compromised. But in the case of Nigeria,
now they buy everybody. They buy everybody in Nigeria.
I'm beginning to believe that there are many paths to sovereignty, and one of the paths that might open it, I believe in just in terms of given where Nigeria is right now, how we are hemorrhaging a lot of money, it makes sense to push it towards security aspect first, to give yourself kind of leeway to say, you know what, I solve this one, people are going to be safe, even if my masters don't like it.
Yeah, but
if they try to
the problem
still
is,
have
Nigeria,
how to fight back.
The problem that you are not seeing from what you are saying, which is the right way, is that what are they defending? Of course, you know what we should be defending, right? But those are the aim of our fear. They have no loyalty to what you have loyalty to. So that's why defending the nation from that angle, they don't care. They use that money to make money instead. The North are loyal to whatever that is, to them, everybody. So the division is so obvious, and that is because the influence of money.
I think at the core of it, let me explain this. Remember, there are dynamics. Some of the things that I realize with what is going on in the Middle East is that the Arab nations are so stupid vulnerable. It's even funny. Like the Gulf nations, I mean.
Yeah.
Like if Iran falls today, they will be like sock puppets for Israel. Like Israel will tear them to pieces if Israel wants to, because just their water supply alone is dependent on the grace of Israel at that time. And so from that point of view, it reminds me of what is going on in Nigeria. The North is not exactly like the Gulf nation. They have access to a lot of resources, but they're also similar in the sense that they wouldn't have access to the sea if the South goes away. They wouldn't have access to a lot of resources that they currently enjoy if the South goes away. And they have to also export. They might even just become like Sahel nations, basically. It will become a mini Sahel nation.
It is.
If we break up from them. So that is it's a big leverage that the West have over the North to an extent.
Yes.
So if you don't do what we want, we are going to make the South go away.
Yes,
and you will suffer.
that's why the Christian guy that spoke from America. That's exactly what he's saying. That's exactly what he's saying.
But then again, this is why us as a people have to figure out how to work together. That's why I believe that system will force us to work together, and then we'll start putting our own interests first. Because if you keep listening to what America, if the Northern don't fear that you're going to break up because you are all sitting on the same presidential council, how can you be sitting on presidential council working with people every single day? You're thinking of breaking up the country. No, that's not going to happen, because everybody is already. And the council also has an agreement in the sense that, because I remember when we had a confederate system, and when Gowon proposed a system, the system was supposed to be, if one side decides to want to break up, the other areas will gang up against that side. It's almost like a NATO against the side that tries to break the country up.
That's why I said we need to relegate, because I don't think we can fight along tribal land anymore. We need to put religion second. This idea that if we do that, then that's the only way. That's the easiest way to find that common ground to work together.
The truth is that religion has always been second. Everybody has just been lying to themselves. It's always been second. Even the way all these people go around, it's always been second.
To Nigeria, how do you explain that? Then they bomb part of the country in the name of protecting some religion. My guy, how do you explain that?
There are such moves now, because in reality they are putting their religion first. But if you look at what they are actually doing, they are doing it for their people, not the religion. Really, they claim it's for religion, but
to maintain power. Because the more of their people believe in that religion first, the more they were able to come out to hold on to power. Not power for their benefit, not for everybody.
If they believe in their religion, then why are they not fighting for Iran right now? Why are they not fighting?
Fight for Iran? Who they won't fight? Hold on first. Hold on. To Nigeria, hold on. Before they go attack Iran, they first of all warn you for yourself. They give you 2-3 missile in Sokoto. In Sokoto, no be Onitsha, no be Lagos. In Sokoto,
Yeah.
You want to go fight? Who you want fight?
What do you mean? Who won't fight? See,
no, you say no. Who they won't fight for the religion? Who are they going to fight? Who would they be fighting for? Who they don't
what I
already
mean by
bomb
that
for?
is that if the northerners or those extremists that are busy fighting or displacing Christians in the in Nigeria, the reason why they are doing it is because for their people they want to take the land from them. It's not because of Islam.
No, Nanjaman, I agree with you. The Islam or the Christian is just a narrative. As I said, now popular narrative now they win now. I'm not saying that they actually believe in it like than every other person. No, but the more
clearly now, if they believe in Islam, why are they not fighting for Iran? Why are they
no,
not fighting
yeah,
in
but
America?
it's the easiest way to mobilize people for your own good. I'm talking. Look at it from the lens of the leaders, right? That is the easiest way to. I mean, it's because of their laziness. I'm not saying that's the only way. That is the easiest way to mobilize people for your own agenda. You understand? Whichever way they are not performing, you can't say, "Oh, vote for me because I bring you this." No, they are not. They are not. They cannot
No,
campaign
but
with that.
I wish people can call them out on it and say, okay, it's your God.
People are calling out. It's just that it's not enough.
Why are you not doing it in Iran right now, or going to challenge
Nah.
the Saudis for working with America against another Muslim nation? No, you're not doing it because Islam is not your priority. Your priority is your people. Stop pretending as if you are doing it for Islam. You are not doing it with Islam. Most of these people are hypocrites, and I think people should be calling them out for it. You know, when I discovered this, I was having a conversation with a Muslim, and I told him that, you know what, I don't understand why Muslim countries are siding with this in America at all in any way. He said,
I want to look
it
the
has nothing to do
economy.
with Islam. I said, no,
Yeah.
but people always say Islam comes first, and you keep people because
Yeah,
of it.
that's just narrative. Yeah.
And they go and kill somebody because of it. That's how annoying it is. I said, then why didn't you go and fight for Iran? I said, no, we can't go and fight for Iran. Iran is somewhere far away. I can't go there. I'm
Nah,
here.
lie. Now because they don't bomb Sokoto already in the name of the same religion. Triumph. They go bomb each other.
The person was from Somalia. I think either Somalia or Ethiopia. He was like, Iran is far away now. We are over there. So I say, oh, that is interesting because you are not going there for Islam. It's because it's not you that is happening to. That's why you're not going to fight for Iran. He said no, that he actually puts Islam first. I said, but if you are putting Islam first, you're going to go to Iran and fight for Iran right now. You are not going to, but if they attack you right now in Somalia, you will defend yourself. He said, why are you defending yourself in Somalia, but you're not defending Iran? He said, because it's me, it's happening to. I said, that is the truth of the situation, because when it's happening to you, you respond. But when it's happening on behalf of Islam somewhere else, you put that one second. In reality, that's what they are all doing. And that opened my eye to the fact that these were just liars to themselves. And all these religions people that tell you that they put religion first, it's a lie. They actually put themselves and their people first. If you have religion first, you go there. You go and fight for Iran, you go and fight.
Your people will give you legitimacy, but your religion will be the vehicle to get that people on one accord. You see how they do it?
It's true, really. You're using
Of
religion as a
course,
tool.
it's a political party. That's my decision.
Yeah, but
That's
most of them like to talk as if it's divine. It's a kind of divine stuff, and they put it first and everything. Ben, I can't wait to meet a Muslim that comes and give me that trash, because when I see all this happening in Sudan and everything, it's very obvious that this thing is not for Islam. It's for their people. They are just doing it. They are being tribalistic as always. Trying to win power for their people. This is why the Gulf nations are against Saudi Arabia. Not because of it. They don't care about Islam. They care that, that one is Persian, we are Arab. So we're going to fight each other. This is tribalism comes before religion.
Yeah,
that religion is how
is. Religion is still very powerful now because at a point, at a point of history, they are the Alpha and Omega, right? They are the presidents, they are the judges, they are everything.
Tribalism. At the core
so they are still using that to cover up. After all, Pope is still there as if he's how do you explain the idea of Pope to me, right? so the religion is a very strong political party. It's as old as human himself. So that's how I see it. That's how I see religion. And then the Christian side, they are metamorphosis to business leaders. Our Christian guys. They are now. I see them as our pastors. I see them as business guys. So that's what it's about. So, but now you have to
Discussing
now
all
look
these
at it
pastors. When I
carefully.
went to Nigeria,
To Nigeria. So if you now look at it from that angle, right?
well,
Our brothers in the north, they are using religion, and for that reason, the consequences is at the detriment of their people not being well educated in terms of the modern standard. The economy is not growing. Now, if you now look at our own side of the south, right? Even though they cannot use the, I mean, you can still say that they use the religion to turn people to abdomen to, but most importantly, look at the financial aspect of it. Look at the auditorium they are building. In Nigeria, we have over 3 Christian centers that can seat over 100,000 people. To Nigeria, if you have a factory that seats 10,000 people in Nigeria, you never solve one region problem. One region will not be one state. You don't solve one region problem. If you have a factory that has 10,000 people working on it every day, 3 shifts a day, you have solved a region problem. But they have an auditorium that can seat 100,000 people in our own side in the name of religion. So if you look at it at that level, you know, say, okay, you now understand why the government act the way they, because it's a relationship, right? Keep the majority in this kind of belief so that when we come knocking, you direct them to us.
can you hear me at all? I don't think you
Oh,
can
sorry,
hear.
I can hear you now.
Okay. So
I
when I
can hear
went to
you now, sorry. I think
Bayelsa,
Mr. James just joined us.
did he? I don't
Yeah.
see anybody.
Yeah, I'm
So
bringing you now. Let me bring you in.
So
Go ahead.
yeah, when I was at Port Harcourt and Bayelsa, I was really kind of had almost disgusted by the amount of posters I saw of pastors, and especially one specific pastor. Like this pastor, his posters span River State to Bayelsa. He was all over the place,
That's
and those are the
business
2
strategy.
states I went to. So I don't know whether it's Akwa Ibom or anywhere else. It's like he's more in posters than even the governors or this of the states everywhere. I was like, what, on buses, on billboards, on hats? It's like walls, tiny posters. Is there? This is I've never
Yeah,
seen it. This is really bad. They capture the minds of our people.
it's a business. Yep.
And they won't let them go. They will go to church and they will keep them there. They will keep our people there. They will not
Yep.
let them walk. They won't let them do other things. They will just keep them there so that they will just remain in church with them. It's like the amount of time and energy these churches consume from our people. God help us. They are holding their
That's it.
minds in
Yeah.
prison. It's just
And
awful.
every day,
Like
some churches every day. Some churches people go every day.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've seen it firsthand and how it's affected people. The way they prioritize things for themselves, they will always set time aside for church. Instead of that, they would rather set time aside for church than their profession or their discipline, whatever they are supposed to learn. And you wonder why we cannot build anything as a people. Today, I heard that Tinubu signed $2 billion for us to get 2 more satellites. Do you know it doesn't take far much more than $2 billion to build a spaceport where you can start building your own satellite and launching into space? It doesn't cost far much more than that. And yet he spend now those $2 billion is going to spend to get 2 more satellites. It's probably going to be from China, buy it, and they do it. Something we can build. It's like these people, they deliberately want to stand us down. Don't do anything. Don't ruffle the boat. Don't try to build it. Don't act smart. Act stupid. Joke and jive. That is the impression I get with them because he must know of somebody around him. You know, that is a digital guy. That is digital guy is a smart guy. They must know that $2 billion you can use it for other things that will benefit Nigeria the most. If we have a spaceport, the whole African countries will be coming for us to launch their satellites into space. But no. Why not? Why give it to the Africans to be? Why should we build our own spaceport? We don't deserve it. All we do is airports and a seaport, one seaport. That's it. This is what I don't like about our people, our leaders, and maybe it's just our people. I don't know because if you look at the way our leaders think, many of our people think like that. We don't think like we deserve anything. The first time I talked about us going to demand like nukes from other people, you can't believe how people reacted. People were like, "How dare you? What makes you think we have that leverage? Who do you think you are?"
It's because
don't want to give yourself leverage.
It's about ownership. I don't understand what to own something means. So that's why they cannot understand where you are going with that. Mr. James.
Let's
Yeah,
welcome
good
him
evening.
in before.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. James.
So why do you expect people to support you for what's it called, going for nukes? The issue is the people who are against you, they are still living in the world of yesterday. Look at
The
their
day
age
before
group
yesterday,
or age
said.
bracket. You don't belong to their age group. You get the point I'm making. Now, let me put it this way. If I happen to get a new phone, a brand new phone, let's say Apple or whatever it is, give it to one of these politicians, prominent politicians. If I look like something very strange to them, other than receiving calls and making calls, they cannot operate it. You get the point I'm making? Whereas primary school children, if you give it to them, it will just take them about at most 30 minutes for them to understand the basics of the phone. This is because they are still living in the analog world. Now, I belong to that generation by virtue of my age. But because of the work I'm doing and the kind of people I'm interacting with, I do not reason in that fashion. At my place of work, there are some people we call BBC, that is born before computers. They still find it extremely difficult to use laptop computers to compute results and do quite a number of things. Things about going to obtain, manufacture ballistic missiles or nuclear weapons to them is something bizarre, that we have not been able to supply water. We have not been able to supply water. Why are we going for ballistic missiles? To even cool the nuclear reactor, you need water. We cannot provide the water, and yet we are going for ballistic missiles. But
We don't even have light. They
failed to realize that
basic.
when the Iranians started their program, it was 1979. I left high school in 1977. 2 years later, that was when they started their program. In my lifetime, you see what they have accomplished. I'm not saying I'm supporting them or against them in this their war, but let's give the devil his due. A country that started developmental effort in 1979, and by now is taking the United States headlong. My friend, we must give them a pat on the back, if we like it or not. Now, what stopped Nigeria from doing that? Now, what we need in Nigeria desperately is industrialization. And for us to industrialize, we must solve this problem of electricity. If we industrialize, there will be surplus jobs. You remember when the Ghanaians were coming to Nigeria, our industries were growing up. There was chronic shortage of manpower. People were flooding Nigeria from other African states. You know that area.
But Mr. James, what was Mr. James, what was the light situation there, like power? Because
it was
when we have all
stable.
those industries.
In my time, it was called ECN, Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. It was Yakubu Gowon's time or so, or Basanjo, I can't remember. They changed it to NEPA. It was stable from January 1 to December 31st. If they want to seize electricity, maybe they will announce it, that on Saturday from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock, there will be power outrage, what's it called, rationing. Please take note, something like that. They used to broadcast those kind of things. But now everything has collapsed. Without electricity, we will never enter the promised. In fact, we will never see the promised land, let alone entering it. So what we should do is that we should revamp our universities. The universities are made up of so many dead woods. Take it from me. They are made up of so many dead woods who do not know their left from their right. Dishing wishy-washy education to our children. We need to revamp it as quickly as possible and embark on industrialization projects and program before we'll be able to see the promised land.
Yeah. Would you say that Dangote refinery is a good step towards industrialization?
It's a bad step, because if a country that owns a refinery Warri, 2 in Port Harcourt, 1 in Kaduna, these refineries are dead. We now give a monopolist to somebody to determine the destiny. Why can't he compete with the other refineries? Why should they kill all the other refineries? I'm not against him as a businessman, But the other refineries, if they are capable of, it's competition. That's what capitalism is all about.
I think other
Survival of the
refineries are
fittest.
coming on stream now. I think I gather that other refineries are coming on stream, like private ones too, that are
No,
going to
why
compete.
private? Look, the issue is this: why private? Since the country was privatized, water supply has been very unreliable. Food supply, Nigerian National Shipping Line was privatized; it died. Nigeria Airways was privatized; it died. I understand all the dams in Nigeria have been privatized; they all died. Power was privatized; it died. Privatization is not the solution to
But
Nigerian
did they not
problem.
die before they were privatized? Like NMPC died like while it is in the hands of the government, though.
That is the whole point now. They will run it down so that it will be able to convince the public to sell. That's American system. Convert
Now,
everything,
look
convert
at
everything to
the
private rather than national. Once you are going national, they will come after you.
good. Look at the universities. They've allowed private universities to survive. Now, what is happening to public universities, which you and me attended? They are all dead. You get the point? So the issue is Nigeria should call the shot for themselves. What they want is what they should pursue. No country will fold their arms and see you industrialize. You just have to do
worry
it.
about? Let me ask you though, because this goes to the heart of the point you are making. Should we worry about the structure of the industrialization, or should we just accept this industrialization for what it is?
No. You see, every country has its own priority. Let me use Iran again as an example.
I think the question should be: are we industrializing at all?
No. It's asking a question. Every country has its own programs. For example, if let me start this way. Give me a little time. In the United States, they have a policy for trade, a policy on immigration, a policy for space, agriculture, everything, there are policies. When a new government comes, they don't change the policies. They just work within the framework and they leave and another come. People come and go, but the government remains. The government of Nigeria should identify areas, the way Awolowo identified 4 cardinal points. The government can say, we want to develop agriculture, industry, and whatever it is. When they identify those areas, now they have to know the reasons why they are choosing those areas. For example, if you say industrialization, our goal is by 2030 or 2040 or 2050, we want to supply the whole of West Africa their basic needs, like let's say ceiling fan, refrigerators, gas cookers, and furniture and motorcycles. This petty household equipment. If that is our goal, then we have to put policies in place: electricity, water, security, justice system, everything. Then international connections to make the West African countries key to what we are doing. Then we have to start the program. It's not just what we wake up overnight and say we want to supply electricity. Without plans, it will not work. So we need to know exactly where we are going. If it is space, it's our problem. We have to give ourselves timeline and we pursue space program. Whatever comes out of it, we use it to buttress the other aspects of the economy. So this is how it is.
I of that kind of plan, and I'm not sure Nigeria is so far. There has been any particular direction that you can spell out, but when I look at industrialization, in terms of industrialization, the only sign that comes close is what Dangote did, and Nigeria had 20% until this government downgraded it to 7.8 or 7, and this is 6%. So, because what Dangote refinery does is not only just petroleum products, they manufacture chemicals, fertilizer, all kinds of different other byproducts that allows industrial processes to occur within different industries within the country. I see it as a step in the right direction of our industrialization. But the next stage should be steel. If you want to see something significant, I would consider
So you
steel to
see,
be.
they are killing the industries in order for
We
them
just signed
to
a
only
contract. We
control.
just signed a contract with Britain to be importing steel for the next 5
Exactly.
years.
That's
I
my
think.
problem with this president. This president, everything he sabotages it. That's my problem with the way he approaches it. Even this satellite thing, I told you now, he could, if you have $3 billion, you can build a spaceport where you can be launching satellites into space. But he doesn't do that. You want to take the $2 billion to go and buy another satellite from China again. Why? Why can't you have your people do that? This is the problem. He say whatever I like about Dangote, at least he invested in the country.
No, you see, Dangote is milking the country to death. You get the point I'm making?
Why do you say that? I don't understand it. Why do you say that he's making the country to death?
No, I'm saying so because look at all the privatized industries. They are all, I mean, look, the money we spent on Alaja Steel, Alaja Petrochemical Industry, what's it called, Warri Refinery, Kaduna Refinery, Jakarta. I mean, why are all these programs, the Nigerians are unable to run them? So it's Dangote alone who is cleverer than the whole of Nigeria.
See,
Dangote, the way I see it, it's a group of company. And he's not the only one eating the money. Let me tell you that. It's very likely it's in collaboration with other people. They are working together, but they put him as to be at the forefront.
Okay.
The ruling class. You see, we need a new ruling class in Nigeria. The present class of people ruling the country, they are dragging us to hell. They will not take us to anywhere.
Okay, what if you know? Let me put this to you. What if you know? Because I hear what you are saying regarding the state should be more involved in some of these industries. But because of where we are, the democracy we are practicing now is a kind of one of the most aggressive kind of democracy. And if you look at the way this democracy works, it doesn't work based on state power owning things. It works on private entities controlling massive institutions. Like if you look at Google today, you look at the steel industry in America or any of the large institutions, they were all controlled by individuals. So is it not a feature of capitalist democracies that this should be the case? Maybe it was our problem that we were trying to do it the opposite way before.
In America, their industries are controlled by private individuals with strict government regulations. Strict government regulations. You get the point I'm making?
Yeah.
But in Nigeria, the private companies, there's no government to control the activities of private companies. This is the problem we have in Nigeria. In the United States, for example, let me put it this way. Even in Britain, where I think you are living, they pay something like Social Security, something like a stipend to people who cannot make ends meet. Am I right?
Yes.
Good.
They do.
Now, where do they get the money from? Government get the money from taxation of companies and other, indirect ways of getting the money from the system. How much tax is Dangote paying? What are they using the money for? A country without Social Security, you can work for the rest of your life from birth to death. At the end of the day, they tell you they have nothing for you and you cannot do anything. So the crude oil they are selling, the tax they are collecting, and other sources of income, what are they doing with it? The government is not taking care of the people, and you are telling the private businessmen to keep on milking the people to death? No, I don't think it's fair.
To be fair to Dangote and to be fair to only Dangote, to be fair, that's the one I'm following right now, because I don't know about the other companies. What I've observed with Dangote refinery is that one, the Nigeria demand for foreign exchange has dropped. That is why the Nigerian currency has stabilized or even gotten stronger. The provision of petroleum products in Nigeria has stabilized. That is a benefit to Nigerian economy to stabilize. It's for the others now to pull their boots up and sort the other parts of the economy out. In terms of the tax it pays to the federal government, I've never heard anybody say that they gave him a tax break. He even says it, that nobody gave him anything. Everything he had to pay for it. He says it all the time. Because people keep accusing him that he made money, the government gave him. No, he said no, he had to pay. He told everybody the money he paid for the land. If anybody thought he didn't pay, they could have come out to say it.
If he paid money for the land, that is his personal business. You get the point? If government want to build any industry, like say at Alaja or wherever it is, government compensate the owners of the land. If government compensate the owners of the land, why should a private individual not do the same thing? So if he pays for the land, that is his own cup of tea. He's a businessman.
No, I agree. He's trying to highlight that nobody is doing him any favors. If anything, he has the capacity to help the nation a lot because Nigeria doesn't have to be buying petrol with the dollar anymore. If this government was doing this job, our demand for dollar should have reduced by 30%. But this government is still allowing people to import petroleum into the country. I think they stopped it recently, but I think about last week I was hearing that the government passed a law to stop people from buying petroleum products from overseas anymore. But from that point of view, don't you think Dangote Refinery is helping Nigeria? Because
I don't think so. I don't think so.
dollar.
Look, I don't think so. Look, during the first or second Gulf War, the windfall from crude oil sales internationally was so substantial, although Babangida squandered everything. Now there's the same fight is going on right now. How much is Nigeria as a country, not Dangote as an individual? How much is Nigeria as a country getting from this crude oil, windfall at the moment?
That's a very good question. Yeah, I'm asking. You know what? I'm beginning to calculate it myself. I have to do a calculation of how much Tinubu is getting extra. I need to find out because one of the things that they do, these governments, they sell our crude oil into the future. So there's a danger that we may not even be getting as much as we think, because most of the crude oil is already kind of parceled off to IOC, so that even when they get more, they get to keep it. You see what I mean? And that's my biggest fear, because our governments, our people are so irresponsible.
Mr. Forefathers, when they say they've sold the oil in into the future, however you put it, the issue is that who are those they sold this, the crude oil to? It is these same people in government conniving with foreigners so that they get their caught behind the scene and they sold away the country.
Oh no, the people they sold it to are people that we know from the get-go, even before independence. These are British companies and
excuse me, did they sell it to them free of charge?
Not free of charge.
No, just like the national coach for the Green Eagles. Why is it that they don't allow Nigerian nationals to to coach the Green Eagles? And whenever they employ a foreign coach, they pay them in US dollars. What is happening behind the scene with the US dollars?
All those ones, I'm aligned with you. I'm aligned with you on those ones. Are you worrying about the coach one? The coach one, at least other countries do it. How about our own national anthem that he went and chose on a woman's anthem? That one drives me crazy. It's like, I've checked other countries. No country does that.
We need a new political class. This is the point I'm making. A new ruling class. That's what Nigeria needs.
Oh no, we definitely do need it. We definitely do need it.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
those are the obese. Those are the obese and the concosos. I mean, those are the new political class.
Oh, look at that.
The Benin people, look, obvious. The Benin people say, our father. There's no difference between the white man and the Reverend Father. You get the point?
So that means we should wait for the next 40 or 50 years.
No, anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Gotcha.
But there's something that James confirmed here, though, that is a bit disturbing, because I've always wondered why that is the case. He basically acknowledged that the people before now basically don't have ambition. In other words, they don't aspire for greatness. And if that is the case, maybe that's why we are seeing our leaders every time they go to Europe, they keep asking for training, and it's like if I can't get them, I've heard of people talking about it, I will lose my mind. They don't ask for anything.
Look, one thing is this. I don't see any reason why a Nigerian should go to Britain to read the arts and humanities. You get the point I'm making? Because when you go to Britain to read the arts and humanities, they are going to teach you the arts and humanities of the white man, to reason like the white man. Look at the countries that are making giant strides towards industrialization today. They have homegrown programs, not imported programs. If you are saying you want to go and learn the principles of engineering, medicine, pharmacy, or whatever it is, that is understandable. But for you to tell me you want to go and read African history in the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, you want to read sociology of Africa at Harvard, it doesn't make sense to me.
Exactly.
Majority of
this
so-called ruling class, they schooled abroad. This is one problem disturbing them. So their orientation, the way they look at life, they see things from the white man's perspective. We are not white. We are not Europeans. We are Africans. This is the point we must have in mind.
We don't know how to fuse our own life with their own. We just adopted their own wholeheartedly.
That's it. Look, this is why I respect Awolowo so much. When he brought his free education program, they went to Ekene in Ogun State. They sat down, worked out the modalities. They did not go to Afghanistan or what they call Australia or New Zealand. They generated all the data information within Nigeria, processed it in Nigeria, and they came up with the policy which they implemented. And it was an unqualified success. Homegrown solutions, all the countries of the world that are making it today, they are using homegrown solutions, not imported solutions to their problems. So we need a new ruling class,
Tunanja, aren't you concerned that even our military formation, like the Western world, there's nothing like Nigeria?
Oh my God, don't get me started with that, man. When I saw it, oh my God, I was so revolted. I was like, these people, they don't even know. They don't even know what they are doing. I'm telling you, somebody really needs to go on top of a podium and shout at Nigerian leaders some of the things they are doing. They forgot they are Nigerians. Like even the military, they've carried traditions of the British, and they are proud of it. They are so proud of it. It's like, why are you not making your own? Why are you following some other person's system? And in terms of replacing the elites, like James said, to replace the elites, history suggests that to replace the elites, there's something catastrophic has to happen. Elites are one of the most difficult groups to replace in any society. By far the most difficult. And this is what we are dealing with. And I always feel sorry about South Africans. I told them that like the white people are your elites. You guys are in trouble. Let's see how you're going to displace those white people. Because history suggests that to displace the elites is extremely traumatic for nations. It's a revolution. You have to go after them.
And the Nigerian they have been in power for like past 60, since in this, let's say 70s. This current Nigerian elites, they've been running it for the past 40 years. So, they are strong.
They need to go. They don't have it in them to rescue us. They simply don't. Because they can't. They are collaborators. They are not fighters.
But say in a way, to Nigeria, because of that, in a way, the way they destroy the education system in Nigeria could be at a disadvantage, because if that revolution were to come, you need population who are not Western, that all they know is within the country. They don't understand go from outside. You understand?
Revolution is just a change of mindset. Whether you are illiterate or you are educated,
so these people are not Western conscious yet, so we can easily re-educate into that national ideology.
Which is what it should.
But the leaders are not doing it. The leaders, instead, they say now they want power instead. No, the power is with the people. Once you get the minds of the people along your way, then you take over power. But
you see the strategy that China chose. China is a very, very, I don't know whether they deliberately did it or it just happened by accident.
No accident too. See how many people die. They have to see their revolution. They come out strongly.
So everything they've done, like James said something about having a homegrown solution.
Yep.
I agree with that. But if you look at all the countries that have a homegrown solution, they do take from what already exists.
Of course, fusion, yes.
This like the Chinese did. What I admire about them is that their system seems to be designed more to be future proof than the American one as it stands right now. Because where the future is going to be technology based, and because it's technology based, most of the technology has to be owned either by a few gigantic companies or by the state. And guess what? China is already a communist state. You see what I mean?
The state is controlling China while the private is controlling that of America.
So China is
America just has to catch up
right now. America has to. You see, this is why I think Karl Marx is beginning to be proven right, because Karl Marx did say that there was going to be socialism before communism, that all of them will happen in stages. The only reason why Lenin and all that did what they did because they felt that they would become subjects of the Western Europeans. That's why they had to force it. They were not supposed to go into socialism. They didn't. They
But
ready for it.
what is happening now is an attempt to kill that socialism that is being headed by China. What is happening in Iran?
Yeah, they will fail now. They are clearly failing. You can see.
Don't say that. It's too early. It's too early. This is just the beginning.
See,
a couple of years more.
If you look at it systematically, the Chinese, the technology advancement is favoring the Chinese more and more because they are communist already. The state already controls a lot, and which means whatever they do tends to go to the people more. That's why you see their construction, their building and everything is a lot faster than the West. While the West, they give it to the people too, but a lot of their wealth is going to the top. And they are putting it in tax havens and all kinds of weird contraption that they are doing. If anything, they are robbing their people. That's why you look at the West. How many of the states have
of course. Going forward, the people will suffer more. Even in America, there will be more people that will be subjected to it.
They are decaying compared to China. They are decaying, and China because of the way it's structured, is more future-proof than America as it stands. And they know it. This is what they are. I don't even know why they don't want to change. All these elites, they don't like to change.
No, they are changing. There's a plan going on. But in Europe has lost out. Though. Europe no get.
When they are trying to start censoring people and they're doing all kinds, they are not changing that.
No, Europe. Europe is gone already. When it comes to that, so they are last.
But Europe is ahead of America. See, okay, look at the Epstein file. No, hold on. Look at the Epstein file. America didn't even bother to prosecute anybody.
You pay attention to distraction. Like, pay attention to money.
Distraction.
Yes, those are distractions. Pay attention to money. Forget Europe. All the technology. Hold on. All the technology that is in that we pioneer tomorrow's world. How many of them European get? From social media
Europe
to
doing more research. Do you know that Europe is doing more?
I ask you a question. Technology are speaking up already. You're talking about research. I just asked you how many technology that run the world today that one come from Europe, from social media to quantum computing.
Are you observing that the drones right now?
Mention one.
I'm just trying to give you the example now.
Okay.
America is begging Ukraine for weapons just now.
Oh my God, this guy. I just said. No, Ukraine. Hold on first. Hold on. Ukraine are experimental ground. So because they've been experimenting the drone war, hold on now. I don't know why who they fight for Ukraine. The Americans fight for Ukraine now. It's Americans are fighting in Ukraine.
No, Americans. Come on, it's the Ukrainian. Why is it that they are begging Ukraine to give them the technology?
What?
Come on.
Oh my God. Which technology Ukraine get for this world? Mention one.
So you don't know.
I said mention one now.
Drone technology. They have very good drone technology now.
Let me explain what you are trying to say to you. I want to explain that to you. The modern drone war, the quantum war, technology war, is Ukraine an experimental ground for Americans, right? Every technology that is being used in Ukraine is made and operated by Americans. And every platoon you go, you will see who is the chief engineer, who is the chief operator, all the drones. So what you are seeing, what you are trying to say, why the war they look up to Ukraine? Because they are experiencing in using those latest technology, not because they produce it. They experience it in a real world time. In real world time, they've been experimenting it.
So you think they don't produce it themselves too?
I say Europe. What in Ukraine take better past Nigeria?
No, I'm asking you now. Are you saying the Ukrainians don't produce it themselves?
The whole Europe, the whole continent. Give me one latest technology that Europe is pioneering. Now only deep seek they get, and it's been bought over by Google.
Okay, let me get this. No, I know graphene is Europe.
You are living in yesterday world. That's why I say
graphene is Europe. I'll give you one. Graphene. You know what graphene is?
What in graphene they produce? What in graphene they produce?
You don't know about graphene material, the most advanced material in the world. You don't know?
No, I don't know. No, I'm serious. I don't know graphene. Let me Google it. I'm googling right now.
Graphene is the strongest, most conductive, the most elastic, the most anything of all materials.
of war materials.
Just name it. Graphene is the most advanced.
Sorry, hold on now. Kind of graphene, spell out. G-R what? A-F? Or it's not that?
G-R-A-P-H-E-N-E.
Wait.
G-R-A.
Uh-huh.
G-R-A-P-H-E-N-E. Graphene.
P-H-E-N-E.
Yes, E-N-E. Graphene.
G-R-A-P.
G-R-A-P-H-E-N-E.
Uh-huh.
That's it. Graphene.
Is a single atom take to the sheet of carbon atoms.
Yeah. Type graphene properties. Type graphene properties so you see what it's all about.
For mobile operating system, blah, blah, blah. Huh? Wait. Whose company here? Guy, you are talking about something of 1947.
No. It wasn't 1947. It was recently they invented it, actually.
It was invented in 1947 by Canadian physicists. I've been different in how they see here.
Let me see. Graphene,
you don't know, say, go ahead.
Hold on now.
I'm listening.
Graphene invention. Yeah, invention. So the person that did it is in the UK. This in for 2004. Now, graphene was isolated in 2004 by Andre Gemin and Kosia in the University of Manchester. Yeah, this is the UK now. I'm telling you. I don't know why you are confusing the whole thing.
Wait. There's something I don't get. The company.
From what I'm seeing here, commonly known types of carbon are diamond and graphite. In 1947, the Canadian physicist P.R. Wallace suggested carbon coexist in sheets. The German, I think the idea came in 1947.
The one you are talking about is 2004, Abi, by James is that what you are talking about?
When I say graphene invention, when you type graphene invention, is to say graphene was isolated in terms of the way it was, because they know this exists as a property of carbon, but they say it was isolated in 2024 by Andre Jain and Koista Novoselov at University of Manchester, which used sticky tape. They use sticky tapes to isolate it. So if you type the properties of graphene,
they discovered so those company they manufacture in Mars. That's what we are talking about. Nobody who discovers something with it. You know how many Nigerians discover a lot of shit, but we produce nothing.
Yeah, but you are saying which one came from Europe? I'm telling you.
Yes, I'm telling you the code. I mean, we are in a new world, right? That is going to be based on quantum computing, right? Social media and all that. How many of these companies come from Europe? None. You don't understand the world that we are living today. Even the motor industry that German know of, they will go out of power by the next 5 to 10 years. Gone.
Okay.
the today world is built on America and China.
God, yeah. Okay, if you're saying that now.
See, to Nigeria, now the last grip, now the last control.
Appears to be from Europe too. I
see they don't buy them. Google don't buy all those things. Yes.
So because they buy it, so it doesn't mean that Europe didn't. When I told you that they are doing more new research, you said no, it can't be.
To Nigeria, can you just be? I don't know why now who control and I get the power? No be where who find out, right? Now the last control of the British Empire today. Well, now British Empire still get more influence back. Now their lost control, their last power. Now then they attack for Strait of Hormuz, which is their insurance and maritime-based empire. It's gone after 300 years. You look at the future. You talk about how China was able to build the future based on their government. Look at the future and tell me how it goes to Europe. What is happening to Europe?
Spotify, my
SQL, Spotify now Switzerland, I think.
Skype, graphene, EUV lithographic systems, Raspberry Pi, Arduinos, ARM chips that is present on almost all your phones, microchip, this is an AVR chip that is present on almost, my goodness, most of all these
Who get
drones
that?
you are seeing flying, they are based on these
Who get those?
chips.
Wait,
And
which micro? Wait,
many of these
hold on.
are listed as just
Hold on now. Which microchips and which country they produce them? What are you talking about?
UK was the one that started manufacturing it first.
You keep saying started. UK is na first
American
modern world.
company bought it from
Hold
them.
on now, to Nigeria. UK na first current modern world empire. Of course, a lot of things pioneered by them. That's not the point. What are they controlling today? Nigeria know they do a lot of things before.
Last 25 years.
Huh?
In the last 5 years, I think Raspberry Pi is still controlled by the UK till now.
Raspberry Pi?
Arduino.
What's Raspberry? What's Raspberry Pi?
You are saying, see, all the technology you are hearing, there is something inside them, microchips and embedded boards and computing on the edge boards. Raspberry Pi is one of them.
Tunanja, I told you that even deep mind, one of the most powerful AI technology, of course, was discovered and founded by British people. But Google don't buy them. I don't know if they talk. I know they talk in their own thing. Google has owned it. That's what we are saying.
CERN. Look at CERN. You know the largest physics this laboratory is in Europe. It's like I don't know where you got the idea that Europe is that far behind. You know.
No, Tunanja. I am not you now. I thought we are speaking about the future, right? You talk about how China don't get down right. We're talking about the future. I mean, the future is going to be pioneered by technology, and those technology are known. They are already operating as we speak. And if none is coming from Europe, what future do they have? There could be beggars like Nigerians too. You don't understand. They will either be a beggar to the China or to the Americans. That's what I'm saying. You keep saying no.
People see, man, it's dangerous for us to start thinking that they're about to feel like that. Very dangerous game.
No, see, nobody say
today is higher than their population was. The population is still higher than the population in 1970. Secondly, they are now beginning to discover new technology.
And that's a problem. Don't you see that?
And even reverse it. Not to just extend it, even reverse it. Yeah. So for you to start thinking that they're about to fall and die.
And those, hold on first. Those technology, they will be at the negotiative end, unlike before. That's the difference. This new technology, so they are not in position to determine how they should be used because they don't even know how they come to being. They are busy. They're busy. I don't know. They won't run they form global chain. You are forming a global chain and you don't have the company that will make the global chain work. Huh?
No, hold on. Why would they not control it if they are the ones making it? Like the vaccines that they made for COVID, were they not the ones controlling it?
Now then, which vaccine? How many companies produce vaccines? How many of them they get? You are not even looking at the big. You are not looking at the big picture. You are looking at the products that come out of a company. Who get the factory? Forget the product that come out of the factory. Who owns the factory?
I hear the
control
factory.
things.
The factory belongs to the UK too. Didn't you see what they did recently? They sold Nigeria steel, even when their steel companies in distress.
This guy, I don't see. You are talking about now. Hold on now. You are speaking of British Empire. You just think out first. You are talking about the British Empire. You are proud they are selling steel to their colony.
Manufacturing this in Switzerland is known for very, very good engineering. Don't underestimate these people.
Tunanja, those are yesterday. Those engineering minds. Hold on now. Hold on.
They are there today, right now.
Tunanja. Mercedes has been doing. Not me say next 50 years. Mercedes no good there. It will be, but the machine, the engine that make the German people what they are, they have lost it towards battery and God. EV.
Do you know where Sun is? Sun, the largest laboratory in the world. Do you know where it's located?
It doesn't matter the location of your laboratory. Who get them? It doesn't matter where you build your laboratory now.
The Europe that owns it is not America. You think it's America that owns it? It's Europe that owns it.
Which company is that? Make I know. What did they bring? What are they? What are they?
Sun. Okay, let me read it. Sun is the intergovernmental organization with headquarters located in Mayen near Geneva, Switzerland. Its facility straddles the French-Swiss border with significant research infrastructure situated in both Switzerland and France. That's the country. The lab is so big that it
hold on first. What it be Sun? Let me know now. Make I Sun spell it. Make I know the lab you're talking about.
Sun,
make I know the company we own.
CERN. CERN. Sun is a very, very big.
Sun waiting. You say sorry, CRN.
CRN. C is Sun. Yeah. Let me. It has a specific
Sun.
name. Yeah. Sun.
What are they into? What are they into?
Is the Organization for Nuclear Research. That's what they do. They try to research the subatomic particles at the most advanced level. They were the ones that discovered the gravity.
Okay. So when is a research institution like that? How do you know control is the financier? All right.
Pardon?
A research institution like it. How do you know who control it? Is those that finance it, Abi?
Yeah, the 24 member states that control it. European, mostly European.
Wait, if America did it, I don't get the plenty money inside.
Let's see now.
That's the point. So as you because in Europe, as we know, it's America pet adventure. You are looking at Europe from the lens of yesterday. We're talking about the future that is going to be run by science and technology. And you are still proud that you are still talking about.
I'm checking now who funded the project by amount. Let's see. US is not even present. Like 20% of it by Germany, United Kingdom 15%, France 12%, Italy 9%, Spain 7%. So the United States is not even present on the list. So this is a European thing. This is what I keep telling people. Don't be
hold on. So now now I get the point. Now European Organization for Nuclear Research, now nuclear research, Abi. So now, when you talk of nuclear energy, nuclear power, and every other thing you can think of, which country dominates? Now, country where they do research, I've been a country where they actually built that. That's America.
Yes, but I think if I'm not mistaken, France has more nuclear power stations than the US even. And France is also a nuclear power.
No. France largely, if you say France industrialization is built on nuclear energy, that doesn't mean it has more nuclear than America.
Okay, let's say we agree on that. In terms of the nuclear research, when you hear nuclear research, you are hearing the cutting edge of science itself.
But you can do research all you want, but what is the product of that research? If it cannot run anything, what's the point?
Is the product of that research is what created the nuclear weapon, the hydrogen bomb, the what they call it, the X-ray machines,
and they still lose the First World, they still lose the Second World War, and they still depend on America for military survival.
I'm not saying that America is useless, but Europe would die without America is a mistake.
No, the debt we are talking about, when I say Europe, that means they are going to go on their separate way. That's the debt I'm talking about.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that.
Okay.
Europe and America will go their
Brexit, British never come out. That is the starting point. Brexit come out, Abi.
If you buy that, this is why I say I told you before. Have you watched Vikings before? You really need to watch that program. You are
coming from. See, what I think. If you listen to my argument, I speak to what you are saying. When you talk about that Chinese people don't get, now then they're likely to own the future based on the way they inculcate technology into their governing system. I agree with you. And they say the next people who are doing that now is America. That Europe has lost out of that game. You say no. I say no. They don't have what it takes to actually. And I can tell you something. There's one of the main goal of the Donald Trump-led American path is to dismantle the European Union as it is. So it's not that I'm just speaking abstract. There is a deliberate attempt to make that happen.
The only thing Trump wants to do is not to dismantle Europe. The only thing he will do, the maximum he will do, is to enable Russia to become part of Europe. That is the maximum. I'm not even sure he's
I don't think he has that power. That's not going to happen.
he has the power. All he has to do is stand back. That's all.
No, that's why I say the country will rather go on their separate ways. Because if you look at the European Union, what's join them together? They have separate economy. Not in them. Don't say that they agree with themselves. They speak different language. It's not that it's a very no.
See China in the horizon, they will buck up, and they already have the European Union. They have a lot of things that they are doing together. I actually believe that Europeans don't have that much of an issue with Russia. The only country that really has an issue with Russia is the United Kingdom.
America, no, Europe. If Europe can stand the war that America is waging against them, if they can survive it, yes. But I don't see them surviving it. That's my own thing.
I don't believe that America is fighting a war against Europe. America is fighting to decide what direction Europe should go. And many European countries, like UK, and many of them are rejecting Russia. That is where the problem is. Left for Trump, bring Russia.
No, they're not rejecting Russia. They want to take over Russia economically. That's what they want. They want to actually be in charge of, because one of the wealthiest nations on earth.
That is their original idea, but they are willing to work with Russia if that is going to ensure their survival and their prosperity.
Yes,
in the future.
that is the.
UK don't see it like that. UK is Anglo-Saxon. They are the ones playing the tribalistic thing. They don't see that.
Hold on now. All of them are Anglo-Saxon, but no, you also have to factor. Hold on, the European Union as it is still going because of the globalists. You agree with me?
The European Union is going because of the globalists.
No, the European nation, they have that leverage to say, okay, we want China, we don't do that, and all that kind of thing, because that unity, the globalists are still very much in charge. All the economy is run by their companies, right?
Okay.
And that is what the nationalists are fighting. So who is going to win? If the nationalities win, that means America will not be dealing with European Union. It will be dealing with individual states.
No, you see, I'm telling you that European.
No, that's what they want. Are they going to succeed? I don't know. I'm not saying they will succeed, but for me, that is the game I play.
That European that is playing nationalist, eventually, when the chips are down, they will all align. They might fight each other even. But when the chips are down against the others, they will align, including America. America will align with them. Right now, America is not. The only reason why they are not joining Iran in a war now, because they know America can take care of it. And they also know America is not going to be defeated. America might not win, but America is not going to be defeated. So that's why
it is now the financial power, the financial might of the globally, which is Europe, now their empire that they destroy for Iran now. They are the one that control the system based on their investment. That is what America has been taking over.
America too is being affected. The only problem
of course
is
now fight now. You have to lose something to gain something. It's not going to be a clean slate. They know that. forget the rhetoric that this what Trump is saying. It's not as that. No, it's a longer projected war. The effect is.
Point is that if anything, the only country that will fall the most, if you ask me, the country that will fall far from grace from where they are right now is America. America's fall will be far more noticeable than that of Europe, because Europe. You
don't understand. As we speak, Europe they don't cave in. They don't sign their energy pact deal with Donald Trump administration.
Yeah, until Trump decides that,
So what? See, if your energy, which is the backbone of your.
All this while they've been taking energy from Russia. All this while they've been fighting in Ukraine, they were still getting some gas from Russia.
Of course, they know now.
Exactly.
When the majority of your energy, which is the backbone of industrialization, is coming from one place, that person control your destiny. That's what it means.
This is why I say you watch.
Okay. It's an interesting period. It's an interesting time.
Because the reason why I like that Vikings program is that they will go through multiple episodes of two sides that actually are on the same side being against each other. They will be fighting each other, and
of course,
the outsiders will not know that these people are still aligned. They will be
fighting
each other throughout.
That's why I agree with you.
Switch on you.
That's why I agree. The European nation. When I say they could die, I'm not saying the things will all be gloom and all that. They are just trying to, America is trying to rewrite the subordination, right? They are still, of course, where America won't go say their invention and technology, if not be Europe. So all their parts, everything will still be, so it's still the same. But yeah, so they are just trying to redesign the new rules that have been to them, to the Americans, the rules that the pioneer after the Second World War has been diluted, has been taken advantage of. And this is their narrative. I'm not saying, even though the rise of China make everybody rich, make the Western people rich, make the Chinese rich, but still they are still shouting that the Chinese people take advantage of the process. So I get that point. That last, of course, is about civilization. The Western civilization, the English speaking world, let me put it that way, they will always stick together when push comes to shove, right? But it's just that the two ideologies that is coming from America, right? One believe that every human should live, there should be no boundaries, there should be no nation states on the long run, right? Which is where you credit the Chinese people, right? The idea if a European nation can, your European nation can adopt that, then maybe the whole Western region. Now, so since that is the goal, it's just going to take a matter of time. The American, when at the states will win, either the states ideology will win or the borderless ideology. To just make it.
I think the borderless ideology is here to stay. Except something I don't know happens, which is possible. There could be some kind of serious contaminant out there that other nations want to protect themselves from, so they become more bordered states. But barring that, borderless world is bound to come to fruition. If we want to survive in this world, we have no choice.
Oh, okay, wait. You, that's a very, I never hear that point. That's the point you're making, that the survival of the world depends on borderless nation. That's
Yes, it has to be that way sooner or later.
Why?
Because technology is forcing us together. It's forcing us in such a way that, like how I said that as a nation, if we don't have a presidential council system that forces people to work together, you are more likely to have problems. That's how technology is forcing us together too.
As a Nigerian, what position do you think you will be as a borderless nation, which is pretty much one world order, right? Or you don't see if we become borderless, are we going to have one world? No, so now if we have one world order, where Nigeria as a country, right? Which stage of the ladder are we going to belong?
This is why I wonder why people even bother fighting for tribes, because the world technically almost has a one world order already to an extent. This is why you hear about international human rights and everything, almost universally hear it.
But because I'm against one world order as it is now. For now.
No, as it is now, nobody wants it to be remain like it is now, because with only
no, even going forward, because where I will belong, because the technology that you are talking about, none of them is coming from us. So what would be, because it will be your where you belong in that world order depends on what you are contributing. So
yes, we may, if you see, it depends on how it shakes out. We may find ourselves in a precarious situation, but that said, we may not. My take is that because of what technology is doing, it's forcing us faster and faster together. By doing that, it is making us because if you don't do what needs to be done, how people are, I am listening, arguing for state police right now. While in reality, what is going on the ground, the material evidence on the ground is that everything is becoming more and more centralized. This is why America right now is demanding health record of Nigerians. They want to centralize it in their area. The world is technology is, let's put it this way, technology is forcing us to centralize, we like it or not. So
yes, but I'm just worried. We as a nation, where do we belong? Because if we are still going to be seen as Nigerian, we are still going to be seen.
I think we'll still be seen the same way, because even when in a centralized world where resources are shared, the people that don't have a lot of leverage and a lot of say will get the bottom of the barrel, isn't it? Like we get now. It's not going to change anything. But it doesn't mean that the whole world will become equal.
Yeah, but and that's my fear. Where I was talking about the using.
You still have to fight your way to get more, even in that world that is a one world government. Because
now isn't that I think our leaders are because, as you said, the world is going, that centralized world is going to be run by technology. Our leaders are just trying to plague themselves within the either buy shares within the technology, make their family free, and leave the majority just wallowing around. That's why I talked about the useless generation. So if everything is centralized, even that means the job too is going to be controlled. Everything is going to be controlled, and our population is increasing. Our education system is not even, it's going the other way around, because we need to revamp our education system to even catch up to the centralized world. So we are going to have useless generation everywhere.
No,
And
not necessarily, because see, the thing about technology is that because it is speeding things up, it's also going to speed up learning. A lot of learning will leapfrog, and most learnings will not even be relevant anymore. Maybe most of the skills
the
we already
schools,
have will be
the
sufficient
schools now,
because
yeah,
because all the so-called knowledge we like to cherish, AI will be responsible for them. Critical
go there,
thinking
yeah.
is the only ones you probably need. So the world is going to transform significantly, and I think technology is forcing that to happen. The problem with America right now is that they are fighting against the tide. Weirdly enough, almost it's very, very strange, because when you look at what Karl Marx wrote years ago, hundreds of years ago, and there was a time I saw a video where people were calling him trash and all that. The guy seems to be right. He seems to be
No,
right.
but
The world is going, it's
the
forcing us.
American way is believing that once they figure it out, they will destroy everything that they will reset, they will do again. I think that's been their way, and I think that's the way they're doing. Because right now, before World War, leading to Second World War, all the experts, the engineers, and everybody had to come together. But it was under the military government. Were able to be in charge of that. That same thing, which enabled them to win the Second War, build a lot of machine and other. That same thing is happening as me and you speak in America, but it's not just happening under government control per se. So what they do is to assemble all the experts, the nuclear heads. They are the best of the best company, the Elon Musk and they assemble them, but it's off the radar of the public because they did not centralize it under government. You understand? So that project is what is going on in America to Nigeria is massive. Trust me, it's like
See,
a
what
crash
America
program.
needs, I've told you before, I don't know why people don't listen to me. If you listen to me, America's problem will be solved. America needs counseling. It needs war counseling.
Die.
Americans now, you know what?
People will walk counsel
Breathe,
them with
breathe.
wait now,
You tell them,
Nigeria.
America, breathe.
Wait
You
now.
know that thing, you feel like shooting. Don't shoot.
But
America
to
needs
Nigeria,
counseling.
if I defeat you in war, and somebody will not come and advise you, No, if you defeat me in war, somebody will now come and Mr. James will now tell you, Nigeria, come. You need to go and seek war counseling from OD. How will you?
No, America needs the counseling more, because the one that is defeated knows the bitterness of defeat. Maybe that one suffers from that one also needs counseling. But the victor needs a serious counseling, because I know power is addictive. I know that bomb, when you drop that nuclear bomb, it felt good, didn't it? It's so addictive, you feel like doing it again. For the sake of all of us, not do it. Let's talk about it. What is it you want? What is it you truly want?
You won't control everything.
So, tell me, do you love your mother? Do you love your mother and your father?
No, because say America like it because they know they fight for their ground, right? All the war are outside. So I think that's real. That's why they love it, right? Every war is being fought outside since after their civil war.
You have to dig deeper. You have to go and ask them. What is it you fear the most? Do you fear becoming irrelevant? Do you want us to take care of that? If we take care of that, will you stop blowing up the world? So I tell you, Africa needs counseling, seriously, because the way they are going right now, they are the biggest danger in the world.
I think what you should focus on, because what the Americans are trying to do to China, it's not that they will be either go to war with China back. No. They want to stop China from being regional hegemon. Because if they become regional hegemon, they have the power to stop the Americans from doing business in that region. Which is
China is just not asserting itself.
But that's it. But until they assert themselves, it's just like America now. They assign themselves in their region in the 1800s.
America could trigger a world war because they are crazy.
Of course, I agree with you.
Somebody needs to go and tell them, please don't kill us all, please.
No.
So many world wars. Just calm down. You don't have to. We all know you are the best papa of all time. One other thing I hate the media people do, where they call Trump taco. Where they say Trump
that
is so nasty because this guy is crazy. Trump represents America. You can't count a crazy place that feels kind of self-esteem.
Niger man, to Niger, blame the country where you did. They are the one responsible for why America is so powerful. If they actually focus and stop America from being a one nation in 1776, we will not have a powerful nation like America.
You are right. The UK can stop America's power.
They saw it, but because India was more looking. India was the new gold then. They just allow America just carry the war gold like that. It's okay. Military, you guys.
Can you believe that I never actually look at it from that point of view? That the UK,
no, that's it, because America is the first world.
Pride, it could bring America down. If UK decide to sacrifice its own pride, because the only reason, part of the reason why Europe rejects France, Russia, is because of the UK and the Anglo-Saxon power. If the UK says no, I'm going to work with Europeans.
But America is too dangerous now. When I mean it's too dangerous, the military might they have is just too. I don't think British want to take that risk. I don't think they want to do it. The mistake has already been made. The British people were greedy, right? Because they believed they could still control the America with their soft power, which they were still doing up to today, right? So they allowed the victory, to allow the Americans to come away with the victory in the name of getting their own sovereignty. Because the goal of the British people is they saw it. They know if they allow the South and the North America to come together as well, it will be too powerful. And what they envisioned was what is happening. America became the first world regional hegemon. Even Europe, they could not do it. They could.
Very dangerous is that they've never really had a war on their own soil.
They can't. No, there's a risk. Yeah,
it makes them very reckless. It makes them very reckless and dangerous.
They were close in 65 or 64 when the Soviet Union bring nuclear close to. So that's the problem. So until if they cannot break America into two, which I pretty much I don't think it's possible right now, right? We are still going. The war will continue to be seen. They are still going to continue to be the threat of the threat to peace around the world.
I fear for the world, because of what America is facing. I told you America is going to go to a big war, and they've already into one. And I fear that this war might get bigger because America doesn't want to look inside home. With
the war has to get bigger. The war has to get bigger. What they are doing, what the Trump administration is doing, is a technique of if you cannot solve a problem, you escalate it. So, and the escalation will not really affect them directly like that, right? They are kind of proof in terms of their energy secure.
To affect America.
No, but not compared to everybody will be affected, but the proportion is the proportionate of the affection that we are talking about, right? In a way, they are proof. Nigeria is proof too. We get energy. We don't need to suffer. But again,
this is why I was telling James earlier on that what Dangote has done has shielded Nigeria to an extent from the headwinds that are going on right now. And if that industry capitalize on it, it's going to give Nigeria a chance. But I don't know.
Just imagine saying Dangote refinery no day waiting to the government for doing it. For some fire. So yes, as you said, the war is going to continue for it. Even if this one stops, they will start another one.
Yeah, they would rather do that than go and check what's going on at home.
Yes,
but most white Americans want to deal with what's happening at home, and I don't know how it's going to shake out because that's why I feel like the whole thing is so dangerous for the world right now.
I think they will always come to a deal, and there was some group of people will suffer it. In the 70s, the day they had in this to avoid the crisis of the 70s was the African American, the blacks internally were thrown under the bus. They allowed the Jim Crow people to start their thing again. So this time around, I think it's the immigrants. They will come to a deal and throw the immigrants.
You've always said that they will reach a new accommodation.
They will reach, yeah.
But this one is different. Black people don't stand a chance of becoming majority. But the
No,
immigrants,
the black people, yes.
That is
So
the
they can
danger.
afford to accommodate the blacks one way or the other, but they will separate
these new ones is scaring them. They don't like it.
If possible, they will separate this along religion, that is Muslim immigrants. I think right now that's what they are trying to do, but I don't know if I think they will.
Muslims are in your country. And another, we're talking about that this in South African thing earlier on, when we were talking about how they are calling themselves Rainbow Nation. Like when you look at all the metrics, you will see that country is mostly black with a white elite. Really, basically, that's what it is.
Yes, that is the economy. The white control the economy. Once they can take over the economy, they are free. It's not going to come as a cheap. It will come as a price, but I think they can. And
our
take it.
Our Igbo brothers, I always say that they have this Abel syndrome, whereby
you were talking about it the other time, and it's happening in South Africa.
You remember that word? I've been using that word all the time. Abel syndrome. Whereby they go to the area, they act as if they have more, they attack them, and they don't understand why that is happening. And this is the thing. That's what the guy went and did in South Africa again. You have to be careful. I don't understand why they put their foot in it all the time.
When it happened in Ghana, Mr. J spoke up. They almost beat Mr. James, I remember.
They advised me not to take Panadol for
I remember that day.
For their own headache.
And now it happened again.
I think I sent you
I don't
something.
care.
I don't know if you
Tell
saw
them.
it in your WhatsApp.
No, you know me now. I will tell them to their face, like, you can't keep behaving like this, because personally, I don't like to see Igbo people getting persecuted. But when you keep behaving like this, like you are not self-aware at all. How can you go and do this thing after you heard about what happened in Ghana? Then even if you didn't do it in the same way, you go and do it in such a way that when they see, they can capture it and use it against this Igbo people again. It's like, when I saw it today, I was like, I'm tired of hearing this stuff and them keep attacking Igbo people. Even Chidinma of South Africa was Igbo again. It's like, why did they keep attacking Igbo people constantly? That's that Abel syndrome. They are not doing anything particularly wrong. They are not breaking any law really, but somehow they get persecuted. Is that syndrome all the time? Is that not what Abel did? Abel didn't commit any crime, but he got murdered. I don't understand why they get into this kind of trouble all the time. It's like, and they are not warlike, but they know how to piss people off. How do you exist in this world? They are not like Fulanis that go about trying to colonize, kill people. No, they don't do that. But somehow they are so persecuted at the same time. They are
doing it with soft power, right? They are doing it with soft power.
They do it with soft power, and that's what pisses people off the most. You are right there. That's the key word. But then again, the argument remains, is that not the only way to do it, really? Because any other way is violent and destructive. If you want to do an argument, you do it softly.
My own issue with this thing is that, just like I said, Mr. J pointed out, they will say they don't like king in Nigeria. We don't like it. We know they do kingship. We know they cheat king. But every land they are being prosecuted for putting up a king in nobody else's land.
That's a funny contradiction. I never picked up on that one. I need to ask some Igbo guys why that is the case. You don't have king. You say you don't do kings, and you don't declaring king somewhere else. You need to stop that. You guys should pass a strong law to stop your brethren from doing that kind of stuff overseas, because it's triggering all this kind of nonsense persecution against Nigerians. I don't like to see it. Dragging people left and right. They need to be more self-conscious about these things.
Now the Yorubas are even more. Now they carry these people for head pass, but they will never hear them get problem outside in terms of say they are king. They have to get kings everywhere they are.
The Bible are very, very aware of their surrounding. That's one of the things they are taught the most. They study their environment very carefully wherever they are operating, and they don't overstress themselves. You know, even people they go anywhere. I think that would be that's their greatest strength. They go anywhere without fear. They establish anywhere without fear, and it will make them matter. Somehow, we like it or not, the Igbo people are going to be quite a factor without their culture. Like I said, if they are doing it through soft power, is that not better than the people that just go and slaughter people in Plateau? No, I don't understand what it is, because how else would you want an idea to win out? You want an idea to win out by the way it practices, navigate society. As long as it's peaceful, it should be allowed to navigate its society accordingly. So I think their approach is actually more civilized and more designed for the current life we live in, where we don't want violent confrontations. You see what I mean? So it depends.
Yeah.
If you say you don't like them, then make your own culture strong too. Reject their own what they are bringing to you if you don't like them. It's not by force. They are not saying putting a gun to your head that you have to accept it. You see what I mean?
But all this thing, I sense political on that in all this, because I see no reason why just a person won't just because you can come out be a king of Igbo in another place and the people are angry. Unless somebody is pushing them to say come, it doesn't make sense to me.
Look at the white man talking on their behalf now. Like see if he's I have 7 generations that are here. Like 7 generations that are South African than the Igbo guy. It's like those South Africans that you see there, many of them are from the part of Nigeria where the Igbos and the Eastern Nigerians come from. That's where the Bantu expansion started, from the Mambila Plateau. Why do you think if you put an Igbo man and a South African, they look quite alike? They are not that dissimilar.
Yeah.
But these people don't get it. And it's a white man that is coming to tell us. And South African black people, they are just those ones that are lost. They don't have a clue what they are doing at this moment. Thinking that it's a rainbow nation. It's your country. You're calling it a rainbow nation.
Right, right.
People, you're calling it a rainbow nation. The UK, they don't call it a rainbow nation. And yet they have 16% non-Europeans in it. I don't know why we do these things, man.
That narrative is powered by economy power, right? Now then they push that kind of narrative. Put it on your TV, on your program, or your editing in your face. Before you know it, you begin follow.
It's a black country. It's not, I actually used to buy it until I checked the statistics. The country is a black country. It's not a rainbow nation at all. It's just a tiny minority at the top that are white. That's it. The rest are black.
But you know that the English, you talk about the Anglo-Saxons, right? The English spoken word, they consider it as their land. Anywhere they have 1-2% of their people reside is their land. So that's why it's still called the idea of a Commonwealth nation. It's still the same way we are saying. Why would they call ourselves Commonwealth nation? Is this as if we explain yourself as a rainbow nation? Commonwealth of what? They share our words, but we say no. So we have to be able to destroy that bond too. This idea of Commonwealth of nation.
We are not a very, very smart people. Every time we interact with other non-Africans, we compromise ourselves.
Yes.
An example of this is what you see happening in South Africa. That country is a black nation. But do you know how many videos I see online where you see somebody representing South Africa is not black? You will see either white person or a mixed colored, somebody that calls themselves colored, which by American standard, that person is black, but they'll call themselves colored. They are the ones representing South African instead of the South African black people themselves. It's really strange.
You know why in America? Because of course the blacks are considered minority and every standard, money, economy, whatever. So if you claim everything that you want, it doesn't really matter. But in South Africa, it's the other way around. In South Africa, the minority are white. So they have the needs to keep stressing that idea that everything that anybody that want to speak for the country is white. Just so
that is
so that's the power of the economy.
So if you have a rainbow guy is talking for how long now? 5% of the population, he's the one talking on behalf of the people because he's got money.
99% of it, the media that is interviewing is being financed by them.
Exactly.
That's how it's economy. Economic power is very.
How many times have you ever seen any country where another race is 5% and the rest is just following them? You will never see that in any other. Only black people at this moment.
Only South Africa.
No, black people. Because the same thing is happening in Mauritania, where you have some Arab population ruling over the black population there. It's only black people. Even in Haiti, the same thing is happening in Haiti. The top people.
Oh yeah,
all
the Caribbean,
black. Yeah,
pretty much.
One of them are not black. So they rule over us, and we just accept it. It's like we're one strange people that always compromise our own side.
No, we are rejecting them now. We are accepting. We are replacing them with Chinese.
I don't see Chinese there.
We are replacing.
I don't. Maybe to an extent, South Africa, the government is trying, but on the ground.
No, but it will take time now. Let's give them credit. It will take time. They just get that political power in 1994. So the economic power, it will take time. It will take them time. It will take them time.
If you hear the way this man is talking, you would think he is like the coy son himself. Like Jesus Christ. Do you even have any shame? You brainwash the whole population to believe that their own fellow continentals are their enemies.
That's crazy. That's crazy, though.
That's some crazy mind crazy stuff, man.
It never makes sense to me. Never makes sense to me. But again, you live in America, so I kind of understand. Economic power is very strong. Once you get money.
Yeah, economic power. You say whatever you like about most Jewish or
they have the money.
Understand the power of money.
Yeah,
they understand that stuff makes a big difference. Like you might be few in number, but if you have that,
they have over 50 billionaires, like legit billionaires. You know what that means? How many? There are over 100 countries that don't even have 1 billionaire. More than 100 countries that don't even have 1 billionaire. They have over 50. So that's power. Nigeria, we get how many? 3 or before. We see the form giant of Africa.
Yeah, there are quite a few things that I've learned recently, and if I catch a South African, I will question them on this their stupid rainbow mentality. They need to stop saying that. It's their country. They should stop saying it's rainbow nation. It's their country. They should remember that it's their. See, Italy has more non-whites than South Africa, but yet you don't see Italy calling themselves a rainbow nation.
But to Nigeria, okay, don't you see the problem is South Africa's all their freedom fighters during that period, right? They've all decided to take political power. So that progression of say, okay, this is your country, take it, and if you take it, this is as you evolve, right? Has been lost. They now moved up into power monger. The same thing if you look at Nigeria. That's why some of our people who are seeking for power now, we are looking for power, but you don't bother to say, I need to conscientize these people so that even if I get the power, I will be able to govern the way I should. So all of them want power. Anybody will come out for street small, we don't get small notoriety, he begin to look for office. He wants to become president. And that's the problem. That's why the mentality that the way they what's the word? The way they brainwash us, right? It's very hard for the next generation to get out of it, because those people who are supposed to continue the struggle on the ground say, come, yes, we have political power now. The next phase is to make sure everything belongs to us. Those people decide to say, I want power, or they'll bring them come take power. You understand? So that's the problem. Even look at this Milema guy, right? His movement is predicated on what? Economic reform, economic ownership, national economy, and all that. Now, my fear is how many people again are out there who are taking after him, so that in case they finally give him power, him forget the struggle, or they take him out of power, that same knowledge will continue. Because his platform is educating people, which is one thing I like about Obi, right? Regardless of I disagree with him, his connection, his compromise and all that, he is shining light at the highest level on how government should work, even if you disagree with them, right? We can be prudent, we can be all that. But after him, what next? What happened to the obedient? Who will continue to educate them? And I think that's where we are losing it. That's why this mentality of seeing them as superior still linger on from generation to generation. Because there's no continuity.
All these South Africans are this like Zulus and everything. Like,
yeah.
I guess they all know that if they put the Igbo population together, it's more than maybe the population of their country, actually.
Yeah, but the truth, what they don't know, which is what I say, ignorance. Even if all the Igbo people come more for the country, they will see they suffer. Their condition is not going to change. Yeah, sorry, Mr. James.
Yeah, look at it this way. During the struggle of the fight against apartheid, the black people never prepared for leadership. They were busy fighting since 1912, when they formed the ANC, till 1994. Independence came unexpectedly when F.W. de Klerk almost unilaterally said Mandela should be freed. Nobody expected it. It came unexpectedly. They were not prepared for leadership. Believe what I'm telling you. When I was there, I discovered that ESCOM, that is the Electricity Corporation, was run by whites. There were no black, qualified blacks to run the Electricity Corporation. The national airline, South African Airways, was white controlled in 1994. The shipping line, I mean, all sectors of the economy. If in 1994 if they had said that whites should go, the country would have collapsed. Now, when the independence came, majority of the whites said they cannot live under white rule. They abandoned their properties. Fantastic houses all over Johannesburg. There's a city called, a neighborhood called Hillbrow, another called Jeepistown, Braamfontein, and what have you, Krugersdorp. So many areas, they abandoned their buildings. Black people occupy the buildings. Now go and see the quality of the buildings. Everything is in shambles. You get the point?
Yeah, so, but if you don't have money, you cannot maintain the house now.
No, it's not a question of money. No, excuse me. It's not a question of money. The South African government introduced a program they call BEE, Black Economic Empowerment. There are a lot of soft loans here and there they can access to get themselves organized. But the issue is that they are not used to it. This, like Electricity Corporation. If the corporation happen to, is nuclear powered, the nuclear reactor is at Sasolburg. It's nuclear powered. So they don't have the technology among the blacks to run such a terrible industry. So this is why they are still very soft with them. It's going to take time, maybe 15, 20, 30 years.
I think
there are universities like the one at Witwatersrand, Stellenbosch, Grahamstown. There are a lot of universities over there that were strictly for whites alone. It has not been open for both blacks and white. If you can read, come inside. There are a lot of things that are awarding to the blacks. So it's going to take time for these things to materialize. And even the agriculture.
But let me add to this, because what you said, I did check the data during the period when they handed over to Mandela, and clearly the black population didn't have the engineering expertise, not even close to being able to run the country. So, but if they truly wanted the transition, what they could easily have done is send 50,000 overseas, and within the next 5-10 years, you will have all the necessary engineers you need. But they clearly didn't want to do that. They wanted to go in different direction of relying on, trying to play as if you can dislodge the elites somehow. You can take power from the white South Africans that are richer and controlling most of all these things and bring it to the poor. But clearly, after many decades now, I think we are going to the third decade at least, not much has changed. The wealth is still being controlled at the top, almost in the same proportions. So that tells you that the elites never give up power. This is not only a South African problem. This is a global issue.
It's a human thing.
It's a societal thing. Elites don't give up power. You have to take it. And this game that they're playing, that they think they're going to take over their country, it won't happen. Or the only thing that is going to happen is the white people are going to return and take it again.
Look at their neighbor, Zimbabwe. They got their independence in 1980. They virtually, not clearly, but they virtually told the whites to leave them alone.
Yes.
The whites crippled the economy. And Zimbabwe the Zimbabwe of today, it's not the Zimbabwe of Ian Smith's time. There's a whole wall of difference. This is one thing South Africans are afraid of. The South African society is far more violent than Zimbabwe. If the economy should collapse, it's going to be an unmitigated disaster. So the South African government, they know what they are doing. That is from my own point of view, I might be wrong. They are
Yeah,
doing a
it
lot
will
of
take
things.
them time. They will get that. I believe so.
It's not on their side. You see, the truth is that Zimbabwe returned to their true state. If they felt that the white people are going to abandon it, so be it. You return to your true state, because if you try to pretend as if the white man's progress is yours, you're going to find out that it doesn't belong to you eventually if you're not careful. And I've not known any people that use this method to become progressive and actually develop them. So if you know one, you let me know. Because you sooner or later will confront the fact that those elites will still hold on to power until you dislodge them. And if you dislodge them, there will be consequences for that to your true state, and you have to walk your way out of it. And that is the truth. You can't steal from other people. And this is why I think Zimbabwe is even more ahead of South Africa than most people like to believe. Because if Zimbabwe now control their own wealth and start growing from where they are, they will know they did it themselves, and it will be more sustainable. They will be able to defend it. But to rely on the white people to build it, it's not theirs. It belongs to the white people. They are the ones that defend the wealth. You see what I mean?
You see,
So
before they can do that, they need some educated men and women. You see, I live with these people for over 10 years. The issue is where they are coming, they know where they are coming from, and they know where they are going.
Yeah, we take them time. Right? I agree with that too.
Take agriculture, for example. Their farms are highly mechanized. The black people, even if they give them money through this black economic empowerment, the technology to operate the farms, they don't have it. But since 1994, I noticed that a good number of them have passed through their universities. Even other Africans are also going to South African universities for PhD degree programs, although we don't need PhD to run our societies. Anyway, the issue is, I see the point you are making. The society is a black society. The blacks should call the shots, not the whites. I agree with you entirely. But if they are not careful, if they find themselves in the situation Zimbabwe is grappling with at the moment, South Africa will be extremely violent. You see?
yeah, but that is their natural state. Shouldn't they go back to their natural state first to walk their way out?
No, they cannot. No.
Excuse me. Powers.
Excuse me. It's not as easy as that, because that system of government they call apartheid, their native system, not customs and tradition you are seeing on television, the way they relate with each other, their native system crumbled. They reduced the whole of them to the level of animals. This is the situation in South Africa. So to build, you see, you can, what's it called? It is easier to change the character of an individual than changing the character of a society.
I hear what you are saying, but I've seen a video of a white person saying that they go within the black communities to create divisions amongst them, that they operate like that to make sure that they distrust each other. So maybe that the state we are seeing of South Africans is not necessarily their natural state. And I always, because Zimbabwe did the same thing, they didn't go about tearing each other to pieces. I feel like you can't kind of piggyback on some other people's accomplishment. You can't, because they will never let you get away with it. They are not stupid. Because
it's just a question. It's just a question of time. Let's compare it to what is happening in Nigeria. When the Fulanis seized the whole of northern Nigeria since 1804 till now, little did they know that there will come a time, and this is our very time now, the Hausas are now rebelling against them. That we are not Fulanis, we are Hausas. We need to be on our own. What is happening in Nigeria today, if somebody had told you about 20, 30 years ago that the Hausa man will rebel against the Fulanis, I will doubt it. But it's a reality today. The South African situation cannot live forever. It's just a question of, you see, the society was very, very sophisticated. I don't know if you've been there. It is a European society. There's no city in the whole of Africa that is like Johannesburg, not to talk of Cape Town, Durban, and other Bloemfontein and what have you. To run the system is not a child's play. They cannot run it on sentiment. They need highly experienced, educated men and women to do the job, which they lack. I mean, for example, look, with all our education in Nigeria since 1960, we've been determining our destiny. Are you sure we have enough qualified Nigerians who will build a nuclear power station without assistance from the outside world? From 1960 to 2016, we don't have it, despite all the effort we put in. So we still need to give them some time, but they should also wake up. They need to wake up as quickly as possible because the whole of Africa is looking up to them. So they need to wake up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I see. Like the example you use of the Fulanis, you can argue that if the Hausas rebelled 100 years ago, they would have been better off today. You see what I mean? So buying time.
They rebelled. They didn't just succeed. They were overpowered now.
Exactly. No. Exactly. That's my point. So, but in the case of South Africa, they have the ability to do it because Zimbabwe was able to do it, but they are choosing not to do it because, like you said, they are afraid.
No. They are not. The issue is this: if they do it now, who is going to run the nuclear power station at Sasolburg?
The people that are running it now, they are not all going to go just because it displaced them. They are all not going to go away. If they choose to go away, they employ other people that can do it. After all, Dangote is employing people to do it.
Excuse me. They will go away because in Zimbabwe, when Robert Mugabe told them that Zimbabwe is for Zimbabweans, they all trooped out. They crippled the economy.
Not exactly. Not everybody went out. There were a lot of white farmers that still remain, even under Mugabe.
They were the riffraffs, the real Zimbabwe farmers. They all trooped out of the country.
I hear what you are saying, but let's say if the nuclear power plant went down, at least you still have it. You can have other people come and take over. You can bring other people that have the expertise. You pay them, and just like Dangote is doing. Dangote is most of the top people running Dangote refinery. They are not Nigerians. They are foreigners. You can, if you can look Dubai. Dubai is an example. Dubai, most of the economy is run by foreigners. UAE, the same thing. Other parts of the world, you see that pattern. So I don't see any reason why, if you have a great nation, as long as you remain organized within the nation, you don't start fighting each other, you can still say, you know what, let's send 50,000 overseas. In the next 10 years, they should be back. At least even if 10,000 came back, highly educated, that is very, very good for us. While we transition with the people we have to pay to come and do this, build the economy. If you are looking for a solution, you will find it. But the one that I fear that we tend to go for, that is actually short-sighted, is to think the elites that control your society will concede power. They will never. And even if you delay it, you are just delaying the day of judgment. It will come, and you will still have to deal with it. You must well deal with it early so that you save your next chance to. Because now they become stronger. Actually, Europeans have become stronger since then. Since 1990, they've gotten stronger.
I lost connection.
Oh, sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes.
Okay. My connection was lost. Anyway, it's back. Anyway, it's just a question. You see, one thing again is this. Let me make a point before this. To build a society, it is not the builders who are building it themselves. This world we live in, we never made. The Nigeria we are living in today, we are not the makers of the Nigeria. We are living ours made. So we should build a Nigeria for future generations. But when people are talking of building, thinking of the present generation building themselves, nations are not built in that way. So this is how I see it. The South African people, they have their goal. They have now educated people who are able to foresee the future and plan properly for future generations. That is how I see it. When Awolowo brought free education, he did not do it to benefit himself. He did it to benefit his society. And he's dead and gone. We are reaping the benefits today. So this is how nations are built. But when we are talking on development of nations, most people always think of how will it benefit us right now, which, I think is not a proper way of building a nation.
Yeah, I see. I think where I think is trying to say, let's wait until our people get educated. I actually gave you a solution that would have been faster. Like for 10 years instead of 26, no, going to 30 something 30 years now. They could have done it because even the Chinese that were agrarian society by and large, they became vastly industrialized within 2 decades, between 2 decades, at the time when it was even harder to become industrialized. My take is that this thing that we do is that's going to be our undoing. When we think we are too smart, we are waiting until we get smart, we get educated before we take action. When you are doing that, they are getting stronger. That's the mistake we make, because while you are doing that, you have already put yourself in a weaker position. You think they are stupid. Nature favors them because you already sacrificed 10, 20, 30 years of your people while they are busy building, getting stronger. Watch what is going to happen in the world right now. If you look at Africa now, Africa is far weaker than we were. Even the country was downgraded because they disarmed themselves of nuclear weapon. They didn't downgrade, and like you said, a lot of people left the country already. So why not just finish the job and start all over again? Maybe by now they'll be further ahead. The only reason why they accepted it is because they didn't have to fight hard like the Algerians did for their country. Because Algerians fought the French bitterly and kicked them out. And they built their
These
country
people,
from scratch.
they are fighting. No, they are fighting hard. Let me cite one or two examples. Winnie Madikizela Mandela, the former wife of Nelson Mandela, she was a member of parliament. They embezzled the money of a bank they call Sambo Bank. They took loans in the name of the Women's Week of African National Congress. They embezzled the money. So they investigated the case. Despite her connections, she was flushed out of parliament. That's case number one. Then case number two, Jacob Zuma, former president of South Africa, while he was vice president of Thabo Mbeki constitutionally has a right to relieve him of his post, and Thabo did it. They removed him as vice president. He fought back with his Zulu connection, eventually became president. And despite that, his obsession with Indians, people like Shabi Sheikh, the Gupta family and others, he embezzled state funds. The state did not, they did treat him with what they call kid gloves, they call it in English. Now, he was reduced to the level he belonged, and now he's in political oblivion. You get the point I'm making? Now, the South Africans, they are fighting corruption in a way no other African country is doing because they know what is at stake. They have a lot of problems to grapple with, and it's a unique country because of their history. But as I said earlier on, they should also hurry up because other African nations are looking up to them. It's just a question of time. That's what I think.
From what I can see, their only power, the only chance they have will come from other African countries, maybe even Nigeria or other African countries breaking free. Because I don't see them breaking free as it stands right now. Because I can see their government, like the way Ramaphosa is behaving, trying to work with the BRICS, I like that streak of South Africa that shows more independence than Nigerians. But the rainbow nation mentality that they have and maintaining that upper class that as a matter of fact, even to today, most of the top echelons industries are still by the so-called Europeans. Their own people are like many Nigerians that go overseas. They work. Yes, they have a lot of engineers now from South Africa that occupies position, relatively higher position in these institutions. But at the tippy top is still them. It's still the Europeans that control most of all those things.
One thing I want them to take note of is this. To be a good engineer, you don't need a PhD degree. I hope you are getting me. Mm-hmm. Possession of a PhD degree in engineering does not make you a real engineer. Most of their engineering, when I was there, I noticed most of them attended the kind of polytechnic they call Technicon. There's one in a place called Doron Fountain in Johannesburg. Technicon Witwatersrand. You get the point? It is something like our NCE, not the OND and HND. Yeah. That they provided them to universities now anyway. So They should not concentrate on people holding PhD degrees the way we do in Nigeria and other African countries. Majority, if not almost 90% of our PhD holders are nothing but a bunch of users to societies. I don't know if you get me.
I hear
Now,
what you are saying about our PhD.
To address that point, let me make a point quickly. You know, Hussein Rufai, Ruben Abati and others on Arise News, Chamberlain and others on next channels, they interview professors all the time. I'm sure you agree with me.
Yeah.
Can you mention any female professor these people have interviewed for the past 20 years? They invite a female, good. They invite a woman professor, not the civil rights activist, like is it Obi Ezekwele or something like that? I don't mean those ones. Professors in universities, the way they do in Western countries. Have they invited a professor to Arise or any of the leading news, outlets in Nigeria, female professor?
I'm sure they must have been there, but I've not heard of it.
There is none, because I watch Arise News on channels almost every day. You get the point I'm making? At least the male professors like Bolaji Akiyemi, Sam Amadi. Sam Amadi is not a professor, but the position he's holding is almost equal to professor. There's one at Base University, and at least they invite some of the male professors. But as for the women in Nigeria, women professors, they've not invited any. So how can a woman read up to that level and they are not contributing meaningfully to national development? When we are saddled with monumental problems, you will never hear their voice. But when it comes to fighting for women's rights, that is where you hear them saying all sorts of nonsense.
Yeah, but when you look at society, for me, I'm a kind of fundamentalist right now, really, because I'm not welded to feminist ideals. I'm not welded to economic systems. I'm not welded to religious or political systems. I tend to be welded to the fundamentals that enable you to function. Key to it is ownership of your society. Because if you look at Arab countries, they don't exactly give women, a lot of rights, but they are all doing just fine. You can even argue that even in China, they don't have a lot of rights, but they are all doing just fine. The same thing in South Korea. Because the essential ingredient for a society to function is ownership and direction. What we have seen in African countries is that we tend to look at systems and things somehow. We have this weird, the only people that don't have that, I have to say, is mostly, I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken, is the Southeastern, they don't have it. We have this mentality of thinking, maybe the Hausas don't have it too. I mean, maybe because of their Islamic, I don't even know. But I see that in the Southwest heavily. And I tend to see that in the South to an extent, where we feel like, let's just pretend as if our rival, our potential enemy, is going to somehow get bored and either fall away or die or something. We forget that while you are doing that, you are ensuring that they become stronger than you, because you are putting yourself in a weaker position. And when you put yourself in a weaker position, and your people too, in a weaker position, over time, that weaker position will amplify. And the other people that are in a stronger position, it will amplify. I've seen that with the way Europeans interacted with the Native Americans, because they also try to do that. They try to accommodate the Europeans. But whenever they accommodated the Europeans, they put themselves in a disadvantageous position. And they never truly took care of that problem until guess where they are right now. The same thing is going to happen to us. The only thing we have going for us is that our population is growing. The rest, they've gotten stronger. They built more nuclear weapons. They built everything they had in 1960. They more than tripled their power now to do all kinds of things to us if we try to fight back. So what has that done for us by trying to delay the day of judgment? The Iranians are confronting it right now. They are not afraid. They are saying, you know what? We want to control our country. We are not Arabs. We are not Westerners. We're going to fight for what we believe in. They could have decided that, you know what, let's give up our right to our ballistic missiles. Let's give our right to enriching nuclear these materials. Let's give up our right to that so that we'll have peace. No, because they understand if you do that, you are going to get weaker over time. That's why they are resisting it. That's why North Korea resisted it. And the example in the world shows it that the ones that didn't do that paid. And I don't know, for me, it's so clear.
No, this is why people are saying we need a revolutionary government. What the Iranians are doing today, under the present dispensation, if you try it, Nigerians will rebel against you.
Yeah, that's for sure. I know that we are not ready. I've always known that until we see if Nigeria was attacked the way Iran was attacked now from nowhere, Trump just come and attack Nigeria and doesn't even give a good reason, doesn't even say it has to do with Christianity or anything. Yeah, Nigerians will unite against, and that will create Nigeria. It will make Nigeria a nation for once. If we were subject to the cause. Yes, that's what tends to happen. Yes, that's what tends to happen when you attack a nation. The people that believe in that nation, their power will suddenly amplify when you attack a nation. And if you have enough
isn't that why you are seeing in APC, everybody is moving to APC because they feel attacked from America.
Look at that now. You see that.
It was shock me too much.
But the people have to make everything about the APC. You see that's not what is driving the APC is intimidating people. That's what they are doing. They are intimidating people. It's very clear that you saw what happened when they threw Fubara out, and immediately governors rushed into APC. That's what is happening. So, but the point I was making was about the Iranians. They clearly understood that okay, if they try to compromise, the compromise is going to be their end. It's going to lead to their demise, because you can see that Saddam Hussein paid, Libya and Gaddafi paid. Which other one? Assad paid. Weakness is punished in life, and we shouldn't be ever. When we try to escape our destiny, like the destiny of the blood we owe for the future generations, if you try to delay it, you are going to pay for it eventually. You're going to pay a bigger one. Let me just finish with this point that you made regarding Nigeria. Nigerians clearly are not ready to embrace such a fate because they think they somehow believe, like a lot of us believe, that it is optional until they are forced. And I believe that if we are forced, like somebody attacks us for no good reason, and like a reason that Igbo people don't support, especially Igbo people, if Igbo people don't support that reason, or Northerners don't support it. Let's say Saudi Arabia attacks Nigeria and they say it's because of Islam. You can see that Northerners will be compromised. They will feel like, oh yeah, maybe we should support them. We should not. Their minds will be a little bit divided. But if it happens in such a way that galvanizes Nigerians will unite, and that will be the first time Nigeria will function as a full nation. And conversely, I actually believe that electing a Southeasterner will also, let's say Nigeria is 60% united right now. If you elect a Southeasterner into office, it will raise it to up to 80% united. Because we had a South president, we have Southwest.
No, but we should think about these tribal issues. You get the point? Look, I always cite Awolowo as an example. Maybe because I benefited from him tremendously, I don't know. I'm not a Yoruba man. I'm not a Yoruba man. Are you getting me? Not a Yoruba man. But a Yoruba man did what my native people could not even do for me. Yakubu Gowon was a head of state in Nigeria. During his time, the economy was far better than it is now. The whole country benefited from it. There's no guarantee that if you put an Igbo man there, that he's going to pursue policies like what Awolowo did or what Yakubu Gowon did. It's not the tribe that matters.
No, I agree with you on that. I think you are mistaken.
It's the capability I'm going at. So this is Peter Obi and what they call Kwankwaso. To me, I mean, they are all the same people. That's how I look at it, because
I think you are my point.
None has come out with a blueprint, a comprehensive blueprint like what Awolowo did with education. I need a blueprint, a manifesto, that this is how I'm going to industrialize the country. None has done it. They are lying to you and me, talking grammar. And they are very, very far from you and me. So this is how I see it.
Okay, so an example of what I'm going to say is, if you look at when Awolowo was doing what he was doing that was so great, Nigeria still managed to fight a civil war, went through a lot of divisive period. What I mean by that as a nation, even Nigeria existing in that state is very easy to break up if the West wanted it so, because we are already divided internally. My point is that as a nation, individual this in goodwill is all good, but the national body is far more important, because if the national body is intact, the output will be far, far more than what an individual that is operating, on one region or something like that will be able to accomplish. So the reason why I say that, if you have, let's say, a Southeastern president, it's almost like the effect Obama had in America. When Obama was elected, I can tell you right now that a lot of African Americans felt more like part of America than ever before. And even if the Europeans didn't like it, a lot of the Europeans didn't like it, the racist ones and all, they didn't like it. But they too know they were partly they are already Americans, and America has never been more united at that time than any other period from that point of view. So that's what I'm looking at in Nigeria. Because at that time, if you wanted to break America up, it would be very, very hard. When Obama became president, it would be very, very hard. Because one, the Europeans already are signed up to America. Black people will be like, why you want to break America now that there are guys in office? That's not happening. You see, they are more loyal to the nation. If you have a group of people that fought a war against your nation, remember, one of the things you have done now is you forced them to become an entity themselves. Because Igbo as a people never fought together. They never fought together historically. They've never fought, let's say, against Yorubas or the Benin people as a united group. This is one entity. But because of that war, they fought as an entity. So in a way, you created a nation. You forced them to become a nation within your nation. And keeping them like that without treating them properly, you are running the risk of that nation becoming very, very weak and vulnerable.
I'm not anti-Igbo. People should get it clear. But one thing I want to know is this. There's nobody in Nigeria that is properly treated. No ethnic group that is properly treated. Even the Fulanis, who have dominated political power for decades. None of them, the common Fulani mind did not. None that is properly treated. So when we talk of marginalization, the entire country is marginalized if you do not belong to the ruling class.
No, so I agree with you on that.
For me, to be loyal to the country, a man from my tribe should not be president before I give the country my loyalty. But if the country is ready to defend, for example, in the country where I'm living now, if I'm being maltreated because of my nationality, and the government happened to wake up and said, no, this man hasn't committed it, the Nigerian Commission should take up the matter as a matter of principle. Then in that case, I have no reason to turn my back on Nigeria in a time of need. So this is how I see it. So all this tribal, whatever it is, what has my native people done for me? The prominent native people in my area, what have they done for me, which Awolowo did not do? What have they done for me, which the Benin did not do for me? So this is how I look at it. So it's not a question of tribe.
I see, the way you are looking at it is valid as an individual, but there is a collective aspect to societies. Societies don't always, as a matter of fact, individual function of society is quite minimal in terms of how societies succeed. This is why individually any Nigerian can compare with most Europeans, when they are exposed to the same circumstances. But yet their societies function very, very differently and their outcomes are different. The reason why I said, as a society, we have a problem where you have a section of the nation that is forced to become a nation because they fought a war. They were forced to become a nation, but they are not allowed to manifest that nationality. So if you are not allowed to manifest that nationality, then what you want to do is you bring them within the nation. I agree with you. All parts of Nigeria is being marginalized, but some are different.
They are not being stopped. They are just paying for the consequences of their loss. When you go to a war and you lost, you got to pay for it. So that's what's happening.
The point I'm making is that it's like saying some women have been treated badly compared to somebody that had just been, kind of harassed and raped on the streets. They are different. Is slightly different. And you notice that even the South was feeling very, very angsty until what's the name? Goodluck came into office.
Oh,
Goodluck.
okay.
They were feeling very, very antsy. They were beginning to agitate. And I think that good luck that came into office has bought Nigeria quite a lot of time for them to start feeling marginalized in the country. So that said, I see the merit when you fought the people and force them to become a nation, to bring them within a nation. And I have an example of this. If you look at the Iraq situation, James, this is very important. If you look at the Iraq situation, the Kurds, they were not just part of the country. Saddam persecuted them too. They fought war against Saddam because they were also rebelling against the state. Saddam persecuted them, and when the Iraq war came, they worked with America to finish that nation off. Today, they are better off than most Iraqis because of that arrangement that they got with the Americans. Even if they are not able to create their own nation, they are better off than the Iraqis. However, overall, they are all poorer for it. You see the so if you look at that picture, for us to avoid it, if any part of your country carries that passport, you better treat everybody well. Because the danger is that if you have the people that are divided, that feel persecuted within your nation, whether justly or unjustly, they will become a security threat to you. And we like it or not, we are hooked with the Southeasterners. And I think if they produce a leader within the country, as a matter of fact, I can even go further. And
What do you think? What do you think they need to do different to achieve that result? Just conversation
I think
sake.
you can carry on doing what they are doing now. I think they are going to produce one. They are going to produce one eventually.
Do you think the pressure from Biafra wing also, is also needed to push for that number one position?
The Biafra one is awful. Because this Nnamdi Kanu thing deprived them. As a matter of fact, he kind of delayed their time. Maybe without Nnamdi Kanu, Peter Obi would have won the last election.
But don't you see emergence of Nnamdi Kanu actually pave way for politicians like Obi? In other words, Nnamdi Kanu sensitize younger Igbo people that the current political class are not different from the Fulani political class. That message sang.
What he did was stigmatize the Southeastern candidate and reminded the people that fought the war that the Southeastern people are still the enemy of the state. You see, that's what Nnamdi Kanu did. He did far more damage than good. You see what I mean?
I see the argument too.
So,
but say Nigerian a strong man, power grabbing. You have to have a militant wing or something.
Yes,
because one will argue that Sunday Igboho is the militant wing of the Bola Tinubu vie for presidency. That without the Sunday Igboho, without the militant Nigerian data militant, it might be difficult for him to negotiate for that position than it is now.
In the case of Sunday Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu.
And again, add this to it too. Some people also argue that it is lack of the militant wing that Atiku is still suffering from. That's why he was not able to clinch power. Add that to the argument.
The lack of militant group, what?
You know get men we get gone for one corner.
You mean P2B?
Atiku presidential ambition.
I don't think so.
Buhari has. Technically, you can argue that the band is actually
his followers are far more passionate than Atiku's one. Buhari's followers they seem like kind of the Talakawa kind of people, really.
No, what I'm saying, one way argue that the Buhari militant angle is the bandit and all that kind of thing, because they all come up together when he was also singing for power. Tinubu the same thing with the Igboho, with the Niger Delta militants and all that. Then Obi with the Nnamdi Kanu angle. Why Atiku is lacking that aspect to his own movement.
No, I hear what you're saying there, but if you look at it, P2B didn't do anything Nnamdi Kanu did, and he made far more impact politically. And this guy now.
No. What I'm saying that don't you think there is I see your point you are trying to make that Nnamdi Kanu move alienate some part of the country, remind them of the past. But you can't. I don't think it would be fair to say that is what the Nnamdi Kanu movement represents. You have to see the small contribution they contribute to the Obi.
Let me try to draw something that really disturbs me about Nnamdi Kanu's movement. Sometimes I actually feel that he was designed to sabotage the southeastern people. And sabotage our region.
By which group? By the Igbo elite, by the British, by the American?
Maybe that's where Tinubu is a genius. I don't know. One way or another, he made it.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's responsible for it too.
If you look at what he did was Tinubu emerged from an environment where you have Nnamdi Kanu causing problem on one side, Menekpa causing problem on the other side. Then you have Igboho making a little bit of noise. Not a lot, just a little bit of noise. So, and Tinubu, that is a kind of guarantee for Tinubu. In other words, if the Northerners decide to renege on their promise to him, particularly, not to hand it over to Osinbajo or any other people, if they decide to renege on their promise to hand it over to him, during that period, I think I heard somebody say that Tinubu could support the Odua movement, and if he starts
so
movement, let me give you an idea how terrifying that is not, because now if the Igboho movement is amplified with the power of Tinubu, then you have Nnamdi Kanu on the other side. Then the North is on their own. You see what I mean?
But
that is extremely dangerous.
Do you also agree that Tinubu also bargained with their strategic position in terms of the Odua? I think the economy engine of Nigeria is in the heart of the Yoruba land. So that's also bargaining power.
Most is that the Southeast is against them. And this is one of the dynamics that you have to watch out for. If a Southeasterner becomes president, especially if he gets a northern vote, or even if he doesn't, if he becomes president rules, what could happen is that it's going to flip the dynamics in Nigeria again.
Remember, things will change, of course. Things will change.
The time the North and the Southeast, they were getting on very well. Because if they start getting on again, the danger is that the Southwest will be the one doing what the Southeast is doing now.
What about the money angle? If they have 1 or 2 billionaires, would that make any difference?
To be fair, I'm not sure what billionaires are, what the effect is, because every group has
money. Is a money move? You have to have money when it's needed. Money to mobilize, not to bribe anybody. That's where the billionaires come into play. Because the money is spent ahead. It's spent like 2-3 years consistently ahead.
I like to think that every group has billionaires. My take is that Nnamdi Kanu didn't help the Southeast at all, and he didn't even help the South-South, because remember, whatever happens to the Southeast affects the South-South too. That's partly why.
I don't know. Politically, I don't think so. The South side is doing well so far in terms of the Nigerian question, in terms of the power hierarchy. I think the South side is not doing bad.
They are not doing that badly because they fought for it. And what's his name? Goodluck Jonathan came and
Goodluck emerged, yeah.
However, I believe if the Southeasterner makes it into office, I think, you see, Southeasterners, they have this thing about them that makes them very, very irritating to people that don't understand them fully. And as a matter of fact, even if you, to be fair, even if you understand them fully, it will still be irritating. Because they are so, like you said, they have this attitude to use soft power to overwhelm you. And
yes, I think outside the economy, they don't assimilate like that.
Exactly. You see,
that's the problem.
You see, that is the part of it, but they are also not violent about it. You hardly see them go anywhere and start fighting. Other people say, "Oh, we'll kill you, we'll take over your land."
No, then you're not able to make money.
Exactly.
Because their business is their what's their call out? I think that's their upper hand. That's their
army. You want
to yes, business. So yes.
It's the right way, isn't it? Or is the better way to do it than this conquest way? So because I see that in the South too. I see that there's a lot of people in the South dominating a lot.
But again, you also have to understand that they are coming from zero. For like 50 years ago, they are like 0 points economically, and just because of due to the result of them losing. So
I think we like to think that we are all coming from zero. Let's face it. If people may seem
see, hold on. No, what I mean, coming from zero, they are elite. Then those they lost more elite in the. That's the consequence of war. You lost most of your prominent people.
Many of them fled overseas.
So that's what I mean. Not the average ordinary people. Ordinary people, everybody is the poor. both north, south, west, and east. But we're talking about the prominent
They
individuals.
didn't lose as much elites as you like to believe. Most of them left the country. Most of them left the
That's
country.
part of the losing too. It's not.
Now, did Ojukwu come back, Paul? He didn't come back,
Well,
Paul.
yeah, well, that's a good one. He came back and
Elites are almost immune. It's scary how immune those people are. It's like
it's a network.
I think if you want to study nations, study elites. They are
It's a network, yeah.
immune to almost anything. It's crazy. Like
Because
even when wars happen, they are protected. This is not
oh
right.
yes.
They will trigger a war.
No, because they are in charge now. They are in charge of the gun and money. So it's for you to lose. Just like you are a billionaire. If you are a billionaire, you will lose. If you are a billionaire, you will spend 999 million to stay free. Right? That's what it is. So you rather lose part of your wealth just to gain your freedom back, rather than you want to be stupid. And so that's the leverage they have. But even the poor people to have more leverage, we have nothing to lose. If we look at it privately, right? I think the poor masses should have more leverage than the average, the rich class. Because what do you have to lose as a poor person?
Yeah, you don't. My final argument about a Southeastern president is that one, they generally, I don't know whether all of them have it, but generally they grow up thinking profit. They grow up thinking you have to get to a certain point before you do something like whatever about marrying.
They are that's capitalists, right?
Yes, they are very, very capitalist in nature, and when they negotiate, they are hard negotiators. They always want to get the upper hand. So if you have that kind of people, if you have
isn't
somebody
that
from
what they have in common with the Jewish people?
Exactly. So my point is that if you have a Southeasterner as a president, you stand a higher chance of getting a better deal for Nigerians than the way these conciliatory Westerners or the Arabized, this kind of northern approach to things. So I really believe that someday, if Nigeria is going to do well,
You see the argument you are making. Half of the country will agree with you. The other half will also agree with you, but because their loyalty is not geared towards the faith that is Southerner loyalty is towards, because an average Southerner normally we cut more deals with the Western and all that kind of thing. That's why they are seeing it. That's why they are against
deals. That's the problem. They always cut deals that compromise their people.
Yeah, so that's
want to put a deal that he's going to. That a Southeasterner, if they are negotiating with you, they will want to look into your eyes and ensure that you are losing before they negotiation. They have that instinct. They have that Jewish instinct, if you want to call it that instinct. Because I've worked with Jews before, and they are very, very sharp people. I'm telling you, there is something about doing trade that makes you sharper, because you have to make profit.
You are that's a reality now. You are dealing with real. That's what dealing with. That's how you know. So that's why I don't underrate to be like that. I just see it's a great pretender because this guy now marketer. Not be saying a hybrid. You go for hybrid, come by because no, this guy now like street hawker.
You know how to
so
opportunities, because that's how they think. Any trader knows how to spot how to make profit. Any good trader will know how to do that, and because
that's why
that does that already. And if you have a Southeasterner, that for these multiple arguments, that's why I think Nigeria should have one, because I don't think they should.
There is a secret power that make this both the two sides of the Nigerian war so fierce in terms of not trusting each other that you need to research on. We heard about the Jesuits.
The Jesuit.
The Jesuit, yes. Well, that's pretty much a predominant. I think he emanates from the Catholic angles.
Oh, I've heard of those before. The Catholic Jesuits.
Yes, their influence in Nigeria is at the pocket. I mean, they are pretty much also controlled by the Jewish, intellectuals, because those are intellectual movement, money movement, and all that. Their influence in Nigeria is fucking very thick.
Yeah, to be fair.
Then the other side, the other side of it is the brotherhood, the Islamic Brotherhood, because they are pretty much, they have the same ideology, operating at high level, intellectuals, business people, all that. So these two forces are very strong in controlling power in Nigeria. That's where the trust is not coming. It's hanging on terms of an average Igbo man. Because Obi, they will trace Obi all the way to the Pope. You understand? That's how they not to analyze it.
In my mind, the only people that the Southeastern may be a little bit compromised to are the Jews or the Israelis, because
So you now see why they not are acting the way they are acting towards that angle.
But it doesn't necessarily mean they will be compromised, because it depends on how they interact. But it's possible. Like I said, it's not only the Northerners that are compromised to the Arabs. So
because
they
these
too
people, they
will be
spend money
compromised.
during election heavily on the low key background behind the scene. These two forces, they invest a lot of money in our election.
I say
Various.
we should go for a presidential council system or a council of elders system. I think I like the council of elders, actually. I like that term than the presidential council system.
Yeah.
Call it the council of elders from the 6 regions. They govern on behalf of the people. That's why, and we can call our country a nation of elders or united elders of the whatever you want to call it. So we have to start aspiring for new
structural change.
Structural changes.
No, but well, again, that's why I said there's a change that is happening already. You know why? Because this is one way. Just like the Americans, they always find a way to make deals and compromise some demography, right? So the Nigerian elite are doing that kind of thing too. So you see, of course, there's a growing debate about the structural changes we are talking about, the structuring, multi regional, whatever. What do you think they are doing? They want to create more states. Once they create more states, that noise died down. That we are marginalized because of this, automatically will be suppressed for at least until that more state creation no change anything in terms of how the average Nigerian person feel economically and otherwise, right? So that's what is happening. They are going to create more states. If they not happen under Bola Tinubu regime, it will happen the next one. Just to avert anything that they cannot control, which is state breakdown.
If they do that more states, it's going to help with the national cohesion to an extent, because it's going to also, the Southeasterners will feel like, okay, that's a start. Things are beginning to become more equitable. I must say, structurally, the Nigerian state is doing its best to try to become more equitable. Because I've looked at South Sudan.
Not just political will to actually implement, or if not, the way things are actually, we have not actually exhausted the whole constitution, the whole our presidential. We never exhaust. Yes.
But I must say that Sharia that is in that place is spiking the constitution badly, and that will be a big problem to deal with, except we totally devolve power to regions.
The only way to do it is 5 other regions to come to stay from other regions to come together and implement something that is close to that. It might not be religious, but maybe economically, right? So that is what democracy is all about. It's constitution of idea. That's how the change will come. So I'm not really against the Sharia state, but I mean it's already here. So then that's a competition for you. The other regions should stand up and raise.
The reason why that is important, you could decide that, okay, we first you have to decide what direction the nation wants to go. Do you want the nation to become more and more integrated? If that is the case, Sharia sooner or later will need to be phased out or removed instantly now. Or if you say, okay, let's all remain in the mosaic that we are, which is not impossible. We've seen it happen with Switzerland. We've seen it happen with Herzegovina and a few other countries. Then you can, carry on with the mosaic, and everybody becomes autonomous in their own kind of region to carry out certain laws. It means that Nigerians, by and large, will not feel very comfortable in different parts of the country because the rules are different for them. So, but it may be a good thing, because then if you feel like you want to get the northern flavor, you go to the north. If you want to get the southern flavor, you go to the north.
And again, I think we need to, there should be a political will from the governors to stand their ground You know, rather than this seamless relationship between the federal government and the state is at the detriment of the people. No state, nobody, no, we don't know how much state they generate and how much federal government they give them, right? So they've succeeded in there's no check and balance, which is what state and federal government should be. So, and I feel that not just political will, not that the constitution does not support that. That's which is where your argument always come from. That the way the Nigerian state governors are, they have relatively amount of power, right? I agree with you, right? And they disagree to some extent because because there's no political will to actually stand their ground. So how do we break that with the people so that will become more political conscious, which is why I always say politics is local. Get involved in your state politics. If you know much about your state politics, the budgeting system, how much, then the person where they govern you he had to work overnight twice to manipulate what is there. So I think the political will and the political consciousness has been deliberately been suppressed.
You know what? I fear that the West and the elites around the world have gotten exceedingly good at managing the people to prevent them from, engaging in the kind of revolution. They've gotten very good at it.
Well, I mean, we all our and see again. That is why what you just pointed out, right? What you just pointed out, it's what make me support Opaholo, for instance, because all of us has been brainwashed to believe that understanding the Western way of life makes you the best. And if that is the case, why they're not going to manipulate us? Nobody to say, okay, come and school in come to London School of Economics for free, right? I sponsor you, go and give you a job in my company, make you make money, and send you to come and contest for your elective office in Nigeria. That's exactly how it works. So until we discourage that, we need to start looking inward, right? So that's the only way it will be difficult for them to manipulate us. You understand? As far as I'm concerned, let our governors not even know how to speak English. If we Igbo person won't come manipulate you, you go bring it Africa. Right?
In theory, that is what it should be. But
it might be primitive the way I'm saying it, but I think we need them.
We need it, but to get from here to there is the problem. I've always said we need an ideology.
We have to start practicing it locally. That's why I believe in local. Let your councillor come from where you live. Forget Bella Tinubu and his cook first. There's nothing you can do about that. But your locality, your state, your local government, make sure those because Wiki was a local government chairman.
Hold on. What makes you think they are not practicing it? You see, what you are missing is that, let me give you this information. Most people, breaking news, most people are fine with their local councillors. You see, because they know them.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I know them. I like him. I like the guy. He was nice to my brother. That's it.
No. See, no. That's a that's a different another problem entirely. The problem I'm providing solution is what you pointed out. How do we make sure either stop or how do we not make it easy for the West to influence us? That's what I'm saying. I'm not, of course, the idea of a local politician will not be corrupt in terms of even within that locality. Of course, I will be deceiving myself. But how do we bridge? How do we start killing that? How do we start making it hard for the West to influence us? I think that's where I'm going.
I think you have a point there. For that to happen, you have to start kind of having more access to your local representative. The state wants to. You have, in other words, the people have to be more involved.
Yes, another way again is the Chinese way. It doesn't matter where you go school, what you have, where you graduate from. There is a system before you can work in Chinese government, any of the parasystem. You have to go through some exam process. And now only then Sabiam. Now only then Sabiam. They design it that once you go through that process, finish, there is no way you can, you are immune to business corruption, may other business, not that it's not happening, but it's very, very limited, and the consequence is capital. Once they catch you, you are liaising with an outsider. Automatically, you are gone. So
the
that's
Chinese
what we
don't
need.
play with their state. Oh. They don't play without their
Exactly.
state.
That's it. The same thing with the Singaporean. You always make them as an example, right? Which is great. That's one thing they do. You pay government workers very well, but there is no gray line between corruption or you be no. Once you are caught, you are the punishment is capital. You understand? So
There was a time I saw this Chinese official. He was being interviewed, and I think there was something this reporter was telling him. The reporter was saying something about the state will either execute this person because of something that they do against the state. He was like, "Yeah, we will do that. Yeah, of course." Because to them, it's like it comes naturally. You can't tamper with the structure of the state.
You can't.
They don't play, man. They don't
just
play
like make
with
America catch you, say you they leak their secret from Pentagon. Are you that you gone? Yeah, I think that was the last that we hear from you.
The way he said it, he said it in such a way, and it will give you the impact because and now I'm beginning to understand how they think. They look at it from the point of view that we are 1.5 billion people or so. We can't screw around with one person just messing up the system, and that is the impression you get the way they talk. They feel like if they mess about, maybe their history of the century of humiliation has taught them that when they embrace the way the West behave and tolerate nonsense, the state falls. Because of that, they don't play, man. They really don't play when you screw around with the state.
Yeah, because it was due to the fact that their citizens were influenced by the West. That's why British were able to penetrate them, begin destroy them with opium, and before you know, every other Western nation they enter. So that's why. So it's now lesson. They learned something. The same thing with the Russian. When Putin come to power, you understand that all these NGO, all these business people are in bed with the Western business business guys. Say, assemble them. From today on, you guys have done enough. Stay away from politics, or you are
see how
gone.
easy it was for him to do because they had a reserve of power already.
That's
but
it.
Nigeria, you can't just do that overnight. It's a lot. You have a lot more work to do to convince people to get.
Nigeria and a political will. You can do it. Just that.
I guess so.
Let's say somebody like just look at OT for instance. Why do you think OT does not all this movement know they affect them? Because OT Abia State now obedient. Abia State is not Labour. Abia State is not APC. Abia State is not. Abia State is obedient. So why it is a Ingo capitulate just like that, right? So the political will to do and undo is there because the people back and up. So all we need is somebody who come with a good, who has nothing to lose or gain, right? If let's see Obi as that person, right, with the way they carry himself, Obi come now, he win this thing, and before you know, 1 or 2 states, 3 states are ready to go with it. They will do it. Nothing. If you assemble all the businessmen and give them ultimatum, huh?
Yeah. Let me ask you this question before I start heading off. Do you think that people watching what Iran is able to pull off will give a lot of the nations of the South an idea of how to truly defend themselves, even against a nuclear powered state?
Yes, but you also have to be 2 things, right? We have to take one thing into consideration. Iran superpower and their problem is their geographical location. You understand? That's why they were able to build their defense along that line and they build their wealth along that line. You understand? So yes, if you come near us, everybody will feel that because everybody they pass through us. So that's an advantage that not all country has. Right? So you have to look at it from that angle too.
The countries that America went to, they seem to have nasty geography. Like Afghanistan had a nasty geography. Apart from
exactly.
Iraq.
So but the best defense is what you have always said: nuclear. Let's get your small nuclear. If any country get nuclear in Africa, we are safe.
We are safe now. And
but
I'm looking at Nigeria geography. Nigeria geography is not very friendly to.
So the question now I think the question you should ask is that with what Iran is receiving, with the way America and they attack them, they pen the story saying that because they don't allow them get neutral weapon. With that now increase the fear, especially African country, not to even go that route. I think that's for me, that's my worry.
Depends on whether they succeed with Iran. No, if anything, if what they have done now is confirmed it in people's minds that going nuclear is the right direction, because clearly it's only
Yes.
North Korea that is not being bothered. The North Korea, even in Iran, that try to negotiate with them, even when you try to negotiate with them, do you know what Iran is doing is not illegal? Most of the ballistic missiles they are
No,
allowed
it's
to develop legally.
nothing is illegal at international level. Nothing is illegal. Like, if you can protect
No,
whatever you want to do, that's
by,
what matters.
I mean by the treaty that America signed on to itself. Like the ability for Iran to develop ballistic missile is not it's not supposed to be limited. They have a right to do it.
That's what I'm
But the
saying.
ability to reach uranium point is
Yeah,
also their right. It's not like they
our
ask.
problem in Nigeria, because now it now become obvious that to able to develop a nuclear capability, say that you go sign deal with them at the expensive that we destroy it later, or you do it secretly. So do Nigeria as it is have a secret to even be carrying that kind of project out without even the citizens knowing, not to talk of the outside world? That's our problem. Because that is
Well,
something you do without even the citizen knowing. The citizen must not even know that you're building that kind of a
wow.
thing. Now only the elite
America
will
is
know.
mad, man. America is mad to go and try fighting Iran. Iran is jagged.
No, but they have to. No,
Totally
they have to.
designed to repel invasion. Like
They are doing it because they know that yes, the suffer they will feel recover compared to their arch rivals. Because their arch rivals now across the Atlantic from the Middle East.
I wish Nigeria was that jagged, man. Nigeria is not that jagged. Nigeria has got almost relatively flat terrain, like Iraq, really. Uh, but what that tells you is that, like, if I was Iran now, I'm not going to fight America head on, and I think that's what they are doing. America says they hit 10,000 targets. Most of the 10,000 targets are dummies. Like America,
Yeah,
they should
yes, now of course
drawing
they have.
pictures on the ground, and America is busy attacking pictures that they drew on the ground.
They have so many. They are telling. See, Nigeria too. It's not that we cannot protect ourselves. It's just just as you talk, we always talk about military. The people that will build the military, they know they will do it outside the government official way. That's how you build military.
Of course, you have to do it silently. Now. You can't
Exactly. So when we see elites, we all of them get pot belly.
To be fair, it's hard to hide military recruitment, but you can do
No,
other
forget
things.
the recruitment. The core machine, the core engine room of the military, they hide down. Recruitment, of course, that's normal now. Just like Pentagon. The Pentagon, you think White House know what is happening in Pentagon? No.
And the
The same
weirdest thing
thing.
about it all is that I think our biggest problem is lack of ambition. I don't think it's even like the West, because the West, they are not stupid. They also like their partners to be strong. Like
No, you cannot have an ambition when we are busy trying to dominate each other. Where is that? That's the ambition we have now. We are like
but our ambition as a whole nation, as a people, it's a problem because we don't have it. Every time we go to Igbo people, we are asking for training and this thing.
no be the same thing to Nigeria today. That's the thing to tell you that what you are saying, how crazy it sounds in terms of the way we dey reason. You go Nigeria today, as in 4 out of every Nigerian dream is to leave the country. Now, you no go blame that person, right? But that's to tell you for every Nigerian to the dream of that, thinking that once you leave the country, what do you think? How do you think? What is the thinking capacity of or ability of that person? You know, the think past his lifetime. I will just say succeed, make money, chop life, die and go. So you are thinking about to build a nation. No, it's hard for you. So we don't get border. We cannot protect anything from coming in and going out. We don't have it.
Man, West Africa is so flat, but the only country that I see that is a little bit jagged, it turns out that country is one of the countries that actually rebelled against Europeans
Ethiopia.
most. I think it's Guinea. No, Guinea, Conakry.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit rugged because I know that in the 60s or 70s they were a little bit stubborn with the Europeans and they had to destroy a lot of their investments and installations. I think the French damaged their even pipeline and everything
You
before they
know,
left.
Nigeria, if not because now that air power and surveillance don't go there, what is it they call them? Space. That's once once you are in space, you see everything. Nigeria could have been able to defend himself before now. All you need to do is subdue your naval power, but that is the only place they can come attack you from. The other place is covered. You need to pass so many deserts, many other countries before you come through our northern borders. But the southern borders, which is the Atlantic, is to build your naval power to your advantage in the first place. We don't get so if you have naval power, you can.
For Nigeria, the naval power is quite important because if they cannot access our coastal area very well, the only point they have now is they have to use other nations. Nigeria is in a way protected quite a lot.
And
we have a
it's
lot.
crazy.
They can't come from
Our
other parts.
wealth.
They can only come from the south. That's the only
on
chance
that.
they have. They have to use other West African countries if they are going to try to come into Nigeria.
Yes.
They have to use Chad. Nigeria is relatively protected, other than
To
this.
Nigeria, you even know how crazy it is that we don't take our waterway serious. That is even where our wealth lies. The wealth of the nation is right there. We don't even have a naval power to even protect that small welfare, not talk of defend the whole country. Our naval power should be one of the best in the world.
That is the leverage.
One of the best.
If you want to have leverage, this is the kind of things you do. You actually increase your power and not to be belligerent to them, but say, you know what, I'm your point man now. I have to be the point man, just like Japan is the point man in Asia. I'm going to be point man, and I'm going to ask you for so and so things. But if you don't want to do it,
if you
go to China and be a point man.
To Nigeria, if you are praising Iran, just look up to China, for instance. China that doesn't have any energy, right? And all its energy is coming from us through one place, right? Now let's say two places, the Strait of Hormuz, because that's where their major oil produced. Every other thing come from what they call the first island chain. So in other words, they are not as safe as the way Nigeria is. But guess what? They say the only way for us to even survive is to outbuild. That's what you always talk about, how many sheep they get, right? Despite the fact that they know that the routes where the sheep go take they come out are very narrow, everything is naturally against them. Their survival, I said, depends on that because all the energy, even their own importation, go through those routes. But guess what? They decided to say, "Come, our naval power is still one of the best in the world because our survival depends on that."
If Iran was not ready for this, then they are the stupidest people on the face of the earth.
No,
because
that's it.
saw what happened to Iraq. They've been there. They've seen it all. They saw what, and they literally sat there next to the country and saw what America can do. So they prepared for all this. Do you know that the country, this one Trump is saying is going to blow up their power supply? Trump can't. When somebody describes that country, power, you can't destroy it. That is very, very easy to destroy the way they designed it.
No, you cannot destroy Iran. We will always survive. The Trump gra, they just want to control that waterway, so that they can control what goes to China and what comes out of China and every other environment. That's what they are trying to do. Destroying Iran is not possible.
The biggest threat in this war is all these stupid press people that keep calling Trump taco. They need to stop it. I really feel bad.
No.
They are going to pound that guy. He's an old man, probably suffering from dementia. No. The moment he hears taco, send him.
No, I think the big.
I don't know why they do that.
I think the biggest people.
The guy is very temperamental.
The biggest threat. The biggest threat. Now people where they praise every other country say they will give America a tough time. Those people are them are the fear pass. Now when you compare the war power of these two, like there's no comparison. So just leave them. Because America find it, they have a way of destroying you without the whole world even knowing.
As it stands right now, do you see Iran losing?
What if you do see Iran losing? What if they won't win before?
Okay, now, do you see America winning and removing the regime?
They have won already. It's not about the regime to Nigeria. The regime is just a narrative. Which can change of regime? I just tell you, they want to control the movement. They want to control the waterway. It's under the hand of British people before.
The water wasn't under contestation until they bombed them.
No, it was not. The waterway is under the control of the British Empire. The laws, insurance of this world. That's the game.
Nobody was paying anything to use the waterway.
You need to understand how this globalization works to Nigeria. See, Iran crime is their location. They just happen to be. It was saying that you did yourself. Now the same treatment you will collect. So that's why I say their crime and their blessing is in location.
I understand that. It's almost like saying that Ethiopia was landlocked because of their location. I understand that.
No, I am talking about the what goes.
You said it a few times. What is this thing that you keep saying that this Strait of Hormuz is linked to the British? What do you mean by that?
The maritime empire, the insurance and everything, all the statistics. Now British Empire has the
they are the one that insure the ships that go through there.
Yes, almost not just there alone, pretty much all the world. Because the only thing America has is the naval power to secure the waterways. Every other thing was still in control of the British Empire.
How does that thwart the British if the Iranians are doing what they are doing now? Or Americans
the British company don't answer for already. The laws who has been running there for the past 300 years, they say, man, enough is enough for them. That's the victory
for that area, they can't operate, but they are still insuring ships everywhere else.
That's why I say look past Iran. Iran crime is that he is in that location. And of course, the only way Iran to survive, knowing that one day in our future, somebody will come and take over this place, is to assume the role they are playing now.
It could be his blessing.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said it's a blessing and a curse at the same time, right? It's a blessing and a curse.
If Nigeria had that, Nigeria would have leverage, clear leverage. If Nigeria was in Iran with 200 and something million population, they will have real power. Clear leverage.
Of course, no. I am not that. That's why I say the Iran, because they understand the situation they are are thinking far ahead. They know they are not like us. This not be civilization that has been for thousands of years. So they are not stupid now. They know what they are doing. I'm not taking them out of. That's why I thought they cannot be conquered. The goal is not to conquer them. Forget the narrative that we will bomb them to exist. Now all those ones are just for media bites and all those. You see, there's a reason why Trump is the president. He's the only one that knows how to talk all this kind of talk. You understand? So you have to. That's why I say look at the money.
The reason why that civilization lasted so long, man. The civilization is a nightmare to defeat.
But they are also fighting the Muslim war too. Don't forget that's also part of the whole thing too. It's not just by economy. So Iran occupied. Yeah,
I think I don't like Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, they are very, very. The way they behave with their fellow Arab people are just downright evil, and they fund some of all these nasty Sunni Muslims that are causing trouble everywhere. So I don't like the way Saudi Arabia is behaving. But that said, I think if you look at the region, geopolitically, Iran should be the most powerful nation in that area because they are situated in a way that they are more protected.
That's yes.
Controlling a very, very powerful waterway.
That is why they don't want to submit to any civilization, either Western or Christian.
In that area now, they're the single largest nation in that area.
So I mean, they've been fighting. The West have been fighting in that area for ages now. So it's not something that they're just waking up to. They are prepared.
It's just that East Africa deserves, Ethiopia deserves to be the superpower in that area because they are the most populous nation and the largest nation. The same thing with Iran. Iran is a natural superpower in that area, and Saudi Arabia is trying to fight it because of they are allies to America and they have crude oil.
Now you understand why I said the mistake the British make is to allow America to come form as one and make them automatically metamorphose to regional power. So what the Americans are trying to do is to make sure they don't make the mistake British make. They are trying not to have any country to have regional power. It doesn't matter if it's China, if it's Iran, or if it's Germany, or if it's so that's what they are doing, right?
But to be fair, though, I don't understand. I think you have a point to an extent there.
That's what they are trying to do.
Hold on. I don't see anything necessarily wrong with a nation being a regional power when you two are more powerful than that nation. Like when America was working with China.
Exactly. Yes, there's nothing wrong. But hey,
they were fine with it. I don't know why suddenly Iran is suddenly a different nation. You know.
So they will always superpower will always look for every reason to just temper with your growth. That you are the mercy of a regional power. So
it's out of norm is Israel. That is the only thing. Everything else, Iran qualifies for to be a friend of America.
But so again, you have to blame your people, the British people, right? They are the one that are playing the role that America is playing now before. They want to control that region because, as I said, it's called Middle East for a reason. Everything revolves around that region. So who control that region to some extent has a lot of influence globally. So it was the British people that planted Israel there, right? In order to make sure to check anyone that want to be a regional power. That's why it was planted there. so from there now they now have their own dream. They have their own. They want to not just to survive. They want to dominate too. Just like So that's what you see playing out. It's like so America now, since America won the Second World War, their goal is to assume to take over all the British Empire. So the last phase of taking over is the Commonwealth nations, the English-speaking world. That's where the British people see have sway. Right, they see have their royalty, they see have their everywhere. So
in a way, I'm not so sure that the British put the Israel there just because they think it's going to. I think most of the thing that convinced them to do that is because they have been agitating for it and they control the area and they had very powerful.
At that time it benefits them. You understand? You have to. This is you're talking about almost 100 years ago.
The reason why I'm saying that is because like the Rothschilds were there. At the matter of fact, the founding of Israel, the letter that the British people wrote, they wrote it to the Rothschilds. They were very, very powerful at that time. My thinking is that because if you think it's because of Israel, look at it now. They have military bases in all the other countries. It's not only Israel. If anything, Israel is making them very, very popular in that area.
Yes, because as I said, they don't want any regional power. So how do you stop that? Is to make sure
Israel is the one that's about to become a regional power. That's the problem.
Exactly. So that's but I don't think they will allow them. That's what that is. Trump is ready to see. Trump is ready to allow Iran to fuck them up. Trust me. If they say that if they are not ready to play game with him,
I predicted this about 3 years ago. So 3 to 4 years ago, I predicted that Israel will become a problem for the West soon. It will become a problem that the West needs to solve soon. And
it's always like that.
Close. It's getting very close. I couldn't believe that there was a U.S. official that said something about because Israel wanted to go to the war, they could have stopped Israel. That if Israel refused, you can see that they are beginning to get to the point whereby they can cause problems. Literally a war between Israel and the West.
I think the World War III, if there's any trigger that is going to be, it's going to either come from Israel or it's going to come from Iran. They will do one of them will do something crazy.
You are quite close there, actually, because those two have righteous indignation.
Yes.
Iran has a reason to be very, very, very angry. Israel has a reason to be very, very right-wing and crazy right now.
Let's what we are talking about now, Israel and that region, projected it to Africa in the future. Which state or which state, right, in Nigeria, or which emerging state, or which people, which secessionist group anywhere within the country that you think China can use to play that role of Israel in Africa? In other words, China might decide to empower one state or one non-state actor with nuclear power ability just to be playing that role, and that successionist group, that state might decide to say, "Oh, now it's an opportunity for us to also aim to assume a regional power." If you look at the continent of Africa, where do you think that this country might spring up?
China is a strange country. China is extremely inward looking, And I don't
No,
think they will
no,
ever
just like, hold on. I'm saying this because if all the way the West, the way they are thinking is to make sure China growth is stalled, and they want to, at a point, that maybe they will have to confront themselves, not like in their own land, but they will use proxy the way they are using what is
if
happening
you
in
say
Iran and all.
Russia, I will listen. But China
Okay,
is
Russia. Okay, let's say
really,
Russia. Yes, Russia is a good candidate too. Russia, China. I mean, at this
Russia
point,
will pick.
even French, even France too.
I think if you
Anybody.
are, before they will allow a nation, before they will accept a nation as a nuclear power, they will grant them that power. They have to be sure that nation is ready to fight for that power. Because if you look at what happened with Venezuela, this is part of the reason why they never give African leaders anything, because we've never truly proven that we are reliable partners. Nobody wants to give you their weapon when they know that you could hand it over to the, the next superpower that comes through the door.
Sorry, Tunanja, what you just said, in our athletics world, in the sport world, we always talk about as fast as the black people are naturally in the world. African has never held world record in 100 meters. And with what the camp politics and the game that is being played at that level of athletics, what you just said was also our conclusion that I don't think an African cannot hold a world record, cannot be the fastest man in the world right now because he or she cannot keep secrets.
He or she cannot do what?
Keep secrets. They are not.
Yes,
they don't trust you. No, they can. Because for you to be that fast around that level, you just say what? There are a lot of things they happen. It is going beyond. Okay, you are natural. Of course, naturally you are fast, but other experimentation they go onto your body that nobody should know.
I won't be surprised looking at the Epstein files. But you see, this is the thing we are talking about until.
I asked you that question because of the Biafra movement. Don't you think one state can get hold of Biafra and empower them to play that role in the future?
That will fail. Like I said, if it will happen if Nigeria remains like this now. This is why I said.
Well,
why I say it's good for Nigeria to produce a Eastern president, because if you don't do that, you are creating that scenario. It could happen, but even then, I think it's going to be quite hard for that to happen because Southeast, remember, they are inland. It's not that simple to just go and.
What if Israel decide to play that role? Because Israel said, as you said, they want to be Ogato in the world. They could see they are already narrative-wise, there's a connection between them and the Israeli. Israel could decide to empower them, just to contact the Muslim Brotherhood that is pushing from the northern side. I think that is a possibility too.
A Muslim Brotherhood pushing from the other side is not the.
Okay, who will first get nuclear, the South or the North? If we separate ourselves today,
if we break up the nation,
North and South,
I don't know.
Who go first go nuclear?
I think you can't always tell these things. It could go any direction. It depends on how they evolve. Clearly, the way we evolved in Africa is different from the way other people evolved. Hence why they achieved it and we didn't achieve it. It could be that when we separate, we in the South start catching crews while the North is fighting for their survival. It's fighting for their survival and fighting against the West, just like the Sahel is doing, and they become.
No, I think we catch more crews past. So the North are very serious people. If we are that serious, I think we will go far.
We can start catching crews in the South while they become serious and go nuclear.
But also factors it in. The West empower Israel with nuclear. Chinese empower this country, a neighboring country from India. That's Pakistan.
Yeah.
North Korea. They empower North Korea too. So it's not that the Chinese cannot do it.
They can do it, but you see that thing about Chinese, they tend to do it closer to their area.
They want to defend themselves.
Very, very far away. They tend to do it around it because I think the Chinese.
But now, so America they start now. America start with Monroe Doctrine. Their neighborhood first.
But America doesn't share nuclear technology. That's the nonsense America does. They don't share.
Are you sure they didn't share it with Israel? They are promising Saudi Arabia.
It was the French that shared with Israel, and
is it French? Okay.
Yeah, it's the French that shared with Israel, and Israel shared with the South Africans.
I think they are promising Saudi, or they sign a deal.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. V, I have to go.
Yes, Mr. James.
Hey,
Yeah,
thank
it has been
you.
very
Yeah, we
good.
have to
I've
close
been
out
listening to
actually. We've
you.
been long.
I've been
Yeah,
listening
thank
to
you.
the two of you. Thank you so much for the conversation. I've been listening attentively.
You're welcome,
I
Mr. James.
trust you. You are a
Yes,
very, very sharp mind. I trust you to be paying attention. Thank you for
Mr. James, na teacher wey decide to be student.
yes, he picks up stuff. He picks up stuff. Sharp mind. Let's
good
close out.
night, my man.
Thank you, Mr. James.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think we
good
should
night.
close out today, man. I think we have been going for 4 hours at least. Oh my God. I really enjoyed the conversation. I think today Ovie is on his game. He's on his game.
Look at this man.
He's not always on his game. He's on his game today.
No, see,
nice one,
now
man.
you know
I'll
the. I
catch you
don't
later.
know. I was actually thinking about you. I said, "Come, this guy. We supposed to. Me and you supposed to do one show together. Either we go link our channel, or we go do it for Dr. Amici. Maybe once a week. Talk about this. What we just talked about.
That's true. That's true. Maybe we can link up. We should be able to link up actually.
Yeah,
We'll talk about it now. Let's keep talking.
for sure.
I will talk to you a few times. Let's see whether you are on your game all the time.
Guy, I don't talk far. Anyhow, sir. Anyhow.
Nice,
All right, man.
nice talking to you. All right,
Appreciate it, man. Thanks. Yeah.
Good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. James. Have a nice day.
Is to get those infrastructure. Before today, Cross River State was reduced to 1 aircraft per day to the Margaret Echo International Airport. Today, what the last governor started with, he has come to initiate. And thirdly, the Kubudu Cattle Ranch, which was completely in a state of comatose, is almost 90% brought back to line. The Calabar Port, which has gotten Afro-Exim Bank buy-in, which is about to be started, the Bakassi Deep Sea Port, is almost at the point of taking off in terms of construction. Of course, the road rehabilitation, federal roads in the state that were completely down. The Ikom Obudu Road, as we speak now, is almost impassable, and the youth of the 5 local governments that populate that road are threatening that if that road is not fixed, they will not participate in the next election. The governor has undertaken, even though it's a federal road, without any hope of getting a refund, is about to rehabilitate it as he did the Calabar, Ikom, Ogoja, Kasinala Road. He rehabilitated it last year. This year, he's going again for the Ikom Obudu Road. You also come into the area transport, air transport. There was an aircraft, because of the air operation license that was not available. He has now gotten to acquire 3 more aircraft that are operating as Cali Air through AfriJet. He has gone that, and the aircraft are operational already, apart from Cali Air that was already there by his predecessor. If you come in the area of employment, he has ensured that the system gets back. Cross River State was known as one of the best civil service states in this country, from the late Chief Michael Ani to all others. If you want honesty and every such thing, you come to the old Cross River State, where people like Udo Doma and others came from there to become the first part of the justice system in Nigeria. You find that he has now gone back to ensure that the Civil Service Commission, the local government commissioner recently, he wiped out the entire Civil Service Commission staffers because they couldn't manage the employment he had opened up for the communities and for the citizens of the state. So employment is going on at that level. So the monies that are freed from what the Renewed Hope agenda's withdrawal of fuel subsidy is being plotted back into the place. And of course, is no gain saying that the 70,000 naira minimum wage has been implemented, and religiously so as we speak now. The State College of Education has been made a State University of Education, and the university have been upgraded. What we are doing now is about giving the best welfare package. Yes.
Pledges. Now, you are in Abuja, I guess, yes, for please. The PDP National Convention. The APC National Convention.
APC,
you are in APC. Okay. Now,
yes, please.
You know, the congresses have been held, I think, Wednesday or so. Are you in Abuja for the APC convention with an interest in a certain position in the party? Is there, have you been nominated by your state chapter to play a bigger role at the national level? That's number one. Number two, now you're talking about renewed hope. The renewed hope that the people of Cross River State have been talking about, and we have had guests on this program, is about the missing oil wells. The missing oil wells allocated to our state on the grounds that Cross River State is landlocked, relying on the ICJ judgment of 2002 and subsequent decisions by the Supreme Court of Nigeria. What's your opinion? Where do you stand there? What in the regard to that? What are your expectations? Because if Cross River were to get back their oil wells, then they will say, yes, hope has been truly renewed.
Indeed, that very vexatious and intriguing topic has become an albatross for Cross River State, suffering double blows and double jeopardy from the Nigerian state, given that most of what ought to have been given should have been so delayed, because justice delayed is justice denied. When you talk about the ICJ judgment, you talk about the Supreme Court judgment, everything that the Supreme Court have said have been completely neglected and never attended to for the past 17 years or thereabout, and only recently people now jumped up to say Cross River. The very name Cross River, a great contradiction that a state that it took its name from the rivers surrounding from the creeks turns around to have no littoral status. It is a strange thing to happen to our legal system. And even the command and the mandatory orders of the court that relevant agencies should go and do the demarcation and find the locations and the coordinates in order to define the proper maritime boundaries, both within the state and within the international boundaries, have not been done. And yet people jump up. In any case, even dealing with it sociologically, between Akwa Ibom and Cross River State, the brotherhood is so great that even they couldn't take example from Delta and Edo, in which Delta State ceded willingly to Edo State. Akwa Ibom State with over 2,000 oil wells is like a man carrying an elephant and searching his cricket, in which they are looking for 76 oil wells. Now the new oil wells found again, the maritime boundaries,
every day when they find new
of the
oil
seas to the Atlantic Ocean, they are still struggling for it. I do not think that this is in the state of one in brotherhood we stand as we have it in our anthem. Nothing that the president will give us better hope than to sort out this matter politically, legally, and otherwise. As for my interest in the national office, at the
for those people who are still there listening and watching, have you subscribed? Like, share, and subscribe. We don't talk. To Nigeria came, we went from Umamasi to Baghdad. When we are supposed to be talking about Obi and Konkoso ticket is not viable. The obedience. I know you guys are hyped. You guys are up in every month. Now they raise our hope. As at last month, I've been at 2 months ago. Is anybody who touch Atiku, touch Obi? When Obi just Obi move enter ADC, the immunity that cover Obi from obedience automatically cover Atiku. Oh, play high. As soon as they begin this season, man, that way, if no be Obi, no be ADC, that as soon as that one no work, then the wings of political maneuvering and negotiation push Konkoso into their mix. Now Konkoso is covered. Konkoso is the only malam. So the emotional roller coaster that the obedience are being subjected to is not fair. It's not fair. By next month now, Obi and Tambawa over the year, when they see the obedient, the Obi Konkoso is not viable. Well, say when by the time the course will be becoming clearer that Obi's Konkozo ticket is not is not practicable, we'll see where the momentum will shift to. And I firmly believe it's not practicable. The maths no hard up. And maths, the maths of maths no they hard up. Politics na two-way streets. It's about what you can give. Not necessarily what you can promise. If you put the Obi and Konkoso on the bargaining table, the negotiation table for their tickets, how is that going to look like? Konkoso wants to be a front runner come 2031. That's what he wants. Question is not whether if he can get it. The question becomes who can give him. Right? If the man said, if you know that Konkoso's goal is to be a front runner come 2031, he will ask you, can you make it happen? Now, the Obi will look in and said, yes. Right? But in reality, how? But when you begin to ask how, scenarios will begin play out. If they win, automatically that can be negotiated. It's not a guarantee. Just like make sure team at the top saying go automatically inherit the ticket 2031. That's not it's not practical because president and the vice president are two different interests they represent. Contrary to the popular belief that Nabola Tinubu will choose your running mate, Donald Trump will choose your president, you don't have that leverage. You want to become president, you got your ticket, then shut the fuck up. Whoever they give to you as your running mate, you take it. But not different interests. This is a presidential system. This is power. Now share and they share out. So the Okonkwoso will look and say, okay, what if we don't win? Can you still guarantee the support that you have now? And I will argue no. There's no way come 2031, the obedient as we have it, will still have this kind of momentum that it has if Obi is not in the picture. So if Obi is not going to run in 2031, how do you guarantee the momentum that he has now as a bargaining power? For obvious reason. Arguably, the momentum that Obi is receiving is not organic. Of course, the feelings, the razzmatazz of the Nigerian people, the young people and the rest is real. But the mechanism, the mobilization mechanism is not organic. But one can argue, of course, every movement, every organization, every whatever is there's always interest that inspire or power it or finance it. So obedience is no different. I also agree with that. The question is, those people who are spending their higher than resources to mobilize the obedience, to keep enhance the energy that you see, are doing it because they believe in Obi candidacy. I've always made this point. There's a correlation between electability and what? Campaign money. Shiwore is not generating this kind of amount, not because what he's saying is not resonating, but there are not individuals out there who are ready to, who believe in his candidacy enough to put their hard and resources, to put their millions. Obi has that. In other words, they see Obi more as an electable candidate than Jory. So they are ready to put in their money because the possibility of him getting elected is higher. And if that happens, automatically the benefits, they will recoup their investment. So, and for that reason, they are ready to spend money for the Obi brand. Now, the movement is built around Obi. So if Obi is out of the picture, with those same people, see Konkoso worthy enough to invest that kind of money. That's where it becomes very tricky. So in other words, the momentum you are seeing is to the benefit of Obi, rightly so. But Konkoso be a trader, political trader like Obi himself, is looking beyond now. Now, you can argue, if not Obi, who else can give him what he wants? Well, APC can. That's why I say Obi is not visible. If APC is not an option, I would say yes, it will. But APC is an option. And as far as I'm concerned, that option has already been taken. His political son, Abba, is already in APC. Anybody who could toss it now fight, now make the two of them separate. Ask them, what will cause the fight? So, Konkoso coming in, why I say APC fee given? Even if they don't want to replace Shetima, that they are able to negotiate the guys. See, because at this point of negotiation, the people don't matter for now. After the primaries, then they engineer the people. But at this point, it's all about negotiation behind the door. I understand. So, two ways. Even if APC no fee give Konkoso vice presidential ticket now, in order for him to able to work, build his own strong, be hopeful to inherit the ticket. If Bola Tinubu is going up by 2031, he will be. If that is not a good option, they will officially give him Kano. And if you're in control of Kano State and you align with the presidency, automatically Konkoso will be given a very good position in APC, either within the political structure or within the government of the day, that will put him in a position to build a structure that can give him that presidential ticket come 2031. That's the option that Obi had to compete with. So that's why I said the viability of that ticket is not visible for me. So Obi will rather go with Tambawa. That's why I played the Tambawa video earlier on. We hear the noise whether they make first.
Nobody give us the excuse again. What do 19 is progress? What do 19 is to employ our youth?
Let's see. Let's see.
Ideas in Nigeria. Nigeria is not bereft of ideas.
Hey, politicians make a big everything. That Konkoso they won't destroy. 3 years ago. And vice versa. Oh, this is 22, Arewa House.
Nigeria is not bereft of ideas. Nigeria is not bereft of ideas or bereft of manifestos. There's very good reading manifestos. There's very good reading ideas in Nigeria. If you go where they're packed, they're beef with them. What is lacking? Is the institutional weakness that is not allowed to deliver them, and the political way. The government we intend to form, I and Dachi, without him, we do things differently. We want to bring a transformative government, purposeful government that will start dealing with the issues. And those issues are known and very clear. The issue of security, which will be decisive. The issues of unity, which will be decisive. The issues of our economy, because it is critical. If you go today, out of the 10 states in Nigeria, 10 is in the north. Out of school children, it is in the north that you have the highest out of school children in the global earth. Not done anything. I'm telling you, all this is what the elites used to confuse us, to keep us where we are. No, there's no tribe that is enjoying anything today. The people in the north don't buy bread cheaper than people in the south. The poor people in the north are poor. The poor people in the south are poor. There's no uninterrupted light in the north. There's nothing in the north that is lacking in the south. There's nothing in the south that is lacking in the north. All of them are suffering. There's no place anybody buys anything cheap because of religion. I'm a Christian. The Central Mosque in London, I lived my life in London. Went to the best schools there, from Oxford to Cambridge to... The mosque in London was run by the Queen. The Queen is not a Muslim. In Dubai, I'm Christian, a Catholic. If you go to Dubai, the Catholic church in Dubai, the land and the church was built by Emir of Dubai. So let nobody give us the excuse again. What we want now is progress. What we want now is to employ our youth. Next year, the election must be based on character we can trust. What we are selling now is listening to all of us. All of us are going to have a well-written manifesto, a well-written document we read out, a well-written this. But what we are selling now is, who among us will you trust? It is a trust issue. Who among us will you trust?
It is a trust thing. Oh.
We want a character we can trust next year. Who is more competent? Election next year must be on character we can trust. In my competence, it must be in capacity and commitment to start the right thing from the first day. We must stop this abuse of our country based on primordial excuses.
As well, Bill drop his mic before the election of 2023. Another ticket I think we should be watching out for is, of course, Atiku's tickets. Atiku and Amechi. Don't be deceived. That's what Amechi is working for. Amechi is doing the same thing that Ifeanyi Okowa did. Finance the process that led to the primaries. That means you're in charge of mobilizing the delegates, if not for the whole country, but across the country. You are spending good money. And that's the role Amechi is playing. Amechi doesn't have the political capital to run any tickets without a major platform like APC. He lost the opportunity to Tinubu. It doesn't have the resources to mobilize a party like it to outrun Amechi and my Atiku in terms of delegates. So that's not what he wants. He wants to position himself for a position of a vice president should they win under Atiku. But even if they don't win under Atiku, he will still stand a chance come 2031 to position himself to be vice president in another political party. Even in APC, I don't think he has burnt all his bridges in APC. He's still one of the Buhari disciples. He's more loyal to the CPC than the PDP he started with. So if there's any ticket that I'm very sure of, is that Atiku Ameti ticket on ADC. And another thing they should watch out for that party for is the amount of House of Rep they will produce, or senators. Obi will end up with NDC, a political party that will be headquartered in Bayelsa. So the fallout of ADC after Atiku and Amechi tickets don't take shape, they will run go NDC, which is pretty much going to be the party of OT. And the obedience, now because they are not politically savvy, there should be a movement of the obedience. They should change the narrative of. They should start using all the states they believe they won or they can win. They should change the way they phrase those states. They should be saying this is an obedient state. Abia, for instance, Abia should be an obedient state. That should be the popular phrase in people's mouths. It's an obedient state. They can claim Rivers to be an obedient state. They can claim Benin to be an obedient state. Claim Benue to be an obedient state. Take the narrative to them. Set the narrative. Don't always be on the defensive side. So the momentum of obedience will find their house in NDC. That I sure. Now, I don't think I brought this up with Tunanja. Tunanja has kind of believed that, not believing. Let's assume that if Atiku can want to drop for anybody, will drop to support the Atiku B ticket. Nah. What if Atiku promise Konkoso, say, make his support him now, that by 2031 is he will make sure he got the ADC, he give her the ticket. Konkoso and Aribishola, that's a good ticket. 2031. Konkoso and Aribishola, ADC. That could be a good deal. I'm not surprised. That could be a good deal. Because I know the Konkoso and his son will see realign sooner or later. That one day. So I am more on Konkoso, Atiku and Konkoso cutting a deal. Support me now, Konkoso, and I'll throw my weight behind you in 2031.
as a good deal, or they promise Tinubu say, don't worry, come, let's shut this thing down. And they make I don't know what they go to give Shetima. But Shetima is I think it's done. So the main characters that we I'm not go surprised too if Atiku carry allegation, but people don't think about that. That's another man that is doing something. So Aregbesola and Amechi will end up being a more other beneficiary on that ADC tickets. But the mass of Obi and Konkoso is not adding up for me. It's not adding up. It only add up to me. It only makes sense if that's the consensus tickets from ADC and they vow to work for the tickets. That means both Amechi, both Atiku, I mean the whole Naya say yes. Then I can say, okay, we have a competition at hand. But as it is now, there's no competition. I don't believe this coalition will produce just one ticket. The ADC coalition cannot produce one ticket. I don't think Bola Tinubu has committed that much crime. The guy never fuck up reach that level that they will mobilize the whole country against him, like the way they did against Jonathan. You know, there's pressure for sure. But I think there's so much at stake now that make me think that those coalition of ADC, in fact, I'm not be surprised if it's more than 2 tickets come up for them. I will be surprised if more than 2 tickets come up for ADC by next month. Or these people have this so. El-Rufai is another man that everybody keep forgetting. What position, what role is El-Rufai going to play in the ADC? What role? I mean, it is more practicable. The math of Obi El-Rufai had make more sense than Obi Konkoso for obvious reason. Now win-win situation. El-Rufai as it is now, he has no political home. He no get followership on the streets. It's growing, it's picking up, but it's not enough for you to bargain for any presidential ticket. It is not enough to put you in a visible position to be considered as a consensus ticket come 2031. So, see if you join the obedient movement, even if they no win, that will go a long way to repair his image as it is now, because the image is in they receive grenades, brought him up to the national level, National Assembly before the whole world and embarrassed him. by his own party that he worked for. That's a very hard place to be in. And they arrest him now, all the corruption charges and all that. So obedience will be a very, very good platform for him to to be back in the books of few Nigerians. And he has the mouthpiece. He can talk. It means he can talk to the northern people enough to do better than what that he did for Obi in 2023. Maybe not much so for Obi to pull out the win, but he will do better than what he did in 2023 with El-Rufai on the ticket. So there's so many things that can still happen as the presidential primaries hit up. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I see you when I see you.